Alrighty, let's get it rocking and rolling. Fortunately, yesterday I ate some food and that shit knocked me out. I went straight to sleep pretty much right after. That interrupted last night's plans to have a much longer stream. So we only got 7 hours with the much longer stream that we wanted to get in. But that said, I got a little leveling done off stream today while I was working on some other stuff. And we're level 30. And we're gonna get a pretty good stream going today. We got a good amount of time to spend. Be able to do at least a 5-hour stream tonight. And we're gonna finish out Hillsbrad Foothills. We'll definitely finish Hillsbrad. Probably get the initial Arathi quests out the way. And then hopefully be set up for Scarlet Monastery tomorrow. And also, Jesus willing, we'll get enough wool to get a bunch of tailoring done, which will let us get some equipment upgrades. And then those equipment upgrades will also help set us up properly for Scarlet Monastery. And then also let us get our enchanting up. Which enchanting I don't really care about too much. Enchanting really doesn't do much for you until the very late levels of enchanting. Like until we're going to Uldaman and getting and unlocking artisan enchanting. Yeah, so we'll get some progress on it, but it won't not really super stoked about that. But I am stoked about what we're gonna get, what we will obtain from the tailoring here shortly. And also off stream was able to get a silver rod, so the enchanting leveling can go smoothly. And I got the Troll's Blood potion for the fucking quest here in Terran Mill. Like I said, we're well set up. I don't remember if you can actually get up from here, or if you actually have to go the other way around. I feel like I probably have to go the other way around, but let's see if I can get up there from here. Also wearing a hoodie right now that I need to take off because I'm already getting hot. The headset traps a lot of heat. Okay, give me a few seconds. Whoops, misclicked the button. Anyway, yeah, let's see. Let's get it rocking and rolling. I think that's a quest, like an early alliance quest, if I remember correctly. Called something along those lines, like rocking and rolling, or rock and roll, or something like that. Some sort of like that. Also, by the way, being level 30, we are fall spec. We have Ice Block, boy! Feels so good having another survival tool. One of the most powerful ones in the game, as a matter of fact. Got a true God's honest oh shit button now. How dare you not drop anything? Drop rate's only, you know, it's 33%. It's actually not bad. 34. Is there a weaker one? Maybe we should come back for these. I didn't realize how high level they are. We'll kill one. just because we came all the way up here. We'll see if we'll get lucky. And actually, honestly, it's a 33% drop, but we don't have to kill that many. Let's try to get it done. We'll stick to the level 33s. And hopefully one of these 33s will drop us what we need. We are broke though, dude. Level 30 spells. And the money I had to spend on the Silver Rod, on the Deadly Blunderbuss for the quest in Ashenfell, and the Troll's Blood Potion, the quest here in Terranville. All those things combined cost me a lot of money. It was mostly just the spells from level 30. But anyway, yeah. It cost me so much money, I'm fucking completely broke. I have 5 silver to my name. Yo, Zoe Martin, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, we're gonna double pull. That's how it's gonna be. Let me get the spell off. Fuck. They hit a little bit harder than I expected them to as well. Can I get this guy to shoot? Well, I have to line of sight keeps fucking breaking. Oh my god. I'm having performance issues right now. Reshape, thank you. Yeah, we bought those health pots. Alright, come on, come on. That was completely... God damn. I'm logging on a little rusty. Gotta get the cobwebs out. Freaking over here making all kinds of click mistakes. And fighting shit this much higher level than me makes that dangerous. Oh, we get a resist, of course. And no item drop. Well, technically we should get one. It should take 3 kills to get 1 drop, but we only need 1 drop. So this next one should be it. If RGS treats us fairly. Zoe, how's your day, man? How's it going? Shoot, come on now. Alright, let's see how many resist we get on this guy. I'm betting on a metric fuck ton. Oh, you bastard. Got him. Got him. Did not get the drop though. I got played. Come on, this will be the one, right? This will be the one, right? Oh, the resist. Oh, come on now. And resist the Frost Nova too. Seems it's gonna be time. To use our man item. Because otherwise, that was about to get a little bit stupid. And we got the drop. Cool. I'll have to deal with this later. Got me feeling like a smooth operator. I make all my own stuff, bro. Every dang thing I got, including my VTuber model, whole nine. Got transitions, got all of it. Self-made. Proudly so. Thanks for the offer, though. I think actually the best way to do is go around. Leave me alone, kitty cat.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Bruh. Leave me be. And you resist, of course you do.
Still recharging.
Because why wouldn't you? I hope I'm not wrong about this. We got to get it right so we don't waste the time. I'm a horrible singer. I don't know why I do that. Yo, Victory. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. We are trying our best not to die in Hardcore World of Warcraft right now. We've come very far. We have, let's see how much. I haven't checked in a little bit. 2 days and 9 minutes in this motherfucking character. It was also our 7th attempt. We died a lot early on because of things that I feel like were mostly outside my control. That guy charging in like that scared the actual ever-living fuck out of me, I ain't gonna lie. Holy hell. Where are we gonna go about this? Oh yeah, that's right, this is the Yetis. So we do have to jump down. We gotta go inside the cave. I don't think this is the one where the Yetis actually drop, because I know there's a quest where the Yetis actually drop something. I don't think it's actually this one. I think this one you have to go in the, wait, no. Because yeah, it has to be a drop. That's why I get the icons I have. Yeah, just a rare drop. I just gotta kill a bunch of fucking Yetis, probably. 12, I guess. 12, 13 Yetis on average to get the item drop. Assuming we're not, you know, cursed with horrible luck.
I need to get closer.
Hope and pray. Got him. Oh shit.
I'm out of range. Too far away.
Yeah, I mean, I can. It's not, like I said, I don't know, when I'll get back to you, and I said I'm probably not going to be a buyer. I like making my own stuff, but I don't know. Maybe you convince me. Maybe drop me some pixel Discord, and I could be convinced it's possible. Give me a second. I'll drop the name. Whoops. Where's my profile at? Forget how to get there. Edit profile? About to get jumped on. Oops. I'm trying to do something here, Mr. Yeti, man. You're getting in the way. Fuck off, please. Alright, supposed to have like a number thing at. I can't remember where the whole number thing is. Like a pound sign with a bunch of numbers, right? Oh, here we go. I know what I can do. I'll just give you this. Shoot. Oh, I gotta get away from this guy real fast. I'll give you the actual, like, link that you can follow. Oh, do. Actually, I have to go into Twitch because my OBS doesn't have the thing set up to be able to type. To my channel, please. To my channel, please. There you go. That's the ID thing. I think you type in twitch.tv or not twitch.tv, discord.gg, I think it is, /users, and then that number. Twitch.tv or not twitch.tv, discord.gg. Jeez, the looping there. That's awful. It's also just Trust Original, just like on this channel. This Twitch channel, same name. If that works better. I don't know. Bit of rebuff while I can. And I need a new mana gem. And now I need a mana up. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna do. We have a video to watch. Add some entertainment value because, to be perfectly honest, when you get into the mind-numbing grinding, you know, when you're not doing any of the actual dangerous stuff, I get a tad bit bored. So having a good video to watch, it's also just good for me. Let's start it right after this kill. Getting a little bit of lag right now. My ping isn't showing to be bad. It's only 106. I was going to start the video and then I got called up. I was distracted by the druid. I blame him. You dumb, dirty feline. I'll drink while I'm getting the video. There we go. Let's check it out. It's a long one. It's a 3-hour and 40-minute fucking video.
So this is a video I uploaded, I guess it's like a few hours ago, and by I mean the editors uploaded. If you read the comments in this video, the majority of people in these comments are getting angry. Obviously, like, this has been a lot of negativity for the game, and so Steven came out and made a response to the video that I made talking about the game. Here we go.
I just watched your video reviewing Narcs. Very unfortunate video about Ashes, and I wanted to take just a moment to go through a couple of the things that he says that I feel are really disingenuous and unfortunately paint a very negative light on myself, on the team, on the project. And I think that it's very intentional what he did in his video.
Why?
And I think it's important to the viewers that they have an opportunity to really inspect and understand what Narc is saying and whether or not it's accurate and true and whether or not there's a bias there.
I dropped the link thing. Use the number. Otherwise, it's, like I said, trust original. Here, I'll turn it into an actual full link for you. There you go. Now you can literally just click it.
Isn't ready.
And if he's trying to paint a picture that is overly negative for the purposes of trying to defame the project
Defame? Oh my
because
God,
of
that's a
whatever
bold statement.
reason that he's become discontent about us. But,
It's hard to know why somebody, like, unless I talked to Narc, I would have no idea why he felt this way. But as I said before, I think that whenever you get super invested into something, it's very easy for something like this to happen. Super easy.
I think the biggest takeaway in watching his video that can give a real clear sign to the viewers that what he is saying is not accurate is the way he portrays the desert. And 2 years ago we
Still
had
my rod. Come on, man,
Yeah.
give me the dang rod.
I set my speed a little bit lower. 2 years ago we had a showcase of our development update, kind of walking through the zone of the desert that was completed.
Yeah.
So that players could see what that desert's going to look like, what the zone's going to be like. And in his video, he goes to the edge of the map. Basically, you can see, kind of this area, which is the entrance into the desert. And this desert is supposed to be relatively large. I mean, it's going to go all the way kind of down out here. And this section is still incomplete, right? We are building the game. We are in alpha.
Yeah.
We have been very clear that there is a significant amount of work, of course, for us to do. The approach that I have taken with this project has been one to kind of show that process very clearly to the players. And he makes a claim that, what we show is not real or is fake to some degree or
There you
some
go. I sent your
way,
friend Resident.
and that's just completely false. He purposefully...
So is this in Alpha 2 right now? Or Alpha 1 or Alpha... I guess it's Alpha 2? This is in the game right now. Switch to 1080p? Oh, sorry.
goes out to the edge of the desert in his video.
So it's... So the area was in the game.
Any context to the viewers that this whole section of the desert exists, right? This is some 26 square kilometers.
That's true. No,
He's
no.
enchanting. What do we
Steven's
get?
right.
Sold
Like,
us?
I
That's
would
not
have
bad.
100% got the impression that the desert didn't have this on there.
Greater Mystic Essence?
The
Fuck
area
yes.
is in the game that Narc showed, but it's just the
Got
edge and it's
double
not
of them,
fully
too.
finished. So,
Oh, yeah.
well, so both things are true. What Steven said, what Steven is saying here is true, and Narc saying that part of the desert is unfinished is also true. But from my video that I watched of Narc, I got the impression that the things that were being shown, and correct me if I'm wrong, for those of you guys that thought this from the original video, that the desert showcase that was showcased 2 years ago or whatever was not in alpha. That was my impression that I got. Okay, so everybody got the same impression. Okay, good. I'm not saying Narc lied, I'm saying I got that impression.
Recharging.
It's in the very least communicated poorly.
Desert area that is present within the world.
So, yeah,
And
this,
he doesn't show any.
This looks exactly like what was in the Alpha 2 test. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think Narc misrepresented it. Because so okay, this is the reason why. And I like Narc a lot, so I'm trying to I want to be nice because I do really like the guy. But I think he painted a picture that was intentionally inaccurate. Because it's very obvious that when you have an alpha for a game, the entire game isn't completed or finished. But to say that the desert that we were promised wasn't in the game is only a...
I got a bunch of your messages. My Discord thing's popping off. So I got a bunch of your messages. I'm not going to look at them on the stream, but I did get them. I'll take a look at them later.
partial truth, and I think the partial truth hinges on not taking into consideration that the game isn't fully completed. Like, I've played AAA demos that are like this. Like, I played, like, let me think of some examples of this. No Rest for the Wicked, the demo for that, like, a lot of the game wasn't finished. I played, I think World of Warcraft is the best example. Like, how many of you guys remember the super popular videos that I did of WoW where I go into the alpha and it's not available yet? Or, like, there's big, huge swaths of the game that aren't doable. He also claimed the desert that they had was easily put in Unreal Engine in 10 minutes. Yeah, the desert not being expanded on. It seems like Narc was focused on nothing new has been shown in the various alphas. Well, from my impression, that's not what I got out of it. Yeah, that's not what I got out of it myself. I mean, I don't know what else to say. He did make the claim that the entire
this video is going to be 3 hours long. I don't know if we'll be doing the whole thing.
But I have no idea, right? I've
Seems like
never
there's
used
no way
Unreal, I'm
there's
not good at
enough
it.
content
That's
here.
probably not true.
For
But,
that,
you know, maybe.
It'd be worth
I have
watching
no
all
idea.
that.
We get so used to seeing an unfinished game release, work in progress on it. Early access is now perceived as a fully release on Nowadays. Well, like, what I'm saying is that, so, I guess this is kind of like, this is the
I wonder how
impression
many
that
of
I
these
got,
Yetis we've
right?
built at this point.
So this is the desert. And so basically this is the good part of the desert and the red is the bad part of the desert, right?
Yeah.
I got the impression that this is basically where the alpha is now, right? Is this an accurate evaluation? That if you look at the alpha for the desert at this very moment, it's basically this. More or less, right? I mean, like, size, disparity, irrelevant, not important, but just generally that's what it is. A bit bigger, but yes. Okay. So, yeah,
Whoops.
I was totally misled.
Excuse me.
I was totally misled, and it makes sense. This is the. I didn't. Jesus Christ, this is embarrassing. Alpha. Yeah, this is the alpha part, and so it's not finished. You got played, sadly. I didn't get played. I didn't. No, that's the thing. Is that I didn't get paid or played. Yeah, that's the problem. A lot of other people got played, and people got mad at me because I wasn't played.
That does seem to be. It does sound like what's going on.
This point is misrepresented by Steven. Pull me up and I will explain. Okay. I'm gonna let this person explain, and then we'll continue the video. I apologize. It's been a very contentious thing for me, and so I'm very caught up on this. Can you quickly pull up the NARC video showcasing the desert? I can. I will do that. I think that's a really good idea. So let's listen to what he said. Actually, wait a minute. Let me go back to the chatter. Sorry. You know, a lot going on. Okay, this person still hasn't responded. So let's listen to what NARC said.
For developers to do this. This is simply not true, because developers that do this receive a lot of negative backlash, selling promises and pre-orders on a showcase an expansion.
I'm just going to be talking about what's going to land on December 20th. We're going to go through what systems are going to land come December 20th. Let's talk. The desert is probably going to receive a little bit more love than the tropics will, given that it's...
This prompted people to finally expect some remnants of the desert showcase that was shown in 2022. Yet, what we received was this, an empty wasteland that could be generated in Unreal Engine 5 in seconds, with the Winstead and Mirrorleth nodes being copy-pasted onto them, slightly rotated. The state of the desert has obviously sent a lot of people into a confused frenzy, with Reddit posts popping up expressing this concern. This isn't just isolated to me, guys. This is what everyone in the community feels. However, these posts are now being locked by Steven Sharif himself, and people are being...
It's not ready yet.
So
It's
this
not
is in
ready
the
yet.
alpha, right? And this is the desert?
It's funny that my undead said it's not ready yet. Perfectly as this man in the fucking video is explaining how the fucking desert is basically completely not ready in terms of being in the game that's being discussed right here.
Okay, so how did this get misinterpreted? The part Steven said is complete already in the game for the most part, and NARC got mad that they said launch phase 2 with the full desert and they didn't add anything.
They'll still
Did he say, I didn't hear full desert? Did you guys hear full desert? He never did. Yeah, I didn't hear that being said at all. I don't know where this is coming from. Okay, well, I mean... Yeah,
Man, it's tongue locked for real.
This is it's misleading. Like it is. Like I don't know what else to say.
Is present within the world, and he doesn't show any of that, which I think is really just unfortunate. Here, hold on. Let me give them a Christmas hat because they found me. So, just kind of running through the space, you ask yourself, why would NARC purposefully show for a minute and a
Finally
half
got
in
the
his video
rod.
a completely barren section of the edge of the map to try to demonstrate to the viewer that what we showed was not real, when in fact there is a...
It was misleading. It was like this absolutely misleading.
All right, we're not going to continue to fight these. We're going to run out.
huge portion of the desert that is complete, that is a playable space, that has monsters in it, that is exactly what we showed
Man,
in our in our preview of the desert biome. It's completely disingenuous, and it's intended to influence the viewer's perception of us, of myself, and to demean, our character, which is just completely unfair.
It's just
And we don't
Okay.
have a way to inform all of the people.
so usually people that talk like this, by the way, are people that are actually disingenuous, and people that are actually trying to fool other people, and they use emotional appeals to try to get people to ignore evidence that they're being deceptive. This is definitely the vibes I'm getting, and this is the kind of thing that I've seen before.
Who go and watch Narc's video, it has over 100,000 views now, or your video, which is going to have 500,000 or 1 million views, and people are going to walk away from that video. They're going to think, wow, why would they show something that is inaccurate when here is exactly what we showed, right? So I think it's important that people see that, and I think it's important that they understand that this section of the world is here, that we do not show any updates or development that is not real, that is fake. I understand that people have been burned through many other developments that have, shown things that aren't exactly accurate, but that's not the...
This is not. This looks like a desert area that I would expect to see in an MMO when it looks... It's some kind of a boss. Yeah, this looks fine. It looks really good. Yeah, Steven is also misrepresenting this. No, he's not. So Steven's saying the desert is incomplete, and Narc saying the desert is not what we were promised. One of these statements is true, and the other one is simply not true. The alpha was never advertised to be 100% like asset or feature complete. This was never a promise. It was never advertised. And in every single alpha for every single game, this is what happens. And if you play any game in an alpha state, you see situations like this. And if you don't believe me, look at me playing games in alpha states, like search Asmongold Alpha, and you'll see me playing games that are like this. No shit, yeah. Yeah, PoE 2 doesn't have 3x, exactly. Steven is also misrepresenting this. They stated on December 20th that the alpha in the desert was expanded, but everything that Steven was showing was already in the game, and the expansion is what Narc was playing. That's not what Narc said. Listen to what he said.
And the Tropics location.
This prompted people to finally expect some remnants of the desert showcase that was shown in 2022. Yet what we received was this, an empty...
That is a factually untrue statement. I don't know what else to say.
wasteland that could be generated in Unreal Engine 5 in seconds, with the Winstead and Mirrorleth nodes being copy-pasted onto them, slightly rotated. The state of the desert has obviously sent a lot of people into a confused frenzy, with Reddit posts popping up expressing this concern. This isn't just isolated to me, guys, this is what everyone in the community feels. However, these posts are now being locked by Steven Sharif himself, and people are being banned by Steven Sharif himself for simply stating their concerns. There was a beautifully written post about this, talking about how the project is not the open development that we were promised, and it's Steven's reply to this thread that made me
Somebody says, yeah, I mean... So, what is this? You want me to go back? What am I going back to?
I don't remember this quest at all. I think this has got to be a new quest that I'm about to
What do you want me to go back? What am I misrepresenting? This
Oh, we
is
can
what I
get
was
there.
saying before about how people have a bias for the first person who tells them something.
Ooh, true.
How can you possibly defend this level of this is such an obvious misrepresentation. How can you possibly say it's not? I don't understand this. Like, it's so fucking obvious.
I'm not going to be able to
Go
get up this
back
way.
and Narcs. Go back to what? What do you say? You're saying go back. Go back to what?
Maybe we'll get up this way. I'm hoping. I have a
Narc
hope and a
mentioned
prayer,
the
boys.
expansion and then wrongfully showed the edge of the map, but Steven showed in his response video the old showcase area, not the expansion. Yes, but Narc implied that the showcase area in the showcase was not in the game. That's what the video that he made implies. An average viewer that would watch that video would think the showcase that was available 2 years ago was not in the game. It's kind of confusing. No, it's not. 20% of the desert has assets, 80% is empty. The rest of the map has nothing in it. It's not in the showcase, and that's the point of Narc's video. Well, here's the point, too. Am I going to believe... Like, Steven has spent, like, 3 minutes riding around in the desert, zoomed out with, like, movement speed turned on, showing the desert in large swaths from a bird's eye view. Meanwhile, Narc is showing one clip of one area in the desert.
True.
So my logical brain is going to assume that the person who is showing more information is probably going to be more right. Like, how can you not think like this? It's shocking that how is this even happening? The phase isn't done yet. No, it's not. Like, log into the game. How much of phase did you plan? Didn't get banned, chatters. I can't. No, you're not going to get banned. You're that. Why you're not going to get banned for disagreeing? You're kind of annoying, but like, and you're not going to get banned for this. Log into the game and go look. Where's Narc's minimap? It's not shown. Phase 2 is being rolled out in patches. Is this up serviceability? Thor did the same thing this morning. He debunked all this on stream within the first hour while bug testing.
Nice. Got him.
Top right? No, it's in the Narc video. There's not an indicator of a... Like, look. This is how long the clip
This,
is.
an empty wasteland that could be generated in Unreal Engine 5 in seconds with the Winstead and Mirrorleth nodes being copy-pasted onto them, slightly rotated. The
The
state of
minimap
the...
isn't shown. Anyway, let's go back to this video.
I picked up a lot of freaking junk.
Case for us. Here's our scorpion mama.
It's a big boy.
Let's take a look at her. How's she doing?
You mad? Nope.
Oops. Okay, she got a little angry.
Oh.
Definitely got a little angry. But we'll leave her behind. So that's an important point. The other thing that I wanted to talk about for just a second was that we're 230 plus people that are working on this project, and Ashes of Creation is obviously a very ambitious MMORPG that we're trying to create, and it's not always going to be rosy and sunshine in the development process. There are steps that we're going to take forward, and there are steps that we're going to take backwards.
Well, it's very evident that part of the desert is finished and part of the desert isn't finished. I mean, we're already seeing this right now. Like,
And that's okay as long as we stick to that
feel like we're already beating a
transparent,
dead horse right now.
aspect of showing our community, showing our core audience what we're working on, and what's up and coming. We're now in this Alpha 2 phase where players are capable of participating.
Somebody says Narc shows the minimap at 10:09. Let me see.
Those are deadly, deadly
By
motherfuckers
me
over
or
there.
any community member that
It's on the edge of the map. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Give me a minute. You can quite literally say the populated part of the desert behind him. Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that there should be no confusion on an alpha not being completed. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what else.
narrative is that it's just an alpha, and therefore it's okay. It's not okay. It wasn't okay for all previous Kickstarters to do this, so why is it okay for Ashes of Creation? For Stephen
Because it is okay. The difference between...
Oh, you're gonna resist? Okay.
All
So that's gonna be.
Spell is
5 days a week, although we've been up for the past almost 3 weeks now, in phase 2, and not everything. We have a roadmap, a very clear roadmap of when additional systems and features are going to be included, and we're going to obviously try to stick to that feature roadmap. But there are things that can happen in development that can set you back, and we are open and honest about what.
Oh, love you, bro. I can explain. I think Steven and Narc both have a miscommunication.
too far away.
No.
I need to get closer.
No, that's not what's happening.
Too far away.
Like, no, like, look, I like Narc, but that's not what's happening.
Isn't ready
Oh my
yet.
god, this guy is a
those things can
resisting
be.
monster.
And it is very unfortunate when Narc, for the purposes of acquiring views and/or followers and subscribers,
Who knows what?
wants to take things to a very negative place.
I don't know why. I
Because
don't even think that's
negativity
the
can sell.
reason.
But instead,
Personally, I don't even think that Narc is doing it for views.
Bro, I always said a whole evocation.
I don't know why he's doing. I'm not sure, but I don't think it's just for views.
he had an opportunity to expand upon what we're doing to kind of educate people as part of this transparent development process, what it takes to make an MMORPG. And for many years he did that.
Takes a whole hell of a
over the
lot.
course of the last year he went to a very negative place, and because of that we didn't engage with him at all as a content creator, and I think that led to him creating this kind of negative echo chamber, which he became vulnerable to, which is unfortunate. So anyways, I heard your
Like, I just... Negative place. I don't know what happened between him and the company. I have no idea.
That ability isn't ready yet.
Holy shit,
I
the
don't like Steven's
resist on this
attitude
guy.
of expectation towards free testing either. Well, I mean, I don't know, like the expectation of free testing, like. I think that people are doing mental gymnastics to justify what very clearly was a misrepresentation that I think people took it and they ran with. And I don't think people want to admit that their initial impression was wrong. So instead of admitting that that impression was initially wrong, they're trying to do mental gymnastics to justify why the initial impression was still accurate, even though we've just spent 7 minutes in this video looking at the fact that it's not accurate. Like, I think that's what's happening. I think people are going into this, like, massive fucking Like, oh no, I'm not going to change my opinion. I'm going to double down on what I already thought.
Commentary about coming on your show and talking about
Yeah,
anything,
yeah.
I am more than happy to do that. Of course, I hate to give any attention to these types of claims, which are just completely false.
You have
but
to. It's just
when
the
it
it's,
reaches
that's
the
how it
level
is.
of viewership and interest that it has right now,
Yeah.
I am kind of forced to do that. And I know a lot of people look at me and they say, "Hey, you're the director of the game. You shouldn't be, engaging with you should kind of stay above the fray." But that's not why I made this company. That's not why I started this project.
I don't think that if somebody's misrepresenting something, I think that it's better to just come out and explain it. Like, for example, there were like some rumors going around that the Witcher 4 development team was totally fucked up or something like that, and
Item yet.
it's like the CEO of CD Projekt Red just came out and said, "Yeah, this is bullshit. It's not true." And I think that that's
I hope he actually
beneficial.
said that. Like, straight up, it was bullshit.
I have.
I don't know why you're so invested in a topic. It's not your responsibility to fix other people's problems. Why I'm so invested in a topic? Well, I want to see the game be good, and I think that, I mean, at the end of the day, I am just talking about stuff. I do find it to be annoying that this is happening, but I don't find it to be annoying for the reasons why a lot of people think that I do. The reason why I find it to be very annoying is that I think that people have like this weird hate bias that sometimes they create, where if you're not playing into the narrative of just blindly getting mad and frustrated about everything, that then they just create a narrative and a conspiracy about how it's like you're being paid not to do it. And so it seems like unnecessary drama. Well, it's basically, the reason why is that on a very fundamental level, it is people
Jesus,
coming
bro.
to conclusions without, in my opinion, authentically and logically evaluating evidence and doing mental gymnastics to justify a bad first impression. That's fundamentally why it bothers me, why I don't like it. It has nothing to do with the game. It's a type of behavior that I don't like. It's about ego more than anything. Yeah, I think that's basically it. It's a dog pile. Yeah, people love getting their pitchforks out. That's it. People are YouTuber. Yeah. Previous convo was about people hating YouTubers for causing hate. Yet here's the reason Asma gets attacked. This was other videos we're discussing. Yeah. It's a lot of words. People don't like to authenticate. Yeah, it's herd mentality. Exactly.
Dedicated myself over the last 8 years in building this company up from very humble beginnings of just a dozen people
Unlearn shit on games.
when we first started to what it is today.
You have to look at what's happening. You have to look at reality. You have to be able to accurately assess and evaluate what you're seeing in an authentic way without letting your personal biases and your previous opinions about something color that opinion. It's not about whether something is good or bad. It's about whether something is accurate or not. That's what it mainly is. It's not about hating on games or not hating on games. It's about looking at the evidence and making an informed decision based off of the most information possible. That's the, and I think that Narc's video did not lead us to that conclusion. I think it was, it was a deliberate misleading. I mean, if you have, he's showing that the desert is unfinished, and you can see on the mini map he's basically at the edge of he's at the edge of the map. I think that this is a misinterpretation. Like, I don't know what else to say. And I think people, like, if people had seen this Steven video first, I don't think that I'd be getting any of these comments that I'm getting of people that are defending Narc and defending the way that he showed the desert. I think people are only doing it because they've already created an impression in their head of what they think, and they're unwilling to reevaluate it and look at it logically.
Which is a very large large
can't
project
handle the
that
truth.
is
Yeah, there you go.
trying to accomplish something that I think
Mhm.
players want within the space, which
Yeah.
is, you know, an honest team that is not going to be introducing pay to win, that is going to respect the players' achievements and integrity, that is here because we want this game too. So that's something that I think is important, and it really gets lost when creators like Narc or others give him a platform that is just simply completely false, and it's so
I think
hard
it's
to
important,
bear.
like-
it's hard to bear as
So my perspective with giving things a platform is that I think it's always better to address things head on.
True.
Always address it head on. Talk about it specifically.
Forthrightness and honesty
You can never hide
go a
in the
long way, in my
shadows. You
opinion.
can't ban it or anything. You've got to address it. You've got to talk about it. That's it.
a person who is very invested invested both monetarily, emotionally, and in my life, to creating something for a group of people that I affiliate myself with, which is the gaming community, the MMORPG gaming community. So anyways, I just wanted to make this quick video just as a response. I'm going to post it in the channel. I would be very, very happy to join you and talk about anything that you'd like to.
Yeah,
Alright,
maybe
thanks,
we'll do
guys.
that.
Bye.
Okay, well, there we go. So what about Narc's other points?
Respawn rate's killing
I
me, bro.
think that's a real. I think you bring up a very good point. Now let's talk about some other things. Yes, banning people off of the subreddit, etc. I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, maybe some people. It's hard to say like who got banned for what reason, but in general, expressing displeasure or frustration with the way that the game is, I don't think that should be bannable. That did not happen. Well, I'm not saying it did or didn't. What I'm saying is that if it did, then it's bad. If it didn't, then it doesn't matter.
That open development isn't for us. But what I think you mean is that open development isn't for you, Stephen Sharif, because what you're selling is not open development. It's funding at any cost, and if anyone questions it, you ban them. So, from the bottom of my heart, I have to apologize to everyone who I convinced to help support this project these last 4 years, because I thought I was being shown the genuine state of the game, not 4 years of Unreal Engine fakery. Now, let's not get this twisted. I do not think Ashes of Creation is a scam. There is a lot of potential here. It could
It's just salty. Yeah, I mean, it's being over dramatic. Yeah, and
Fuck, dude.
he's got a sub goal for uninstall. That's pretty intelligent. We'll uninstall and play another game. I have no idea about the subathon. I don't like. The thing is that, and I'll link you guys Steven's video that he made. And 4 years of Unreal Engine fakery. I don't think it's a scam. Calls it fakery, then says it's not a scam. That's also true. Yeah, that doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, it does not.
So, Steven is acting unprofessionally. Why do you think Steven is acting unprofessionally? Why do you think that?
Bro. I understand all these level 34s, but why are these 32s resisting so much, bro?
Isn't ready yet.
We'll listen to it. It's okay. We'll listen to it. It's fine. It's in the prior message. Why? I want to make sure that, like, if that's the reason, then I'll address that. I just want to make sure that that is the reason. But if your previous message is the reason, you can just say that, and then I'll talk about that. Okay. Let me see. He did respond.
We need
Because
one
he did exactly what the
more.
Concord dev did, but in a more roundabout way. He basically said that Narc has mental issues. No, he didn't. Let's go back over. We're gonna watch the clip about that, and we're gonna see what he actually said.
Where is the last guy? The Bloodstone Oval.
Where did
Was-
it go?
Hiding that.
That's the referral program part. Sorry, I've got to find it. I don't remember where it was on the other video. No, this isn't an ARC video for sure. Because it was Steven's response. Yeah.
Bro.
So this is what Narc is talking about. Okay, here we go. Let's listen to it right now.
Twisted onto them, slightly rotated. The state of the desert has obviously sent a lot of people into a confused frenzy, with Reddit posts popping up expressing this concern. This isn't just isolated to me, guys. This is what everyone in the community feels. However, these posts are now being locked by Steven Sharif himself, and people are being banned by Steven Sharif himself for simply stating their concerns. There was a beautifully written post about this, talking about how the project is not the open development that we were promised, and it's Steven's reply to this thread that made me reconsider covering this game. He states that the Desert Showcase in 2022 was not real, and in fact just a showcase using assets that exist, and actually it's pretty normal for developers to do this. This is simply not true, because developers that do this receive a lot of negative backlash, selling promises and pre-orders on a showcase that doesn't accurately represent the game. But in this case, it's not even a downscale of what was shown, it's just a straight up lie. Back in 2022, when the Desert Showcase was being shown,
So he said it was a lie. It's not a lie. Like, it's there. Like,
they made it absolutely clear that this was the current state of the desert biome, boasting about their innovative tools to help them develop the world fast, and in no way, shape, or form alluded to this being just a concept.
You know, these are some of the foliage that environment's been creating
Yo,
as
look at
part
that.
of what's capable of creating an
Okay,
interesting desert biome.
22.
So this is what he said about the mental state. I will continue to make the game in our vision. If development process makes you think otherwise, I will repeat this for your own mental health. Step away. We'll be here when you're ready to return. Is this a problematic comment? You think that's the same as the Concord developers saying that people that didn't like the game were talentless freaks? Where he said Narc had gone into a very negative mental state. I think he was just referring to his state mentally about the game. I don't think Steven was making a psychological evaluation. I mean, I don't know, maybe he was.
I think that's clearly not the case. Clearly not the case.
The comments okay? Yeah, I wasn't even talking about Narc directly, just the thread. Yeah, so it wasn't even about him. Like, I just... That's how I took it, talking about his views on the game. Yeah, I don't think that that's unprofessional or problematic at all. And it's nothing remotely close to what the Concord devs said. It's not even in the same universe. Like, I can't even imagine... Like, how could you possibly say that? That, like, saying that somebody has a bad mental state when you're referring to them talking or discussing your game is the same as calling somebody a talentless freak that doesn't like the game. What is this?
It's got to be in there. I don't see
Narc is
the
coming in to
guy.
talk. Please
But
go on Narc's stream. Narc wants to connect with you. Talk to me. Okay. Oh fuck. All right. Let's do it. Let's do it. Does Narc have Twitter? Let me see if it does.
are you fucking shitting me right now?
Give me one
Double
second.
resisted?
He's live right now. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't. He's not a girl, so he doesn't have a link. So where do I need to go for this? He's streaming at Narcoverse. No, I know he is. He's here, but he can't type because of follow mode. Okay. Fuck. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me think this out. So the best way to do it, if he doesn't have Twitter or anything else, would be for him to message me on Discord. So can Narc Nomad, can you maybe like get in contact with Narc and then put me in a group DM with him on Discord and I can call him that way? Like that would be the easiest thing for me, but if you guys are busy, I can figure it out with him. We need his username. Yeah, well, if Narc can DM one of my mods, that would be ideal, right? And I'll listen to him explain it.
Holy shit, dude.
You guys should chat using the Marvel Rivals chat lobby? I don't know about that. I don't know if we'd be able to. Just be forewarned, people from this chat are absolutely blowing things out of proportion in Narc's chat, which I'm sure you knew would already happen. People are going to be... Guys, can we please just dial all of this the fuck down? It's a video game. Who cares? It's a fucking game.
Yeah, people lose their shit way too
I know
easy.
people are passionate about it, and it's like people want it's just a fucking game. Like, yeah, tell them to whisper Nomad Raider. Yeah, whisper Nomad Raider.
Bro, who the hell trying to tell me how to play the game?
Yeah, dramatic people get. Yeah, people getting way too dramatic about this. Just try to chill out. It's a difference in opinion. Yeah, it's just a difference in opinion. People sparking out. They're going crazy. Video games are so political now and it's corny. This has nothing to do with politics. This is just a disagreement about the state of a video game. It has nothing to do with anything that is political at all. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't think it's really that big of a deal. I mean, it's, you know, it's just people talking about a game, but I know everybody's going to get in their feelings about shit, right? It'll take a minute. Check here because you're going on and on about this. Use inflammatory language all the time. Call people retards. Say everything is DEI. You refuse to accept you have
36,
power over
holy
being
shit.
your base. Well, you're just no, you're getting banned because you've been complaining constantly. Yeah, you've just like if you don't like the stream and you're not happy about it, I'm gonna do something unprofessional here. For your own mental health, watch something else. Stop watching it. If you're mad and you don't like the fact that I haven't talked about DEI at all with this. What are you talking about? DEI? Get the fuck out of here. Your butt hurt because I talked about something that you didn't agree with? The fuck out of here. Yeah, of course my viewers are going to have opinions about things. That's the way anything is. All I'm saying is that I think people take it too far. They always do. It's not my fault that they do that. That's the internet. That's what fans do. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, if he's making sub-goals out of negatively about a game, like showing the edge of the map, misrepresenting it, the dev already said they're trying to break ties with him. I safely assume he's arguing in bad faith. Therefore, I can say he's being a mean man. Well, I'm trying to be... Listen, guys. I try to be fair. I know. This is very upsetting for some people that have their pitchforks out. But I do, in fact, try to be fair, and I try to listen to what people are saying, and I do try to be genuine and get an idea of what's going on. You are fair. I really try to be fair. I try to see other people's points of view. That's all. Am I crazy? I don't think so. Yo, what's up, man?
Yo, Asman, hello.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, well, yeah, I was having fun. I was playing Dark Souls, and then suddenly I wasn't playing Dark Souls.
Which Dark Souls were you playing?
Rosius.
Witcher 1. I've never played Dark Souls.
Appreciate
before in
the
my entire
assist,
life, so
Wheel.
it's the first.
Well, you know...
Do you know what? Hey, two-shot Smaug and that guy. I two-shot him.
I'm gonna be honest, that is impressive. Smog and Ornstein. Yeah, in Anne Orlando,
Yeah,
that is
Ornstein,
impressive. Okay, good.
Yeah. It
fuck.
was pretty good. Yeah, I was surprised.
So you're liking the game?
Molding. Yeah, the game's actually insane, and I'm really looking forward to. Obviously, I'm going to make a video about it and stuff
Good.
like that because of this whole situation. You know, my goal is to distance myself with
Ashes
So
because of the whole situation.
so how'd this start? Because it seems like I'm sure you probably did. You see my reaction to your video and everything?
No, I didn't get around to it
Okay,
yet.
okay.
But I got the TLDR. Apparently,
Sure.
So apparently, you obviously I'm paraphrasing, and I've got it from
Yeah,
a
yeah.
bunch of Twitch chat Randy's. You were like disagreeing with the video, but then apparently your comment section was actually agreeing with me.
Yeah,
in the video.
a lot of people actually agreed with you in the comment section. A lot of the chatters did, and commenters.
So the thing
did.
is, if anyone who's actually played the game,
Mhm.
like knows the truth, right? Because they've been to the desert, they know the state of the desert.
Well, how do you
that's
how do you reconcile that with people like Pirate Software who have played the game a lot, who show
Honestly, I
that that's
don't
not
know
the
what
case?
I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea what's going through Pirate's head
Okay.
because I don't know what he sees in the video game. I'll say to him though, he really likes the video game. And it's likely because he thinks the video game's going to be like Eve Online. I don't really think the game's going to be like Eve Online.
Okay.
I think it's trying to be more like Lineage or Arcade, not Eve. So
Well, yeah, I
what
mean, I
Pirate's
know
trying to do with
Steven
video
played a lot
games-
of Lineage before
Yeah.
before this, and Arcade as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so like Pirate's his perception of the video game, I feel like is Pirate wants it to be one thing, which I just don't think it is, and it's never tried to be that. But then there's this other group who want it to be like classic WoW. Then there's the group who want it to be like Lineage. So there's like factions within the game's community who want it to be in different ways.
I think
And
that's
I didn't even know-
that's a huge problem for like every MMO, because like
Mm.
every MMO is going to have like a faction of people that want it to be a hardcore PvP, or they want it to be a theme park, or they want it to be an MMO,
Yeah.
or they want it to have roguelike features or something. But it's impossible to manage all of those expectations. Sure.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, I think Pirate Software looked at, for example, like the desert, and I think that was really the main point of contention that a lot of people are bringing up.
Yeah.
Is that
Okay, yeah. So the
Yeah.
desert's currently in two sections. There is an old section of the desert, the thing that you've got up on your stream at the moment, the current state.
Yeah, yeah.
This section of the desert that looks quote unquote complete. This isn't complete. This is just a bare bones, empty area that's had trees placed around it. The grass, you can see the grass on the screenshot right now is not rendering correctly because the grass doesn't render correctly in this area. This is an unfinished area. It's got 0 points of interest. It's got 0 dungeons. All it's got is random mobs and random trees placed around it. I made a whole video showing this section of the desert in phase 1. I flew around this and I made a bet with Steven and said, you know what? If the desert exists, I'll cut my beard off. And guess what? I flew around this section and I was like, yeah, do you know what? The desert exists. I'll shave my beard off.
that's a lot.
I look like a thumb for 2-3 weeks.
So then what changed?
So what changed was when phase 2 launched, they advertised phase 2 with a $110 price tag, having an expansion to the desert. So that, and I stated this explicitly in the video, it's all about the expansion. The expansion to the desert
Did you
is what
say
I
that?
showed.
I don't remember you saying that, because like and this is the impression that I got. Well, you can see like so like when I watched the video that you did, the impression that I got from the video is that you were showing the desert and there was like nothing in the desert at all. Like all of the images that you showed you, it looks like if you look at your mini map, you're basically on the edge of the map. And
Well, if you bring up my stream right now, if you can,
sure,
yeah. Where I am currently is smack bang right in the middle of the desert. There is a node directly in front of me. This little crop of land is a node, right?
Yeah.
Ignore the crop of land. I don't care about the crop of land because that's just a node.
Mhm.
The point is, all around it, it's just emptiness everywhere. There is no desert. This isn't a desert expansion. This is just sand.
But you can see,
We gonna
so
pop level
I think
31 here
that's
shortly,
a good
boys.
point you're bringing up, and you're saying that the desert expansion doesn't exist, but the desert does exist. Is that,
Well, the desert exists in the fact that they have just created a land mass with nothing in it. There is no content in this desert.
There is nothing to test in this desert.
But your video implied that the things that were advertised in the demo from 2 years ago were not present in the alpha. Is that correct?
Yep.
Is that true?
Yep. And I would say, yeah, I'd stand by that. That's true. These things do not exist.
So if I look at it and I see the things that were shown in alpha in like this demo from 2 years ago, and then I look at the video that Steven's showing right now of the desert, I feel like these two things are pretty congruent. Like
So what things would you say that exist from both those trailer from 2 years ago and and what Steven's showing? What would you say exists, quote unquote exists? Is it the trees?
Yeah, the developed landscape that they showed in the trailer.
Okay.
And also,
yeah, I agree
like,
with that, yeah.
and you're contrasting that because you making the comparison in your video, that the comparison is actually the it's this empty desert. Because that's what you're comparing it with. But if you look at the video itself and you see inside of the game, it does seem like that's what the game looks like.
I agree that the rocks exist. The rocks exist and the trees exist.
But do you see how if you do that and then you show this image of a completely like unfinished area, it's going to give people the impression that the entire desert is also unfinished?
Well, you got to use the context that you got to acknowledge the context that I've already made a 20-minute video showing off this section of the desert that Steven's currently showing off.
So that
I've already done this.
Okay, that's fine. So what you're saying is that inside of this video, though, that context doesn't exist. Because like if there's a previous video where you've explained it, okay, so then you can see why people would be confused, right?
Yeah, I would assume that I don't reach a very wide audience, right? My audience has been the same 10,000 people for, again, 3 fucking years covering this game.
Yeah.
So when I make videos, I always assume that people have seen the previous videos. So it's like, when I release a thing, I reference the things that I said in the last video because it's always a continuation of when I'm covering the video game. So anyone who's interested in actual creation have already seen that previous Desert Expansion video because I don't really reach an audience outside of my own 10 to 20k people.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. That's fine if you want to do that. But I think when you do have a video that does get popular, right? I mean, and I'm sure you would have expected this one to get popular.
Is it popular? I've not checked.
I mean, it's got 130,000 views. That's really good.
Oh, shit.
I mean, it popped off.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm gonna put some fucking ads on that one.
Yeah, too. And so the point is like, so if I just watch that video, which is what I did, and I think also the odds are that every single person watching the videos is not, because and this is another way to look at it, right? Is that if a lot of people are angry about it and they're perceiving the desert to be incomplete, that would also imply that they also did not see the other videos either. Because if they had seen the other videos as well, like you said, then they wouldn't be making these comments because they would know that it was contextual.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what all I'm trying to do is make a video explaining why I am no longer in support of this video game. I don't support the video game anymore because what they showed 2 years ago, this doesn't exist. This doesn't exist, right? Looking at my stream, I'm showing you this. This shit doesn't exist. What is this? Is this even an asset? None of this exists, right? But when they showed it 2 years ago for a $250 price tag based on the current state of the game, you saw these reactions, didn't you?
I did. I watched it. Yes.
You were really excited. Did you have any impression that this wasn't the current state of the video game?
Yeah.
Yeah. You looked at this and thought, well, this is what they got, right? This is what they're showing us.
Yes and no. So like I've gone through a lot of betas and demos for games before, and I know that like, for example, like there are many games that have cut content or they don't fully show the game whenever it's ready. And I think also there are cases where like big components of a game are not being added in until like later on in the future. So I think if a game is in an alpha state, like every single image that you see inside, I think this is what your impression is, right? is that every single image that you saw on these previews, you expected to be in the alpha.
Well, yeah, they showed this saying, you know, this is the desert. There's many. If you watch that, if you go back and just watch that whole live stream, there is no context in that live stream that this what they showed. This whole thing is just a concept. This is just the assets. But never once did they say that. They implied, they made it look like that this is the current state of the desert. It's not the current state of the desert. The desert probably didn't even exist at this point because the desert doesn't exist now. There is no desert.
Well, there is though, right? Because like if you look at the image that like that he showed, and if you look at it, you can see that there is a desert that's very expanded on. I think that you bring up a good point that like this image and this specific case with like this tower is not there.
Well, no,
True.
no, not just that specific. I would say everything in this trailer doesn't exist. Everything. And you'll be hard pressed to find it.
Okay, well why don't you just pick a random spot?
This one.
I need to get closer.
So that's not in there.
No.
Okay, go to another one. So and by the way, this is just a random. I mean, you realize that's literally one asset that's placed on a mountain, right?
Yeah. But they've sold the game based on this is the current state of the desert. We've got these dunes. We've got this, you know, what do you call this, like a Badlands area. None of it's actually there. These trees, when they sold the desert expansion, they said that we could cut the trees down. You can't actually cut the trees down. The trees don't exist. You run through them. They are, they're not real assets. They're assets in the fact that they're there, like you can see them, but you can't interact with them. There is no interaction with anything in the desert. The mobs are just randomly placed, seemingly. There's no points of interest, so the Riverlands is full of these points of interest. There's about 18 or so, 18, 20 points of interest. You know, they're pretty, you know, they're pretty fleshed out, pretty good, you know, especially the Tara Coffin. Tara Coffin looks great. But the desert is missing all of that. It's missing all of that, right? This is what the quote unquote expansion to the desert is. It's this.
So what do you like? How do you define? Because like I think this is.
He's making a decent case right now. I don't know that I 100% agree with him. I definitely don't 100% agree with him. I don't know how much I agree with him, but he's making a decent case right now. Of like him not being deceptive, and he's genuinely, you know, feels that this is a huge slight against the community, the way that they've advertised versus what they've delivered.
Been a big problem with the Ashes of Creation like development, and it's wait, what?
You're not wrong. The whole thing where, you know, what's what.
Well,
what
what is it like? Yeah, like how do you define an alpha? Because like I've played through a lot of alphas in games, and like some alphas are very different than others. Some of them will have like the entire game available, and there'll be huge swaths of just totally unfinished content. And other people will only have an alpha where it's a small slice of the gameplay, but it's finished inside of that little small area. And so like
so that's
how do you define alpha?
That's marketing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Ashes is obviously not a marketing alpha. However, they have marketed the current progress of the game falsely. Another really good example is the Freehold live stream. Did you watch that one where they showed off?
I did. And you're talking about the rabbit mount where they're there.
Yeah. So the Freeholds, they're not real either. They've just been implemented into the game. There is no pigs. There is none of this.
And when you say there is none, what you mean is that the alpha doesn't have any in them, any of that system right now. That's correct?
Yeah. So currently, in the alpha, what the Freehold is, it's just a stocky asset with a fence and a house that's randomized seemingly. I'm not quite sure how I think it's just a randomly generated house.
Yeah.
Then you walk up to it, and then you purchase it for 20 gold or 50 gold, and then it's supposed to have the ability to plant trees. But I received a bunch of reports.
So like, what do you think is going to happen? Like, so do you think they're not going to finish it, or like, because I feel like that's like a textbook example of something that they clearly
no,
have.
no, yeah,
this
yeah,
is the
it's
rudimentary
finished.
version of it, and
Yeah,
they're gonna
yeah.
put more of it into the game, right?
But what people are discontent about is the fact that they showed it 2 years ago in a complete state and in a seemingly fully functional state, and now we pledged $250 based off the idea that it was in that state, just to find out that 2 years later, remember this is a 2-year context, right? 2 years. So you'd think they'd be much farther along than what they showed in 2 years, and we spent hundreds of dollars to support it, but now it's seemingly only just being rolled out. But I think that's
Okay.
what a lot of my community are discontent about, and it's why I don't really feel like,
Oh,
what
fucking
I
missed
feel like,
it. Fuck.
Asman, is that I feel like I've lied to people for 4 years based on what Steven said, and I feel really guilty that I've lied to hundreds of thousands of people because I thought what was being shown and what was being said was real, and it's not.
Well, it's not
And
in the
now I'm like,
alpha right
fuck.
now. I mean,
No,
like
it's not in
obvi-
the alpha right now,
right.
but it's seemingly not even being developed, or it seemingly doesn't even exist. The story arcs is another really one of something I was
Well, I mean,
super
like-
excited for.
I mean, do you really think they're not developing the freehold? I mean, we have to assume that they obviously.
Oh yeah, they'll roll out the freeholds. Yeah. I'm not saying that they're not going to. I don't think I've ever said that they're not going to develop it. What I'm saying is I don't agree with how they've sold $250 packs of the things that are making it seem like it exists when it doesn't exist. I don't agree with
Okay.
that. Therefore, I decided, do you know what? Ethically, I can't continue doing this. I can't continue because I feel like I'm lying. I don't want to lie.
Okay. So do you think if the alpha was free, how would you think that would change your perception of the game?
How would it change me? I mean, if it was free, nothing would matter. Right? If it was free, then thumbs up. I'll be pogging out if it was free.
Okay, so you're primarily upset about the price of the alpha, and you feel like that the alpha for the price of it isn't giving you what you thought that you spent your money for. Is that pretty much it?
What's happened? Yeah. I feel, just for context as well, is that I didn't actually pay.
Okay.
Someone I used to know actually donated me a key back in Alpha 1. So I've got context all the way back in Alpha 1. Right? I know the full development. I know all of it, right? What I'm saying is when I say I spent $250, I'm speaking for my community. So I spent $250. Yeah, based on what was shown. So many people have approached me and just said to themselves, you know, I backed during this showcase because I looked at this showcase and I thought, holy shit, they are so far along. I'm going to help support them, $250, just for them to log into an alpha that is, you know, this.
Okay. So do you think they're going to finish the game? Like, I mean, so because you said at one point that it was like fakery, and then at another point you said that it was not a scam. So like, where do you think the game is going to go?
So I think they're falsely advertising the current state of the game. Like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whatever it was. They've been falsely advertising the current state of the game to make funding, to help fund their game. So what I said in the quote that I used was, this isn't open development, it's funding at any cost. So that's what I feel like they're doing. They're trying to fund, Steven's trying to fund the game at any cost, even if they have to lie and show fake things that aren't real at the time. It's just a concept that's going to eventually exist. If we'd known that, if I had known that, if you had known that, would you still have the same perception of the video game from 2 years ago?
Do you want
I don't
my
know.
honest answer?
Yeah, go for it.
Absolutely. I've seen
Really?
how a lot of games have been developed over the years, and I think this is very common.
no.
So like one thing,
Really?
yeah. So I'll give you an example.
I don't know.
Like, well, let me. This is an abstract example. I'll explain. So in Warlords of Draenor in WoW, the flying was never actually implied for what the Draenor continent was meant to be. And so in the process of flying not being implied and flying not being planned for, Blizzard had a massive, huge problem that caused server-wide issues when they had to implement flying later on in a later patch. And what I understand is that the interconnectivity of different systems causes a bunch of problems that exist inside of an ecosystem of other systems. So when somebody shows me a system inside of like its own ecosystem, like for example the Freehold, and I see that just by itself, I'm viewing that as like, this is what the finished product is supposed to look like. And I wouldn't necessarily expect to see that in the game immediately, because maybe that isn't contextualized and developed around all the other systems it's supposed to fit into. It's like kind of you're showing like a finished piece of a jigsaw puzzle, but you need to make sure that all of the other pieces around it also are finished in order for the pieces to fit together. So whenever I see a system like that that's not finished, and then the alpha, and I think that your perception of being disappointed that these things are not available, I think that's a totally fair perception to have, because as a viewer and a fan, you are hoping to see that in the game, and I think that a reasonable person could be disappointed in that. I do think, however, that it does make sense inside of game development. And like, have you ever done coding before?
No.
Okay. Well, I've barely done coding, and one thing that I've learned about coding is that you can get one wrench in the system, one bracket is left and not right, and then the entire system falls apart. You make one change, and then the computer doesn't work, or the program doesn't boot up. So when I see systems that are evolving, like kind of in real time that they're showing, they're probably going to show. Go ahead.
Let me interrupt. Let me interrupt.
Yeah.
So we're talking about Blizzard, right? We're talking about Blizzard. And then like them showing Warlords of Draenor.
Well,
and the
no.
current state, and you look
So
at that and you
so
think to yourself,
I was creating an example of something that. So the idea, the argument that I was trying to make was that when you implement a system into a game, that system has to seamlessly integrate into all of the other systems into the game. So a lot of times when alphas or betas for something like Warlords of Draenor comes out, let's say, every single system that was going to be in the game is not currently in the game. Like, for example, the Legion system.
Okay. Let's focus on that then.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
I don't think. This is what I'm saying. I don't think Intrepid were open about the fact that what they showed was not the current state of the video game. They, in fact, did the very opposite and said that this is the current state of the video game. In that very live stream, I can bring a context. In that very live stream, we had the devs talking about the fact that how there's this dungeon that exists in the desert, and it's this underground dungeon with snake people in it, and they showed those snake people models. They showed those models,
yeah,
and they said there's this underground dungeon, it's full of lava, it's been crystallized. This was 2 years ago. So if they're talking about it in that detail, then it exists.
Yeah.
But it doesn't exist, but it's 2 years later and now that doesn't exist. So what happened to that underground lava dungeon that they were going on about? They were saying things, and here's how it comes across to my audience, or the audience that, I like to think that my audience are actually the audience who jumped onto the video game when you and Lazy Peon made your videos at the very beginning.
There's been a lot of people that have been really excited for the game. I mean, for really a whole, probably like almost half a decade. About it,
yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
it's crazy. So I like to think that people, that my audience, the people who I talk to, are those people. The people who come from you, the people who come from Peon, the people who have been watching the video game quite extensively for 4 years.
Yeah.
So when Intrepid go and talk about how they've got these tools that are going to develop the game extremely fast, and they spend an hour live stream saying how we're going to develop this world so quickly, and we've got all these next generation cutting edge tools that's going to, the game's going to develop insanely fast. We've got all these biomes. Stephen makes quotes like, we've got cross sections of the desert, we've got cross sections of the forest areas, the riverlands, we've got the tabletop mountains, the badlands, we've got the volcano areas, and they're showing all of this stuff. But none of that actually exists, and now we're in a situation where we signed up to do a test to test a video game that is so far from what they advertised that we're not even sure what we're testing anymore. We were fully prepared and understood fully this was a true development alpha. We were probably the most understanding. We knew this. That's what we signed up for. But we didn't sign up for a desert that is not existing. We didn't sign up for.
Well,
a freehold
it's
system that doesn't
incomplete,
exist.
right? The desert is incomplete. It does exist. It's just there are
Yeah.
areas
Well,
of it that are
let's talk
unfinished.
about percentage. Yeah. Let's talk about that. Incomplete. Let's talk about
Okay.
percentage of completion.
Well, before I get into that, like I'll let you get into it. But have you ever built a computer before?
I can't carry.
Yeah.
Okay.
I built this one.
Yeah, well,
fairly.
there you go, right? And so I think that a lot of the problems that a lot of people are bringing up are, like, I remember whenever, for example, like, I needed to get more RAM for my computer. And so when I got more RAM for my computer, I went and I got this RAM, and then I realized that it wouldn't fit inside of the motherboard. And then I had to get a new motherboard. But then when I got a new motherboard, I realized that I now needed a new power supply. And I think that the way that you need to make sure that like computer components fit together inside of a PC and all of that fits inside of the case is kind of similar to the way that games work. And so if you have a game that comes out and all of those features aren't readily available in the alpha, I don't think that it's really fair to say that they don't necessarily exist, because they might not be implemented into the alpha. Because if you want to use the metaphor, maybe the motherboard isn't exactly what it needs to be in order for that thing to go into the alpha. And I think that's the way that it
Not
works.
ready yet.
Right.
Mhm.
I understand that. Yeah, I get
Yeah.
it, right? It's an actively developed game.
Yes.
When they add things are going to break.
Yes.
But again, I don't think that's got anything to do with advertising a game as one thing, and it's not actually that one thing.
So you think that you were falsely advertised to because of the freehold system not being what it was inside of, like, let's say the demo?
Okay, yeah. So okay, yeah. Let's go with that angle. So the freehold
Yeah.
system doesn't exist. The weather systems that were shown don't exist. Granted, the seasons do, right? That's actually really good, and I'm really impressed with that they did the seasons. The seasons exist, but the weather doesn't. The story arcs, the main thing that delivers content to players, they showed it in a state that triggered quests on your screen. They showed it so the world was changing dynamically in real time. That's what we thought that they currently had because they showed it, and that's what they advertised. The server meshing technology, that doesn't exist. There's no server meshing. There's no dynamic gridding. Well, sorry, there is server meshing. Let me correct myself. There is server meshing. There is no dynamic gridding. So they've advertised this whole thing that this dynamic gridding exists. Personally, I think that's Star Citizen mistaken, and there is no such thing as dynamic gridding. There is no such thing as dynamic server meshing. I just don't believe in that shit.
Why?
That feels like copium. Well, because it's technology that just feels like it's buzzwords that are trying to do something that's literally impossible. A dynamically shrinking and growing server. Show me it working. Show me it first.
Didn't-
Stop advertising that it's
Didn't
going to
they?
exist.
Didn't they do that?
It doesn't
Because the Star Citizen, they showed it with, like, throwing the ball back and forth.
But they've shown that it's not actually a video game yet. It was a concept. Again, it was just a concept. Sure, it exists in concept, but it's not in the game yet.
Do you think it will ever
so-
be in the game?
Dynamic gridding and dynamic server meshing? No, I don't think that's ever going to exist.
Okay.
I don't know about that. I don't believe in that one.
Far away.
I don't know about that one.
People are saying it
You?
is in the game. Yeah, of course it is.
Really?
I mean, like, you have all kinds of different types of
Oh,
technology that are evolving. Yeah, no, I think so. I really do.
Yeah.
If you look at, like, think about it, we grew up playing Super Mario 64. And now we're playing games like Elden Ring. Do you really think that, like, it's gonna stop? Do you think it's gonna just stop getting better? Of course it's gonna keep getting
His
better.
thing specifically about dynamic server meshing. I just don't think that's real. I don't think that's ever going to exist. I think it's just an impossible technology that is just impossible.
Okay.
But I'm well open to it being made, and I'm like, yo, if it ever gets made, wow. But until it gets made, I'm like, I'm not going to buy that shit. And it's the same thing for dynamic gridding. It's just basically the same thing, just done in a different way. Until it's shown, I don't believe in it. So currently it still doesn't exist. Dynamic gridding doesn't exist. So that's 5 things that they've shown in live streams
that they
What
sold
is it?
$250 packs off of that don't actually exist in the video game. So how many times do you have to be screwed? How many times do they have to lie? And, well, let's not use the word lie. Let's use misrepresent. How many times do they have to misrepresent the current status of their development before we get pissed off as consumers?
Is that like question? Okay, so
Yeah. How many times are you willing to be like, you know, we play fucking World of Warcraft. We're
Yeah.
still getting fucking... we're still
And
getting screwed.
you are.
For me, my
True.
perspective is that I
Retail's a
don't
bullshit.
really look at it that way. If I see a game and it's not in the state that I want it to be, like, and this is the outlook that I have on WoW now, is that if WoW isn't the game that I want it to be at the current point, I just simply stop playing the game until it is. I
Well,
don't.
that's a really good point.
Yeah,
That's a really good
and
point.
that's
Because
what you said you're going to do.
Yeah, so you used to...
Yeah.
You used to not be like that, right? You used to really care about World of Warcraft, and you would play it, and
And it
you'd
was
hate
it was
and you'd-
unhealthy. It was very
Yeah,
unhealthy.
it was unhealthy. So what I've done is I've looked at the state of the video game, and I thought to myself, do you know what? It's unhealthy for me, and it's not what I want to do, right? I don't know if you saw those clips at the end of that video. It was like me dressed up in like some stupid costumes and shit.
Yeah.
Like that. I want to make videos where I can express myself creatively. You used to watch my videos. You see
Sure.
my intros.
Yeah. No, I know.
I love that shit. I fucking love that shit, man. And I felt like for the last 2 years, I've been covering Ashes of Creation, and I'm like, this is not what I signed up for. This is not what I thought the game was. I've basically lied to a huge amount of audience because
What is it?
okay, let's not use the word lie.
Farewell.
I've misrepresented the game to a huge audience, and I feel extreme amounts of guilt from that. So I want to distance myself from the game and try and pursue something that I genuinely care about, which is just making entertaining videos. And unfortunately, in the format of Ashes, I just don't think I can do it because there ain't nothing here.
I think at a certain point, I mean, you're not going to be able to do that anyway with any MMO. I mean, I feel like that's always the case.
MMO?
I mean,
Oh no! I'm not going to talk. No, I'm not going to do MMOs.
Well-
I'm gonna.
well, I'm just saying, like,
Just
in
make
general,
videos.
like, I mean, this is like a YouTube content creator thing. I don't really think this has a lot to do with like Ashes itself as a game.
No.
This is primarily about like, you know, the way.
Hold on, I gotta think. It's disrupting my ability to think at the moment. We have some space management problems right now, for sure. Man, we made basically 3 gold on that questing we just did. Pretty fucking good. How do we want to go about this? How do we want to go about this? Yeah, most of this is stuff we can't do. And there's a thing in Desolace. Yeah, let's just do our turtle shenanigans. And then peace out. We can go to our Wrathy, actually. And grind out 1 level in a Wrathy. And then maybe Desolace? Maybe just straight in Scarlet Monastery? We'll see. We'll freaking see. We'll see how it go. Man, these resist, bro. I even have the talents for like in lowering things' chance to resist my frost spells. And I'm still getting hella resisted. Got 2 turtle meat out of 1 turtle there. Nice. Nice. Just twice in a row though that we've had our opening frostbolt get resisted. That's crazy. Level up, level up, level up, level up. Our cone of cold better. Jeez, resist, 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 resist. What the fuck, dude? We're the same level. How do you have such an ability to resist? And again with the fucking bullshit. I'm so sick of this. I'm so fucking sick of this bullshit. So yeah. Just that time they didn't resist our very first frostbolt, but then he resists the fucking frost nova. And I think, yeah, he must have resisted that fucking cone of cold too. Dude, fuck this guy. Fuck these goddamn turtles. And my fire spells never seem to get resisted. And they don't have extra resist penetration or whatever you want to call it. The fuck is this world I'm living in right now? The fuck even is this? Also, I got up before I should have. I should have let the drinking complete first. But shoulda, woulda, coulda. We're here now. Alright, I'll drink. Back to the
You
video.
want to take your YouTube channel, and I by the way, I support that, right? I mean, I think you should definitely do what you should play other games, make content about other games, and try to hit those
I'm
other
really
audiences,
excited.
and that's a good idea.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
My personal opinion, this is just like from my experience doing content myself, is that I think it's better to like kind of wean yourself off of that rather than cold turkey it. But you should do what you feel like you should do, right? More than anything else. And so, like, I don't really think that necessarily. I can definitely see where you're coming from, and I can see why you would be frustrated if you felt like every single development update would have been something that would be available in Alpha 1 or Alpha 2, excuse me. I don't think that that was ever really explicitly stated, and I think also the truth is that the alternative to the way that Ashes of Creation is communicating its development is the way that I think Blizzard does its development, which is they basically never communicate with the public at all, and it's
Well,
very.
you gotta remember that.
Yeah, go
You
ahead.
gotta remember that. But this, you gotta remember that Blizzard aren't charging $250 and slapping open development on their game.
I mean, I don't know about that. I mean,
Well, yeah, I mean,
yeah, maybe not a great example, but I mean, either way, I think that this entire problem is actually not even about the state of Ashes of Creation. I think it's more about for you.
No, it's not.
And
Well, it's not.
forgive me if I'm overstepping, but I think this is for you. This is about you reaching a kind of a fork in the road with your YouTube and wanting to take your YouTube in a different direction and wanting to divert. Well, I feel like this is not true at all. I mean, you did say that at the end of the video.
Is it about me? Is it about me?
It doesn't. That doesn't
I don't think
invalidate
it's
what you're
about me.
saying. It's not invalidating.
I think it's more about. I don't think it's about me. I think it's more about the fact that I don't agree with the misrepresentation of the state of the game. I don't think it matters. I don't think I matter. I am nobody. At the end of the day, I'm just a random content creator on YouTube.
Freaking, why was I facing the wrong direction
and
there?
In my opinion, I don't think what they've represented is accurate to what they've actually got, and ethically, that feels wrong to me. So I can't continue to support something that doesn't ethically line up with my ideals. Does that make sense?
You think Ashes
I don't
of
think it's
Creation is unethical because they haven't shown, like, all of the things that were in these showcases were not in Alpha 2. Is that basically where you're coming from?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the things that they've shown aren't an accurate representation of the game.
Well, the current state of the game that's playable to the public.
Yeah. So
I mean, you know, like, 'cause this is what happens, right? It's like there's probably multiple versions of the game. So what I would assume is there's probably 3 versions of the game. There's the version of the game that we're playing. There's the probably internal testing version of the game, and then there's the dev version of the game.
right.
And I feel like it probably exists inside of one of these other 2. Like there's a friends and family alpha, and that usually a lot of people get friends and family alphas, but like they're like 99% of the time like
Well,
NDA.
it's funny because that's what I built
Yeah.
my whole channel off, right? I built my whole channel off of that exact copium that you've just said. I just don't think that's true. I don't think there is all these different. I don't think there are all these different branches where there's this magical branch of the video game where it's literally finished. I just don't think that's true.
Well,
I don't
it's
think
not.
that's true.
You're
I think
right.
what the game is.
Well,
the game is.
you're right. It's not finished, but it's in a more finished state. And the problem is that before they want to ship it out to be used by the public, obviously they're going to want to make sure that it's in a place that there are going to be no problems, like different weird things that cause server crashes or anything stupid happening. Like if you play any MMO launch, like you know that there's going to be things that are fucked up on the release. And so,
Yeah, I get that.
like
No, I
being
understand that.
like
No. Let me interject. I understand that. I get that. But how much further do you think is along? Do you really think that there's this build that they've got, this developer branch, where they've got all of this stuff here, this giant tower, all of these quote-unquote assets? Do you really think they've got a build that has this? Or do you think that this just doesn't exist and this was just a concept built to sell a $250 pack to help them fund the game in the future when it does eventually exist in X amount of years?
I don't think that it exists in terms of something. Sorry, I'm away from the mic. I don't think that it exists in terms of something that's interconnected inside of the game completely, but I think that they exist in separate instances that are designed to be connected inside of the game because they're made in modular form. So, like, for example, the freehold system probably does exist. The dungeon for the desert probably does exist. Now, does it exist inside of a system that is completely connected with all of this, like, modular, like, for example, like, you have the portal that you can go into? Maybe not. So, if you want to use percentages, I would say that the game is probably 20% finished, something like that, on this alpha. And I think they probably have an internal version that is 40 to 50% finished. That's probably what I would guess. Which 40 to 50%, it's still not. It's still theoretically not even halfway there.
I mean, yeah. I mean, chat's saying it right now. I mean, we clearly don't agree. So it's an interesting conversation. I completely disagree with everything you just said. I think,
It's just I'm giving you a guess of the numbers.
I just want to make something clear, right? I don't hate Ashes of Creation. I got no bad will. No. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. I might not like. I might not like Steven as a person, but I got no bad will against Ashes of Creation or their team or anything. I wish the game the best, right? I want the game to succeed. I just don't agree with the current state of things and how it's been advertised, right? So it's interesting that we have complete opposite opinions about all of this.
No,
But here's my opinion.
Okay.
Here's my thought, right? I think ultimately the game is just going to speak for itself over the next few years.
It will.
I'm just stepping away because I I felt like I need to at least tell my audience why I'm stepping away. That's what that video was.
Mhm.
It was explaining my frustrations for why I'm stepping away from the game. I'm frustrated because I feel guilty that I've advertised something that wasn't true for 4 years of my entire life. So I don't want to pursue that anymore. I actually want to go cover other things and do things that I want to do that are in line with my ethics. Most of my successful videos on my channel are not even Ashes of Creation related. So I'm just like, fuck, what am I doing?
Sure. I think that's a good decision.
Jesus, these resists are
Like, if you
crazy,
think
dude.
that you should step away from the game because you feel like it's reductive or it's holding you back or you're just tired of it or for whatever reason, like, I mean, I think a lot of people do that. I mean, like, you get burned out. Sure, I think that's fun. But I don't think that I don't think that it's that these things don't exist. But I do think that obviously it's going to take time for them to be implemented into the game in a playable state that's made public. Like, these are two
Well, then
very
I'm-
different things.
You know, because I'm now you know, connected to a much wider audience.
God
I
damn,
would
man, we
ask
can't
your
get no
question to
turtle
that
meat either.
audience. If you did
RNG with these turtles has
if
actually
you
been
watched
god-awful.
the coverage of Ashes of Creation 2 years ago,
Yeah.
how many of you were under the impression that this is the current state of the game, rather than just a concept that will be in the game in 4 years from now? That would be a question I would ask to the wider audience. Were you aware that what they're showing isn't actually in the game?
Do
Would
say
you still
Poland.
back?
Yeah, I mean,
Would you?
go ahead.
Yeah, would you still back the video game? Would you still have spent $250 knowing that all the stuff that they're showing isn't real currently, and it's just concepts? Because I can name a game that did this very similar thing, and it's called Chronicles of Valeria, and you know all about that one.
Oh yeah, I watched the video about it. It's a concept.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so
Everything's just a concept.
I can only speak for myself. I think that for me, if I see the way that a game is, I would assume that I would probably be like half and half with like what you're saying. Like, yeah, I could kind of see that, and I could also see like some systems aren't ready on alpha. I feel like in general, and this is like a distinction that I think some people make between like an alpha and a beta, is that an alpha is not feature complete, but a beta is feature complete. So what I mean by that is that things like systems, for example, the freehold system, would not all be available in an alpha, but they would be in a beta. So, and this is something, by the way, a lot of people define alphas and betas differently in gaming, and I feel like it's primarily a marketing
Holy
point, more than
shit,
anything.
dude.
So,
This is ridiculous.
yeah, but I think that is definitely a pretty big difference. And so, like, if every single feature in the game was not available in the alpha, I wouldn't immediately be upset about it. I think that, like, as a customer, like, if you spend money on something, every customer is entitled to have whatever opinion they want for something that they spent money on. But from my personal opinion, from like playing a lot of games, especially like games early in development, no, it really wouldn't surprise me that much.
Right.
And
So-
I think obviously it's like you're making a gesture of good faith.
Yeah. Okay, well, let me ask you this, because this is something that really
Yeah.
rubbed me the wrong way with Pirate. Pirate was
Okay.
saying, you know, Pirate, you know, and he's, you know, he's not saying it maliciously or whatever.
Sure.
All he's doing is repeating what Steven said. Steven thinks that the alpha's going to last at least 1 year, right? How long do you think the Alpha 2 is going to last?
Well, that's a good question. So if they change the name of Alpha 2 to Beta, would that considered be lasting? I mean, because like, so if Alpha 2 lasts for a year and then they change it into Beta, would you say that they're right?
First of all, they're not going to do that, right?
Why?
Because they've stated that the alpha period is going to be much, much, much longer than the beta, right? The beta, my perception of the beta, at least from like what I'm getting, I think the beta when it launches is going to be feature complete and in a state where, you know, it's basically, that's the marketing part, right? That's where they start marketing it in beta. So I think the alpha based on like, you know, because we've got a lot of people that are obsessed with the video game. We've
Yeah.
been you know, pulling it apart for 4 years, you know, and we get a lot of joy out of that. We understand the speed at which Intrepid, at least from our perspective, we understand the speed at which Intrepid works. So what we've done is we kind of extrapolate that and try to figure out how long it would take them to develop the whole video game, which includes those 18 biomes. And we think it's going to be a minimum of 6 years.
6 years from now.
Yeah, before they go into beta, I think. And
Oh,
that's
before
assuming,
so that's even into beta.
yeah, so that's assuming
Okay.
though. That's assuming that they launch with the beta after they have all 18 biomes. So that's just based on how much land mass they've got. So a really good perspective for like the audience who do want to continue following the game is to.
And how did you math that out?
So it's based on like
All
if
that
we assume
for
that
one
it's
turtle
taken
meat.
them 4 years.
The
so
ga-
the
this
start of
this bullshit is
20,
well, just that. This
when
is
was it,
actually
2021
bullshit.
at the start of 2022.
I'm actually so over these
3
fucking
years.
turtles.
If we assume 3 years, that's when the game actually started to be developed. That's the current state of the game. This version of the game, we think, started actually being developed in 2022 at the start. So when they switched to Unreal Engine 5, that was a clean slate for them, and that's a good thing, right? By the way, I think that's very good. I think they should have cleared everything before because the assets were not suitable because they're badly
It was the
optimized,
right
etc.
decision to go to Unreal 5.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. I think that was a good decision for them. That's a very controversial thing to say within the community
Mm-hmm.
because a lot of people disagree, but I think it was a good decision because it's a step forward. And so we think the development started there. So if we assume that that's when they started, and up until the point where they launched, and what they have is about 1/3, maybe 2/3 of one biome, which is the Riverlands. Just for context as well, by the way, the Riverlands isn't actually finished. So another reason why I'm pissed off is the fact that they've started working on the desert when the Riverlands isn't even finished.
Eh,
So it's like, fuck, why are you doing that? That's really annoying me.
I mean,
anyway.
yeah, but like the thing is that, and this is, I think, one of the problems with like charging money for an alpha is that the way that a development team is going to prioritize and do things internally might not make sense to a person who's not
to a layman.
like you're not like there might be an internal reason for that. I mean, I don't know why it could make sense. It could not make sense.
So there could be a reason for it. Yeah, let's talk about that. There could be a reason for it.
Sure.
So,
yeah.
do you not think that Intrepid, it would benefit Intrepid? So all of this is basically miscommunication, is how I would label this whole
I
scenario.
think that you're right about that.
Miscommunication from their point. Stephen disagrees. He actually thinks the communication's great. I completely disagree with that. I think the communication's actually extremely poor, or it at least could be a lot better to help sell their game in a better light. Anyway, the point is why don't Intrepid communicate that what you just said to us? Why don't they communicate to us that actually here's why? Have you ever played PoE?
Yes.
Have you ever read PoE's patch notes?
Yes.
Do you know in every single patch notes, the developers give a reason for the change?
Yeah.
That to me is peak communication from a developer team. And when a project is advertised as open development, I would expect that kind of level of communication to an audience, especially when they're slapping $250 on it. I would expect something. You know, they're not actually extending anything to us. They're not explaining to us why it's like this.
I think that you're
Steven just turns around and says-
conflating two different things, though, right? You're looking at like a development prioritization list, which is something that's going to be based around development, and PoE making a balancing change of like, you know, Whirlwind or Cyclone doing more or less damage. I feel like these are two very different.
Okay, yeah. No, that's fair.
Yeah.
I'm using like straw manning a little bit, but that's fine. What I mean is, why can't they just tell us why the desert is in the current state that it is? Why, when they said that the desert was going to be expanded and we could cut trees, and there was going to be a bunch of resources and get wood and stuff. So
Yeah.
basically, to up for the context, you've not actually played the video game, have you? So you're missing context. So a major resource to level up these nodes and progress these nodes is wood. So we need wood
Yeah.
in the desert in order to progress these nodes. There is no wood in the desert because the trees aren't real. So they sold the expansion of the desert having trees that were cuttable, that was going to have a bunch of land mass and a bunch added, but none of that was added. So from my perspective as a customer, as a consumer, I think to myself, holy shit, they're finally expanding the desert. They're finally giving us things to do in the desert. Because 2 years ago, they showed us basically a complete desert. It's complete. It's a complete desert. They showed us a complete desert. I had the impression, and so did a lot of my audience, I would say nearly 100% of my audience, were expecting a desert expansion. There is no desert expansion. It's just sand that you can generate in Unreal Engine 5 by pressing generate sand, and that's it. So what are we expected to test here? What's the test here? What's the point of the phase 2? Why don't you sell a phase 2 for $110 when phase 2 is basically the same as phase 1 and nothing's changed and you just wiped everyone back to level 0? What are we testing this? Why are we spending 50 hours grinding? You've already done that.
Now that sounded like
There's
a
nothing
very
really
valid
for us
point.
to test. So is this how phase 3 is going to go? What about phase 3? What about phase 3.5? What about phase 3.6? How is this game even being developed? We have no idea because there's zero communication. And I was hoping at least, I've tried to talk so many times about the lack of communication at Intrepid. I've made like 6 videos. I think you even reacted to one, maybe? I can't remember. And you disagreed with me in that video as well.
Which one?
But it was like... It was the one where I just spoke about the lack of communication at Intrepid, right? Let me see if I can find the thumbnail. But it was basically a TLDR of the video was the communication is leaving a lot of the audience confused about the current state of the video game, and we don't. Here it is. The community are losing trust in Ashes of Creation because a lot of people approach me. I am the I'm not trying to. I'm trying to be as humble as possible. I'm not trying to toot my horn, but I am like the point where people come to get a understanding of the current video game. So a lot of people were coming to me and saying, "What the fuck's happening? What's going on with this? Why is he doing this? Why are they doing this? I'm losing trust, right?" So I was like, "Okay, well, how can I approach this? How can I address this situation?"
We have a cook guy
So
here.
I addressed the situation by making this video and saying, listen, Intrepid Studios, the communication is really, really falling to pieces, and we don't know what's going on. Please, can you maybe increase the communication a little bit so we understand what's going on and why you're making these choices and why it's been delayed or why it's been changed. So now, originally we thought the Alpha 2 was just going to launch as an Alpha 2, but then they changed it to phases. And a lot of people were really confused about this phase thing. And then they added a bunch of prices to the phases, and it's kind of a bit like scratching their heads, like, what the fuck?
I feel like a lot
what
of
is
this is based off of the fact that it's paid.
What do
Like
you
I feel
require?
like that, like, because if this game was free, I don't think that we'd even be having this conversation.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
I think I
so,
can
like,
actually
this,
cook
this
these still
is
and
entirely
still get
well, like, I think that
progress
matters
on
though,
this.
right? So like
does.
if the development process is fundamentally problematic or bad for whatever reason, then that's very different than you
Victory
saying
for
that
Sylvanas.
the development process is frustrating as a paying customer. So
I'm
like you're
listening.
kind of comparing and like arguing about two separate things. That's what I would really
Right.
say the most about it would be.
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
am just expressing like random concerns now. But sticking to the point of the video, and the point of the video is that what they showed isn't actually the current state of the game, and I don't agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, I do already
Therefore,
have
I
that.
am
Okay.
stepping away. That's all the video is.
Okay.
And then I showed comparisons. They advertised this. This is what we got. I've received a lot of pushback in the comments about how what I showed isn't actually representative of what the desert actually is, and you've
Yeah.
said that as well.
That-
Trust no
but
one.
the part of the desert that is being shown has no content. There are no points of interest in that desert. It's easy to just generate a desert area.
Well, then
Why
why
do
did
you
I
do it
show
under
that part?
Because I've already made a 20-minute video about it. That part already exists on my channel for everyone to see.
But
I've
you
already
could see how
covered
somebody
that.
who
That was
watched
phase 1.
You could see how somebody who watched this video would think that this is the desert, right?
Well, yeah, but the point is that this was the expansion. So we're talking about
That's
the desert
not what
expansion.
you said in the video. You said it was the desert. Like you didn't say it was the expansion. You said it was the desert.
I had a section in that video that explicitly spoke about the expansion.
I think that you
And I've
probably
even
did
got-
at some point, but you also said that it was the desert itself. Like I can maybe, I mean, I can compromise and say like maybe you said both, but I remember you saying that it was the desert.
There's a whole section.
That's going to be interesting. Because yeah, then if he's saying, all right, and if it's true, so like the fleshed out part, the part that the creator was sharing, that kind of disproved what we're seeing on the screen now as being representative. If that part existed before the expansion, and the only thing that they got added to the desert in the expansion is this empty terrain with nothing going on in it, then that's actually a whole different, like now he's like pretty much 100% correct in what he's saying. So I'm wondering if that's actually the case. Hopefully we get to the bottom of that in this video. That said, I need to BRB for like maybe 2 minutes. In the back. Let's see where this goes.
In this video where he
Okay.
talks about the expansion.
Okay. Well, if people can find the timestamp, I can watch it. And
I'm
look
looking at it right now.
myself.
I've got
Okay.
it on my stream. I've got it on my
Where's the
stream right
timestamp? And I can listen to it right now.
now. Okay.
I have exactly what you need.
Hmm.
Okay, let's go back to
Soothing
5
spices.
minutes and I don't know, 18.
Okay.
We also need
All right,
4
I'm gonna
hot
play it.
spices.
25.
25. Okay.
525.
All right, I'll listen to it.
Main reasons to wipe the servers, yet the vassal system or level 4 nodes weren't even introduced this phase. And now they
They
even
are.
claim that they're not going to wipe at all. They are instead just going to introduce new servers. So what's going to happen to those old servers? They claimed prior to Phase 2's launch that at the launch of this phase, Desert
Goblin
was
devil
going to
clams are all
receive an
hot spices
expansion.
too.
I am just going to be talking about what's going to land on December 20th. We're going to go through what systems are going to land come December 20th. Let's talk a little bit about what we have coming up for December 20th.
haven't
The desert
gone
as
all
well.
day.
The desert is probably going to receive a little bit more love than the tropics will, given that its assets are obviously a bit more developed than the tropics location.
This prompted people to finally expect some remnants of the Desert Showcase that was shown in 2022.
And that's a-
Yet
Yeah,
what we
that
received
sounds
much
fair actually.
Okay. So, but like you see how that's confusing for me to see, because you're talking about like the desert and then you're showing the images that are in the game. So you're seeing the expansion and you said it prompted people to believe what's going to be seen 2 years ago, and then you're showing that.
Yeah. Well, I
But-
thought I was pretty. I'm gonna be honest. I thought I was pretty clear. I
You would
thought
just sell
that
the catfish
clip
at this
there is
point.
pretty clearly stating that this is the desert expansion,
And you are.
and there is no desert expansion.
Farewell.
The desert expansion is a
Well, yeah.
What do you
Tell this
require?
to-
flat piece of sand with 3 nodes
know which
that
pearl
are
I need.
pasted nodes from the
Look.
Riverlands, and that's all it is. That's the expansion. So they sold the launch of the Phase 2 with a $110 price tag based on lies, basically. Because there is no expansion.
The
You
iridescent
can't,
pearl.
you can't claim that that is an expansion.
have one
I mean,
now,
Do you
guys.
believe what I'm showing is an expansion there?
Well, no. I mean, obviously not. I mean, it
That's
is in a way,
communication
right? It
issue, right?
technically is an expansion, but no, not
Technically,
really.
yes.
Okay.
Technically, yes. And I agree. Technically, it is.
But,
But
it's
would
not
you then
fundamental.
agree-
What is it?
So would you say that that's a communication issue? What I'm trying to express is communication issues. Improve
Yeah.
the communication. That's what I want Intrepid to do. I care a lot about Intrepid. I care a lot about Ashes of Creation. I want them to improve their communication skills because
Okay.
I think personally, I think it's vital for the survival of this open development project that communication is key.
And you don't think that
damn
it's
it, let me
misleading
in.
at all to show the edge of the map, and then to say that that's the new
It's
stuff?
not the edge of the map. No, that's not the edge of the map. That is directly in smack bang in the middle of the desert. This is a node
Speak
here.
quickly.
This is in the middle of the desert. I've shown that point
Beware
before.
the
This is
lady.
just beyond that point. This is the desert. This is the expansion that they advertised. That part that Steven showed existed in Phase 1. I've already covered it. I've got a whole 20-minute video showing that already.
So he's doubled down and saying, yeah, that shit already did exist for sure before the quote-unquote expansion came out. And what they dropped in expansion was nothing but fucking empty desert. And they didn't put anything else new in the game relating to the desert at the very least. That's fair then, man. He's made a very fair claim if that's true. Unless somebody's going to come out and tell me, I'm going to just assume that it's true. 'Cause, I mean, it'll be very easy to prove him wrong. It'll be a stupid lie to tell. So with the assumption that that's true, yeah, like I'm 100% sided with this guy at this point. I think he's making really super valid arguments.
That isn't the expansion. This, what I'm showing on my screen right now, is the so-called expansion.
Okay.
Do you understand?
I mean, I'd have to see it for myself and make sure and decide that.
Yeah.
I mean, look up the definition of expansion. Yeah, I'm not sure. I do think that, like,
I recommend 2 years.
yeah, for sure.
Like 2 years.
So you think it's going to be 2 years until the alpha comes out?
I think it. No. What I'm saying is, give it 2 years. Like, forget about
Yeah.
Ashes, right? Stop thinking about the video game. Let them develop it for 2 years, and then come and check in 2 years to see how they're doing. That's what I recommend.
I just think that it's unfair to expect for an Alpha 2 to have all of the features in it, because I've played a lot of alphas.
Don't it?
It is unfair to expect an alpha to have all the features in it, or a 2.0 drop of an alpha even, and have anywhere near all the features in it. You should probably be missing a lot of features. That's why it's an alpha. 100% agree with that. But if you're charging money to play your alpha, and then you charge more money for a 2.0 drop of your alpha, and then when you do the 2.0 drop, you've reset everybody's progress, and you've added basically nothing new to the game. And what you did claim that you were adding is some shit that could be generated in Unreal Engine in like fucking 5 minutes, then yeah, that's scummy practice. That's absolutely scummy as shit. There's no two ways about that.
And they've never had that.
Delivered on their features so far. No, they've delivered their features so far.
Well, you said they didn't deliver
they-
the freehold.
They haven't delivered the freeholds yet, but they will do. I didn't say anywhere that they're not going to deliver the features. They will do, but don't get it twisted. It's not going to be in 2 years, boys. It's going to be, I don't know how long, and I
Yeah.
can't tell you. Look at Star Citizen is what I'd say.
Where's Chris the
compare,
Wise at?
compare it to that.
Well, we'll see what happens, right? But okay.
Yeah.
So are you gonna keep playing the game at all, or like, what are you gonna do?
I think I'm gonna. Well, I have to, right? I'm not gonna play it myself, but I've got a whole community who love the game, right? Over
gonna
the
check
years,
Silver
I'm
Pond.
sure I'm gonna get people posting the progress. So I will keep up with the game's progress through the people that still come to my community and post it, right? That I will just casually keep up with the video game and see how they're doing. But
Where is Chris the
ultimately,
Wise,
I
bro?
just wish there's no malicious intent towards them. I just don't agree with what they're doing, and I wish them the best.
Okay,
We'll just do
that's
this.
fair. I'll probably get Steven on, and we'll talk to him after this. Yep. So,
Okay. Do
yeah.
you want to talk? Do you want to talk to me after the Steven thing? Or?
Do it,
Maybe, I
Paul.
don't know. It depends on what he says, right? Yeah, it depends on what he says. And so we'll get on both sides and we'll listen to what
Oh,
Steven's
that was the thing
gonna
in
say.
Sparkwater Port.
And I
Okay,
think
sure.
that's the best idea. But I do really appreciate you talking about this. I definitely do.
Oh,
and
yeah.
and I
You
can
mean,
see where you're coming from.
like
I think that the
5 of these?
communication issues are definitely something I would agree with, right? I
I
mean,
spent
for sure,
half my
it's
whole
hard to
lunch
like
shit.
manage
Yeah.
expectations. But I also think that the way that games are developed, it kind of makes sense that some things aren't available in alpha that were shown before. Because
Really?
I just think that's the way that development's worked in games that I've observed over my time playing games.
I disagree with that
Yeah.
statement. I
That's
don't
fine.
think that's true. I think that's Chronicles of Valeria copium. That's what Chronicles of
Hold on 1 second. I wouldn't actually pay attention to what they're saying right now, and I'm definitely not. I'm looking at this shit.
Hello.
What?
Goodbye.
Don't even tell me what quest I just got. I didn't pay attention to the name of the quest. Desolus. Age working more 1,000 needles. Undercity. Scarlet with Rage. This is the one, right? Yep. That's a level 29. So we do want that. Okay. What else do we need? What else do we need? I'm missing something here. Okay, let's just go ahead and fly back. We can port to Org later. I'm going to store this for now. Did we want to do the Hecular Rod part? Yeah, I think we do. I think we'll do that. And yeah, and then we'll just fly from here.
What is it?
Back to the Terran Mill.
Valeria did. Nobody agreed with that
Yeah.
shit. So why are we accepting it with Ashes? Don't we want Ashes to be the one to succeed? We want Ashes to be the Kickstarter that succeeded.
Mhm.
So why are we following down the same path and doing the same things that Chronicles of Valeria did? That to me is don't do that.
I'm just saying that's the way that development for a number of games that I've played has been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not me. I haven't played any games like that because I don't really follow scams until, unfortunately, recently.
Yeah.
That's a meme, by the way. That's a meme.
Okay. All right. Well,
Yeah, I think yeah, I think from the way you described it here, it took us forever to get to it. Well, we've got the detail we were looking for now finally, and yeah, I think the way that with the facts we've got to now, again, assuming he's not lying, which again would be a dumb lie to tell, they've actually done something very scummy, and I would be very reticent to support a business functioning that way. I think he's being very fair to it and saying that, he doesn't think they're gonna actually pull a full-on rug pull and just not ever deliver on anything, and it's only its scummy way of getting the money that they need to keep development going, but it's still scummy and he still doesn't like it. I think it sounds fair, it sounds accurate, and yeah, I would agree with him. I wouldn't want to support a company doing that shit either, regardless of how good of a product they will or will not make in the end.
I actually, to be honest, I really need to use the bathroom. So I'm going to call Steven. I really appreciate you coming on and talking about it. I really do.
Yeah.
And
it's all
yeah, best of luck. And, I'll be looking forward to the new videos, the Dark Souls one.
Yeah.
All
Okay,
right, dude.
mate.
I'll see
Cheers.
Okay, give me 1 second, guys. I need to use the bathroom. You know what Steven called? No, I can call Steven.
I've had dinner
That
now.
should be fine. Give me
You
a
know I
minute.
need that.
So they've never participated in alpha before. Yeah, I mean, I think that the main problem, I think the main problem Narc has is with the price of the alpha. That's the main issue more than anything. And if the game,
It's not even, to me, I don't think anything to do with the price being as high as it is, which I mean definitely makes it worse, but I think it's more to do with the fact that it's a price at all. You're charging money for something, then you should be delivering something, or at least what you're saying that you're going to deliver with the money you're charging. You say, hey, if you buy into Alpha 2.0, then you're going to get new content, and then you don't deliver any actual new content, then yeah, I think that's like fraud basically at that point. Like you should actually be able to be legally charged for that shit, to be honest.
Our time will
Will you
come.
let me keep the meat? He did not. Just gave me 3 turtle bisques, which admittedly are pretty good. Let's just keep the bread for the normal, and then we'll use the bisques for the buffing. Alright. Then we'll go do the first part of the Hecular Rod thing, right? And we decide to keep the rod and do that? Yeah. And then, otherwise I would have put it in my bank. So we'll do the 2 braziers inside the Yeti cave that we can do. We can't go to the other Yeti cave because it's just a little too high level, I feel like, right now. And we'll wrap up Battle for Hillsbrad. And then maybe see about getting into Dunmoreau. Let's do that. Sounds like a plan. Feels like an operation. A solid operation.
It's like I've played so many games and they've had this same development cycle. And it's like some systems they announce and then they're not in the game at the beginning, then they add them later. This is just what happens, right? And I feel like if it was a free beta, you wouldn't have anybody mad about it. And you just have people that are mad about it because it was a paid beta. What game are you talking about? Oh, with WoW. Like if you play...
You get 5 gold for doing the Children's Week quest? Holy shit. I do need to go do that. Holy. What, that did for real. Hold on, can we even look it up real fast? Alright. Oh shit, yep, we're pulling. Back to things that don't fucking resist us like crazy. Thank God.
Alphas in WoW, a lot of the features aren't available when they first come out. Oh, I did see that for Jam. Yeah. And Corn Brother saw exactly what's going on in Ashes. For sure. It's crazy that they're releasing a map without anything interactable. Yeah. Initial stage is to pay people to test games. Large problem is it doesn't understand the dev process. And so it basically needs to teach everyone how they're making their games and why. Well, I think that's also, I think that's kind of true, is that the way that a consumer and a player is going to perceive the development process is going to be totally different than the way that a developer actually develops the game. So you have people that are looking at it from the perspective of like a viewer, and it's like from them, a lot of these like complications in development don't really have anything to do with the way that kind of stuff works. They need to be open about it. Yeah, but like, how can you be open about it? I said it was open development. Yeah, exactly, right? And so let's go back. I'll message Steven and see where he's at. If she's hashing it out. Yeah, no, it's not really a big deal for me. We do want some communication, yes, but players don't understand developers. Well, no, and they're not going to understand it from their perspective. Having a blast in communication has not been. What was this here? Let me see again. Fuck. Where'd it go? Let me read it. And the communication has not been shit at all.
Holy
yeah,
shit,
obviously
dude.
it's going to be
How do you
everybody's
respond?
opinion.
What?
It's going to be different, right? Of course. Okay. Yeah, I'll call Steven. He'll be ready in a couple of minutes. And then we'll get into it. It's an alpha. People shouldn't treat it like a game. I know that. I know that. And that's why I said that the entire problem with all of this is the fact that the alpha costs money to get into. If the alpha was free,
Yeah,
nobody
I agree.
would be having this conversation.
I agree.
And I think also...
Because then you wouldn't be being treated scummily. You wouldn't be paying money for something and then not receiving that something. Like that, yeah, obviously that's the whole problem. Obviously.
By the way, I think that implies that the development process is not fundamentally flawed or disingenuous. Because the development process would still be bad even if it was free. Like, at least that's the way that my brain works. Games take money to develop. I heard about that, yes. You know, look at Concord. A free game
heard
doing
about
this,
that.
I wouldn't even wait for 2 years. Really? I would. I don't give a fuck about this stuff. I don't care at all. Like, to me, I just... As soon as if I'm doing any of this stuff, like, if a game isn't ready, I just wait for it to be ready. That's it. Yeah, I mean,
Bro,
fuck.
what the
I
fuck?
feel like that's the best way to do it. That's the way I did with WoW, and that's what I've done with a lot of other games like New World. Like, I stopped putting myself in positions that, like, just make me mad, like, get me frustrated. Like, what the fuck is going... Of course I don't want to see that. I want to deal with that. It's crazy. The alpha cost is a filter that people that want to invest time to help the alpha. If it was cheap, people would just join and fill the server and no one would give feedback. I'm not arguing as to whether the price was good or not. I'm arguing as to whether the price was a causal factor in causing people to be frustrated, which I think that it was. These are two different things. The issue isn't that it's paid, but that they misrepresent what's playable to get paid. I don't think that they said at any point, like, for example, the freehold system would be playable in alpha, like, the second that it came out, right? I don't think they ever said that. Because you're rich? You think if I had less money, I would be more mad about it? I mean, if I wasn't rich, I wouldn't be buying it in the first place. Let's be honest, right? I mean, I feel like if you don't have a lot of money, maybe that's not something that you should spend your money on. But anyway, I'll go ahead and I'll call Steven. Give me a minute. Okay, he's good. All right, let's call Steven. Here we go.
What the fuck is this respawn, bro?
Hey, what's going on, man? Mike is...
Hello.
Yeah, hey, how you doing?
Bad. Good. How you doing, brother?
I am chilling, man. Just looking at all the stuff going on with the game. Obviously, it's been probably, I'm sure, a pretty interesting week or so for you. And yeah, a lot of people, a lot of opinions, a lot of videos, and a lot of reactions. And so, obviously, I think that you probably saw a lot of like kind of what I discussed with Narc about things and.
Sure.
What like kind of the frustrations in the community are about just different aspects of the game, and kind of like what's your take on it? Like, how do you feel like people have been responding?
Well, I think the first thing that's really important is, you know, I get a lot of comments from people that say I really shouldn't be responding. I'm the head of the company. I'm the, you know, head of the project. Like, you know, let this be a news cycle and go away after 3 days. But I want to give context into why I engage, why I respond, even if it means that it gives life to, you know, the negativity or the claims that are not true, beyond the news cycle that might have occurred with just that single video. And it's because, you know, we care very much about what we're doing. And I didn't start this company to be another development team or publisher that doesn't respond and doesn't engage with the community. So I just want to get that out of the way first.
Sure.
My primary problem, and I tried to put this in the response, is that, look, it's fair to talk about communication. It's fair to talk about, you know, things that we could have
That
said
was an
differently or done differently.
insane fucking
But the key takeaway and the
situation we
problem
had
that
to
I
deal
had
with all those respawns, bro.
the
It was
video that was
actually
portrayed
crazy.
was the definitive statements that what we've shown in our development updates are not real, and that is absolutely not true. And Narc has zero basis whatsoever to make that statement. And I think the biggest takeaway for anybody that's watching the video, as you had, right, is to look at him showcasing a section of the world that was at the edge of the map, that is in the dunes area, that is incomplete.
So is this part at the edge of the map or not?
Which part?
The part where
Narc showed?
yeah.
Absolutely. It's 100% at the bottom of the map.
So why did
That
he
is-
say it wasn't at the edge of the map?
I have no idea. I can log into the game right now with you. If you still have the game downloaded, I can port you to the area in the game, and we can run around together
Let
and
me
look
see.
at the desert.
I think I might have to update it.
Yeah, there's probably a few updates.
Yeah. I
But you
might do
can
that.
start updating it. We can go
Yeah,
into-
yeah, no, for sure.
You know, the point that's important is that the video that Narc made has 130,000 views right now.
It does.
And what he made definitively as a statement in that video was that the desert that we showcased 2 years ago is not in the game.
Mhm.
I logged into the game and made a video as a response to you that showed all of those assets, all of that terrain, all of that, the cliff sides, the beetle bugs, the scorpions, everything that we showed in the video, even the wisp whelk mount, all of that is in the game. So definitively that was a false statement. Right, and I think the key takeaway is why would Narc want to give the impression? He said, I made a video previous. He said that he made a video
Yeah.
previously that had, you know, 10, 15,000 views,
But the takeaway is that that wasn't the video that had 130,000 views, and it's not the video that got megaphoned into 500,000 views. And when people walk away from that video, they look at the showcase that he looked at, and then he would switch screens back to the empty dunes, and they didn't see any part of the desert that was in the video in his video. So they walk
Right.
away thinking, wait a minute, why did you show this? This isn't real. But that's not true.
So what Narc said was that basically the part of the desert that was shown, like basically you had promised an expansion to the desert that then didn't happen.
Yes.
Well, the expansion to the desert is going to occur throughout phase 2.
Okay.
Like phase 2 just started December 20th. We are 15 days in to phase 2.
Okay.
And during those 15 days, the studio's been on break the entire time.
Right, because there's
So
like
it's like-
Christmas and like
'Cause it's
holidays
Christmas
and everything.
and
Yeah,
New
yeah,
Year's,
no doubt.
right. So there are 5 more months where we have been very clear in all of our development updates that we are going to be continually building the game.
Mhm.
That is part of what alpha is. We have said that. And that means that territory will expand. It means that the tropics will be expanding, that the Badlands will be expanding.
Yeah.
Like all of those spaces continue to expand as part of the game's continued development. But
I don't know, man. You did a whole wipe. But again, charge new money for this. And you don't start with anything? Like nothing. Literally nothing. Literally nothing. Like a terrain. Empty terrain is not something. That's literally nothing. So, yeah, you charge money and then you don't, like, I get that, you know, you're not going to give them everything that they're really paying the money for right up front, but nothing? That's going to have me really question your intent. I mean, you have to accept that. Like, that's going to worry people. Anybody of a reasonable sound mind would be worried by this. Like, I don't know why you would make that choice. That seems ridiculous to me.
what's more important is, and I think that this is a key takeaway, is the way that development works is, as you said, there are branches that exist beneath production. And to be clear, production is the name of the branch that's exposed to the player base. So when a build gets completed and when it gets promoted, it has to
Give
go
me
through
1
different
second.
steps.
I'm having like effing
Yeah.
on my stream. It's like messed up. Give me 1 minute. I think it's like patching the game, and that's what's causing it.
It's possible.
Yeah.
We might be eating your bandwidth.
Yeah. Exactly. Let me go back. Okay.
Oh yeah, we're picking
guys,
up
are
lots
we
of
good
wool
now?
off these guys. That's what we need right now. We need
Do you
this
know
wool.
if there's a way to throttle the bandwidth that the launcher uses to download?
You might have to do it at the application level.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it's because, guys, I was downloading the game. That's the reason. It was like pretty fast. I think I might have to just do that for tomorrow because it'll probably cause other issues.
Yeah, they're probably. I don't know when the last time was that you updated, but it probably. It was probably back in phase 1, so there might be some substantial updates.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I think that's what would make sense. Okay. Well, anyway, you can continue. Like so
So what
about
I was saying,
the desert and all
yeah,
that. Yeah.
what you were commenting about the way that development works is that there are branches that exist in our source control, and we use Perforce, where other features, other areas, other assets are not implemented into the production environment. It's because they're not ready, as you mentioned. They don't connect to other systems. They may not be connecting to certain services. They may not be, QA'd not to cause server crashes. There's a whole bunch of reasons why those things might not exist. Use the freeholds as another example. In the freehold showcase, we showcased all the assets that we've developed. We showcased all the interaction and harvesting that we had developed. We showcased the housing and the furniture and the different mounts and the section of the Riverlands. All that stuff is real. But Narc definitively stated in his video that this is quote unquote fakery, which is a complete slanderous and liable statement to make. And he has no founding or expertise to make that type of a statement. Which is, you know, he also said that, hey, I'm just a normal guy. I just want to step away from the game. Well, then by all means, like 100%, I advise that. Like, we are not anywhere near complete as a development. That is the whole part of this process. And I have said time and time again that, like, this journey of development is not of interest for everybody. Most majority of gamers don't give a shit how a game gets made. They just want to play the game. And that makes sense. I understand that. That's totally normal. But we are showing it so that people who do care, which is a minority of gamers, have an opportunity to have a voice in the development of these systems. So what that means is in this showcase you have here, the Freehold example, we're showcasing how the freeholds have been developed thus far. Does that mean that they can exist within the ecosystem of Alpha 2 because they're either not connected into our networking system, or we don't have the icons and the UI to interface with the deployment of the buildings yet, or we're still utilizing the tax services and mail systems to facilitate that, the cargo, the construction of that? None of that stuff we showed in the showcase because it wasn't developed yet. But what we did showcase was the interactions with the harvestables, the ability to interact with the livestock. All of that stuff is real. And when you go into the game now, you can purchase a freehold. You can own that freehold. You have specific permissions to that freehold. You can create root balls through the artisanship system. You can plant those root balls. You can harvest those root balls. It goes into the economy. That is what we have shown. And the same is true for the desert. But my key takeaway is that as a viewer, if you're watching Narc's video, you walk away from that video under the assumption that those things don't exist because he definitively states they don't. But they do exist in concurrent alpha. And so to ask yourself the question, why would he purposefully mislead the visuals of the desert, not showcasing the parts of the desert that do look like the video we showed, if not to influence the opinion of his more uninformed audience? Which it's okay to be uninformed. Like I said, majority of people don't give a damn about what goes into making the sausage. We understand that. But we're not doing this for those people. We are doing this for the people that care to have a voice in the project.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I understand that. So with
Well, I don't know, man. Maybe the guy just genuinely doesn't see that there's anything wrong with what he's doing, and you know, has good intentions. Legitimately has good intentions. That I can see that being true. I don't know if that's the case, but I could see it being true. That said, I do still would think good intentions or not, which I have real doubts about whether or not there was good intentions. But good intentions or not, I don't think it's okay for you to advertise that you're adding a bunch of new shit and then you don't add anything. Even if you're not going to add it all initially and it's going to come in over time, you don't give us anything initially? Not one thing? Because that's, from like the stuff that you're saying does exist, that he implied, quote unquote, didn't exist. Those are things that already existed before the expansion. So, yeah, the 2.0 thing definitely still seems scummy. I don't think there's any evidence yet that that's not scummy. He's not doing something fucked up there.
Victory for Sylvanas.
the freehold system and like the way that works. So the way that it looks like in the demo that you showed, like with the rabbit mount and everything, and like slaughtering the pig, like does it function that way? Like how much of that functionality is accessible right now in the beta at this very moment?
At this moment in time, with the freeholds, you can currently harvest resources, you can plant the resources,
Yeah.
And there is the Lightfoot Leveret mount, which is the
Mhm.
bunny mount that you saw,
Yeah.
that you can acquire as well through hunting. Those things are currently in the game. And then what we're waiting on is the deployment system for the buildings. And we're waiting on the cargo system that should be attached to the freehold that allows you to bring resources to the freehold's location and store them at the freehold in order to construct those blueprints.
Yeah.
So that's still in our
I
development branch.
do not know enough about the game
Which
to
is
actually
getting
know whether or
QA
not that
tested
makes
and some additional
valid
code
sense
to
or not.
attach it into the node service, because the freeholds are expected to exist on what's called our node service and our zones of influence, because that's how estates are governed. So right now, what we've done to implement the initial freehold system is we've pre-placed certain freeholds throughout the world,
Yeah.
so that we can test permissions and we can test the planting and those types of things. And then once we're ready to implement the estates, which means it has to go through our QA branch and then eventually get to staging before it makes it to our Alpha 2 production branch, that is when players will be able to then place freeholds under the estate system.
So okay,
That's
but like
fair.
you can't like
That
for
part's
example like
fair.
slaughter the pig or something like that now. Like I mean, so like for like percentage wise, it's probably like 20-30% of like what was shown that like you can do right now in the alpha.
There are chickens and there are pigs that you can get if you.
Was what's going on with the freeholds? Is it new to the expansion or not? That's what I need to know. Like, he said you can do something that actually affects the economy in the game that have to do with the freeholds. Well then, is that functionality new to the expansion or not? Did we get something for our money, or did we not? I need some evidence that there was something substantial gained on day of release of Alpha 2.0.
Have a tier 2 upgraded node farming station.
Yeah.
And then you can place those on the freehold currently as you do the trees and the herbs that you can harvest. And so the pig will appear and then you can slaughter it after a period of time.
Okay, so you can do that right now inside of the
Correct.
game in the alpha at this very moment.
As long as a node has upgraded to
Okay.
a tier 2 building, yes.
Okay. So, all right, well, that makes a lot of sense. And let's see, besides that, I feel like there was also the concern about basically the communication for like these different phases and how it works. But actually, you know what, before I go to that, you were mentioning a development branch. So
Correct.
basically, there is an internal version of the game, probably, where more of these features are available than the public alpha version of the game. Is this accurate?
Well, there are a lot of different branches within,
Yeah.
within our Perforce. where we do
Pretty far
development,
pull
right?
for
We have
something
an
4
engine
levels
branch, we
below
have an
me.
ICS branch, we have
Yeah.
a development branch, we have a QA. Like there's a whole bunch that has these features in different states. That they're not all necessarily interconnected. They don't necessarily connect into the network or the services yet. That work hasn't been completed or done, right? It's still
They're all
in
like modular different
development.
things.
That's correct, right?
Yeah.
And so what happens is as those features get more complete, they get integrated, and that is where the integration layer exists, and then they get tested. So a great example of this that I was talking about is something called our dynamic, which right now our network utilizes a server meshing technology, which is currently in the game.
Which
and
he said,
in that,
so he says that's not real. It's not going to happen.
yeah, that's crazy. So if I don't know if I guess there's a way for you to log in. Oh, I can actually watch. I can show you.
Let me see if I can do that. Give me 1 second. I'm going to just spam a bunch so it doesn't show our DMs or anything like that. And let me make sure that that's good.
I'm gonna start streaming real quick.
Okay.
And maybe you can just watch me play on a development client on the Alpha 2.
Okay.
So I can show you, different server workers.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, I just started streaming.
1 second. Let me make sure that I can look at it. It doesn't show yet. Oh, streaming from on YouTube.
Twitch.
Okay. Okay,
Twitch.
good. I thought I was gonna have to screen share from Discord or something like that. All right, yeah, sure. Which channel?
Oh, that's a good question. What is that? Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
It is Stephen
Maybe
Sharif.
something
So it's
now.
/ Stephen Sharif. STEVENSHARIF.
Can you just link it to me? Okay.
All right, there we go.
All right. So and this is in the dev client of the game. Is that right?
Well,
You
so
mean
this
more
is the production
stamina.
environment, which means this is
Okay.
our live alpha 2. You can
Oh,
see that
okay. So
there's
this is
a
the
bunch-
live game.
Yeah, this is the live game.
Okay.
But I'm on a developer client, so I can do certain things in the live game that you wouldn't normally be able to do.
Right.
So when he's talking about,
Can you
when
go
he's
to that
talking about-
area that he was showing that was like super
Oh
empty?
yeah.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
That ability
Hold on 1 second.
Yep. No problem. No problem.
He's enchanted.
Give myself a little dude.
And are these trees actual assets, or are they just images placed in place of an asset?
Well, I think that's part of nomenclature that needs to be better understood by people who develop games, right? It's like when you say is it an actual asset.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's bad. So, like, can you interact with the trees?
So the trees cannot get interacted
Okay.
in the desert environment, and there's a reason for that. Our artisanship service is a very complicated service. We, as you may or may not know, we have certain interactables that are mined materials, that are wood, that are, herbalism, whatever. The way that works is those exist all throughout the different areas of the map, and certain types of resources are supposed to spawn in certain areas. And so because of that, each interactable node that you might see, and let me just show you for a quick second. I'll just go and show you. Each interactable object is governed by what's called our artisanship service. And it's a way that you kind of create this dynamic server grid where you pull as many processes off of an individual Unreal Engine game server, and instead you have those governed by a service that lives off of the game server that game servers can talk to. So, for example, if I go up to this tree here, well, I don't have the appropriate level, so it's red. Hold on.
Yeah, sure.
Let me give myself all of the.
Yeah, do a little bit of cheating.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm cheating. Let me toggle max. So let me go back up to it. So now I can start chopping this tree that I have a certain level.
Okay.
But this tree is governed by an area that is under our Riverlands artisanship service. So the trees that are currently in the desert biome can't yet be interacted with because we haven't extended that service into the desert biome.
So there's
Right?
basically
and
like,
we
let's
told
say
players.
you have
and we
like
told players-
there's like a middleman that's like not available, so you can't do the interaction. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's that's generally correct. So hold on, let me fly to the area that Narc was talking about.
Yeah. I want to see this part of the desert.
1 second. So these assets aren't done. I mean, they are created. What needs to be hooked up is the artisanship service, right?
And once the artisanship service gets hooked up, then all of the trees and everything will be interactable.
Correct.
Okay.
That's right. So as soon as we get to this section here, I can't even move. Like I am blocked right here because this area is off of the map. This is the edge of the map.
Okay.
So this is a wall. I am stuck on this wall.
And can you just go around and like kind of show just to get an indication of like Like, cause, yeah, I mean the exact spot that he was at, but like, is this true? Like, pretty much entirely about?
And this is what's called a node quirk. So the way that cities exist within the game is they can
Yeah.
be developed by players. Whoops. And this node has been developed, so it is a desert node.
Right.
He mentioned that the node is a copy paste of the Riverland.
Yes.
Hold on. He mentioned that's a copy paste. That's because the way that they exist is they exist on ports. So we have a number of different node layouts that are obviously intended that we are continuing to build, that the node team is building.
Yeah.
But those node layouts aren't fully online yet. So we use in these corks essentially the node templates that we have available until such time as the new templates become available, and we will replace these nodes with those new templates. That's how development exists.
Well, sometimes
That's not
how
what I wanted to
releases
do.
exist, too. I played New World.
Was it a waste of
I get
that?
it. I understand. And so around the other area that like Narc was showing in the video, because I just want to make sure that like we nail down this point like 100% about it being at the edge of the map, because like to me it's like it's very important that like something like this is either true or not.
He has to send the coordinates that he might have been at. I don't know where if he has a coordinates, I can port to those coordinates.
Yeah.
But as I kind of like fly through the desert zone, right, there's a lot of it obviously that's still a work in progress because the zone is being developed. But
Jesus Christ, they got
takeaway
dangerous.
that I have from
Mostly
the
due to
video
fucking a couple
Yeah.
is
misclicks
that
by
he
me, but they
claims
got
what
real
we
fucking
showed 2
dangerous.
years ago did not exist, and it does exist. It may not exist near the edge of the map or near even as you go into the deeper portions of the map, but all of this desert zone here,
Yeah.
maybe not this desert zone down here, is complete. But regardless, like the point of that is that this is still important, and we have been very clear about that as part of our communications with the
Yeah, sure.
audience, that not everything is going to be complete in an alpha. And I know that that can be a difficult thing to communicate, to convey, but it is part of our process. It is part of the development of the game.
Jesus Christ, that was fucking
And
damn.
so part of that is
Sweaty,
like,
boy,
he
it
brought
was
up
sweaty.
that one image, and there was a dungeon, I think, or something like that, where it had like this really big tower
Yeah,
in
it's
the
called
middle.
it's called an Essence Geyser.
Okay.
So the Essence Geyser is a dungeon where a certain monster race that's called the Nagash.
Okay.
And the Najash are essentially, sorry, not Nagash, the Najash. The Najash are the serpent race, which is another development.
So the reason
That is
why
still-
that wasn't so the reason why that wasn't available to see was because the dungeon isn't in the game that exists in.
Correct. And we didn't show that in the preview either. We just showed the Essence Geyser itself, which is an asset that we created that's the
Yeah.
top of the dungeon. And we showed the monsters that go into the dungeon, but those aren't in the game either yet,
Yeah.
because their dungeon's not in the game. Their animations are complete. Their behavior, so some of their
Yeah.
behavior trees are complete. Like there is a lot of it that's being worked in progress. And I think that's the biggest that's the biggest rub in my opinion. Is that it is easy to look at a development, and as much as we have communicated, which we have communicated probably, and I'm speaking from a gamer's perspective,
Sure.
more than I have seen any other MMORPG of our size in development with a following like ours, probably that I've ever seen. And I don't know if you've seen another MMORPG in development of our size that's communicated more than us.
I've seen the negative outcomes of them trying to communicate. I mean, usually it doesn't go very. I mean, like the way that users and like players, gamers like perceive the development cycle is going to be way different than like the way that
Absolutely.
it actually exists.
And I'll be honest with you, like the
Yeah.
biggest takeaway for me about that, by the way, you're 100% correct. Like the biggest takeaway, in my opinion, about that is many people have said time and time again, when I've gone to DICE or when I've gone to GDC, different conventions, I've talked with executives at other companies and developers and publishers. They've said, "Hey, man, what you're doing is crazy. Like that it is. You will get eaten alive." And in part, like we know, that's the double-edged sword.
It is.
Right? That is 100% correct. That is the downside of transparent development, is that every single thing you say, every single thing you do is going to get picked apart, and not by people who know the process.
Yeah.
Not by people who know what it takes to build these games, or even know what development is, or software development in general. And the best thing that those people can do is they sometimes can sell negativity, because if you look at Narc's videos, and this is not just Narc, by the way, I'm not just trying to pick on Narc. This is something that is true of content creators and influencers in general, right? Is that there is certain types where they want to sell negativity because it sells best. And Narc is a great example, because if you look at his videos where he's praising the game, they have 10,000 views, they have 15,000 views, right? They have something that is not the equivalent of the videos where he's criticized or where he's lobbed baseless accusations against the game, like his most recent one that has now 150,000 views and over probably 1 million views that'll get megaphoned by you reviewing it as well.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And he talks about a conflict in interest for the referral program, which, by the way, many products, many companies, many services have a referral system. But the reality of it is, if you talk about conflict and interest, for a content creator to be incentivized by ad revenue, they are going to want to create content that yields the most amount of views and the most amount of engagement.
Fair,
And,
but
if
at the same time, like, this is speculation. Like, I just want the facts, bro. Like, just tell me straight up what is new in the expansion.
looking at the proposition of making a clickbait title or making a rage bait title or making something that's going to cause drama and get picked up and spread and amplified and megaphoned, like, if you are that type of person that's trying to build your channel, like, why would you not do that? It's no skin off of your back per se. You're not getting kicked out of the game. You can come back after a year and now you have your redemption arc all set up and teed off for you, right? It's like, oh, Ashes of Creation succeeded, a year later.
Yeah, I've only done that myself 10 times.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm
right.
totally-
But here's the part that gets missed by a lot of people, is that there are actual human beings behind the screen that are devoting their 100 hours a week at times to build something where it matters to us very much, the public's reception, the public's perception, and that is why we create these things. And to see someone say something like, they lied to us, it doesn't exist, it's not in the game, when he has no basis for fact there, that is a super, super hurtful, sad thing to have to endure.
It's either something that's true or not at the end of the day,
Correct.
right? And so, like, if it's in the game, then you can show it in the game. If it's not in the game, then it can't be shown in the game.
Correct.
Like,
and that's why I made that response video.
Yeah, I feel like it's actually like a super, super simple dynamic. And I think that, like, I feel like with content, it's not necessarily always something that's negative. It's something that reinforces viewpoints that people already have. So, like, if people already have a viewpoint that's something, it's confirmation bias. People want to hear that their opinion that they have is already
We
accurate.
got the last
And
quest.
so,
Took forever to get them, but we now have all 3 quests for Dunborough. Now the question is, can we get a group together to run this bitch? Because you definitely need a group to be on this bullshit. I don't need this. I don't need this. I'd like to have gotten more fucking wool. Hopefully these fucking dwarves will drop some. I might have to go back to damn Hillsbrad Fields just to farm some freaking wool.
For sure. But I
Go
will
ahead.
say one thing to that, Asmund. I will say one thing to that.
yeah.
Is while you're saying it's true, it's either in the game or it isn't. The fact of the matter is that some percentage of the 150,000 views that he's already garnered with that video
Sure.
will not see that truth afterwards. They will walk away. They may not
that's
watch
media.
the follow-up
Yeah.
video.
Yep.
Right? That's how media works. That's how marketing works. And they're eventually going to. It's kind of like that effect, you know, where they say we have too many satellites in orbit, and eventually trash is going to start,
Oh, they're
you
gonna
know,
start
hitting each other.
Yeah.
And it's going to have this exponential growth of
Mhm.
trash throughout, you know, space or whatnot. That the same is true for a viewer, right? If a person walks away with a now what you've described as a confirmation bias, with an opinion that they formed based off the video that they saw,
Yeah.
and they don't get to see the follow-up, they get to go ping pong that on Reddit. They get to go ping pong that in the comment section of another video. They get to go ping pong that in the Twitch viewers,
Yeah.
and then that spreads to other people. So to a degree, that is why there are libel, slander, and defamation laws that exist, because
course.
you cannot control what those things are. Now, Narc made some very definitive statements that are inaccurate and false. And I would be well within my rights to act upon that in a very legal manner.
Yeah.
But I can't do that, obviously, right? That's not to my benefit. It's not what I want to do anyways, even
Yeah,
though it
sure.
defames and hurts me, and I can't control what that bias is. And now I'm forced to roll around in the mud, right, about the project, which is taking away from really what the focus
It's
should
the
be
focus
about.
on a project. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. So like, how do you feel about like the way that Narc feels about the communication? Because I think that there's been a lot of people that have felt.
Look, if
Like,
Narc,
kind-
if
go
Narc
ahead.
had said, if Narc had made a video that said, "Hey, I think you should have communicated this better, and I think you should have communicated that better,"
Yeah.
100%. That's the whole fucking point of us being open about the transparent in the first, the process of development in the first place. Like that constructive criticism, not going on his stream and calling people who support the game autists and retards and banning them and just acting like a complete degenerate, right? And because, and again, I'm not trying to make any ill will towards Narc.
Sure.
Like, yes, I'm super pissed about the fact that he went and made a video that was completely defamatory, but the reality of the matter is that we never engaged with Narc from a company's perspective as a content creator. Why? Because his brand was not the brand that we wanted to engage with about the game. Now, of course, that's a big conflict for us because he was creating content about the game, and some of those videos and content were great,
True.
but some of them were not. And some of them did not match what we wanted our brand to be. And I got a lot of flack internally from my own marketing and community team when I would even talk and engage with Narc because they're saying, "Hey man, like this guy is not a good dude." And I would say, "Okay,
Oh
well,
yeah.
you know,
I mean, this
that's,
is
you
just
know,
marketing and PR people are
100%.
always they are so careful. I'm fully aware of that, and I think that makes sense, right? That's their job. But you talk about banning, right? And so there were a lot of criticism. This actually wasn't really even discussed in like the conversation.
The
I had with
Reddit?
Narc. Yeah, people getting banned on Reddit for
yeah,
like.
that's so false. Like that's another thing that was absolutely. So let me tell you.
So
and
people
you know
aren't
this
getting
very
banned.
well.
Like.
Okay, here, listen. So you know this very well. Narc was in his stream. Narc was in a stream for 4 days straight, playing at the beginning of Phase 2. He was
Sure.
running a subathon.
Yeah.
And in the subathon, you know, it was a total hate fest, right? He had a pretty solid 300 views. Anybody who was watching can corroborate this. This is true. And those viewers were all just kind of, you know, hate baiting each other.
Yeah.
And they would go on the Reddit and they would make statements with their Reddit.
They would
and
go on
say
the
things
Reddit.
like, "This game is 100% scam. What they're doing is fake. This isn't real. You know, they should be shut down." All these types of things, right? And so over the course of December, there were probably 7 people that got banned, and the only reason they got banned is because they violated our respect each other rule. There was one thread that got locked. Out of 10 different threads that were about Narc, one
that
got
was the
locked because
desert
it was
one,
just
right?
a hate fest. There were like 7 desert threads.
Okay.
You can go on our Reddit and look at the 7 different.
And
desert
why do you
threads.
think
One
there
of
were
them-
so many desert threads? Because like
Well,
it feels to me like that's like a really big point of contention.
Well, they were
that a lot
all
of people have.
the majority of them. I don't want to say necessarily all.
Yeah,
The majority of them, in my opinion, were from Narc's stream because again, he was running a 4-day long stream.
I just
The
need
desert
one
was
guy. I don't
big
need a whole
point
group.
of topic.
Just
for
give me one more dude.
Now I don't
Especially
know
if it's
that
a
was
warrior.
a result of him being upset about having to shave his beard
Yeah.
because the
yeah.
desert. I don't know what might have exacerbated that, you know, aspect, but that is what I think caused it. But I have been a mod of that Reddit because it's our official
Yeah, of course.
subreddit of the Ashes of Creation game. it was handed to me because the person who made it back in 2016 didn't want to be the owner of it anymore. So after like 5 months, he said, "Here, this is your subreddit now." And I said, "Okay, we'll make it the official subreddit. We'll engage. We'll talk to the community here. We'll make sure to enforce some decorum as well."
So you're saying that like if a person goes and they make a post on Reddit right now that isn't like insulting or like saying it's a scam or everybody's lying, and they have a constructive post about Ashes of Creation on the subreddit, that they're not going to get banned for it, even if it's completely negative?
Any one of your 40,000 viewers right now can go on our subreddit and they can look through the history and see just how many constructive, critical posts there are about Ashes of Creation.
Okay.
I would even say that a healthy, probably half of that subreddit is reasons why a game design is bad, or reason why a system should be changed, or reason why the communication isn't good. I don't ban people at all. Our Discord is the same way. Like I have people constantly that'll ping me with feedback that's like, "Hey man, this is a terrible design. You shouldn't do this. The game's gonna fail because of this." I don't ever respond to that in a negative way. That's the whole purpose of this development, is to garner that level of interaction with the community. That is what we have done for 8 straight years. It is a completely false narrative for anyone to say that.
Well, if I look at it and I look at the subreddit, it does seem like there's a lot of critical comments that are made, and these comments are not being deleted. So
of course not. Like, well, first of all, you can go on to there are a number of different websites that you can go on to, and you can see if there are any deleted comments. Like that. I mean, that is just a factual truth.
Okay. Well, that's at least good to know. I'm thinking about some of the other components of this too. And so, if you're talking about,
here's the other thing, Asmund.
Yeah.
It's like when you put these things into perspective, and your audience is a very I consider myself a member of your audience. I enjoy your takes. I love watching you. We have a lot of people in the studio that are Asmongold fans. I mean, that's why I invited you to the Asmongold Guild when you joined Alpha One.
I remember that very well.
But what I will say is that, like, if you put these points into context, look, I don't know what's going on with Narc. I don't know, why he's come to these conclusions that he has. I have assumptions. My assumptions are it's because, this is the reason of him wanting to farm views and engagement or whatever, and then maybe he'll do a redemption arc later, and that's like his master plan. I have a lot of different commentaries, but it is what it is. I don't really care. Only thing I care about is that when someone makes false and defamatory statements and it gets 100,000 plus views, and then it gets 500,000 plus views, and it demeans the character of myself or the 230 plus families that I care that are putting their hearts and souls into this game, of which I've put over $55 million of my own money into the development of this game. There has never been a dime or profit that's been taken from this company in 8 years. When someone says that, it is utter, and pardon my French.
It's gonna piss you off.
It's
bullshit.
It's complete fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Total bullshit.
Well, all right. I'm gonna ask you. Like, I don't know if you can really give me the answer to this. So 55 million. There's no way you can make an MMO with $55 million. Like, how much money is it gonna take to make the game?
At least another 50 minimum. Like, I mean, at least another 50. I'll be on the hook for minimum. And by the way, we've grown to 230 developers.
Yeah.
That's not 230 developers in the middle of Croatia.
Yeah.
That's 230 developers in the middle of San Diego, California, which is the most expensive part of the United States.
Yeah, it's like what is it? Like
I'll tell you another thing. I'll tell you another thing. I take care of my developers.
Yeah.
We give 100% health insurance for our developers, their spouses, and all of their children as well.
Yeah.
And that's on a game that's not making profit.
Right.
So for someone to demean my character like this and to drag me through the mud this way is absolutely out of character and wrong.
Okay.
It is just wrong.
Yeah, you got Hubbard's sword already. Nice.
No, I understand that. I mean, what do you think about like the 6 years of the game being an alpha? because he said he did the math on
I
it.
think I said this at the start of this development.
Yeah.
I said that we're going to make this game in a way that we feel is right. A lot of games come out and they get worked on in the dark. How long did Throne and Liberty take to develop? 12 years.
You mean Lineage?
And Lineage 3.
Yeah, exactly.
12 years. And by the way, this is no hate against NCSoft or their game. I think they did a great job. I'm just saying it took 12 years to make, and that was from an established major MMO RPG powerhouse to build a game like that. Right? And I'm not trying to judge whether or not Throne and Liberty was good or whatever. I don't, it is what it is.
But it takes a long time to make a game.
Opinion.
Yeah.
But it takes a long time to make a game, and it takes a real fucking long time to make an MMORPG, and multiply that by 10 when you're trying to do the level of complexity in systems that we are trying to do, which is fucking crazy.
No, so do you don't have like a time frame or anything for how long the alpha's going to last?
Do you know if I told you the time frame today and that time frame changed, what would happen? What would happen? You'd
be lying again. Yeah.
Exactly. I'd be a liar.
Yep. Okay.
I would be a liar.
So you don't want to get a time
That
frame
boy
because
hit
then
the
you're going to
shit
get
out of me.
nailed down for another video about you lying in the future. No, I think that's
and
fair.
The other
of course.
thing is, like, how can I give a time frame when we just started our Alpha 2?
Yeah.
The whole point of this fucking Alpha is to test everything. Right? And before we go into full onslaught production of these core systems, we need to test that, 1, they work, 2, players want them, and 3, whatever we need to do to make those systems work differently, we have time to do that.
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole point of Alpha 2. So, like, again, if you aren't interested in the development process of an MMORPG, my whole recommendation is chill, don't follow us, check in a year, in 2 years, whatever it is, get an average update every now and then. But the reason I told Narc, and anyone else,
We got somebody,
who was
boys.
getting their tits in a twist, or excuse me,
It is what it is. Yeah, no, true. Yeah, for sure.
who were getting their boxers in a bunch because of the development process.
Yeah.
Go take a break. Take a break for your own mental. Let me tell you, developing this game has not been great for my mental health.
Yeah.
It sure is. I would not wish this level of engagement with the community, this level of complexity in the game development. I mean, you got to understand, I started this also 8 years ago without having any experience in development whatsoever, just being a lover of MMOs and wanting to make something that I like, right? So, like, I had to run through the crucible on fire with my head on.
Yeah, sure.
Right? And my recommendation is take a break.
Yeah.
Go take a break for your own mental health. That wasn't any dig on his mental health. I don't personally care about Narc too much to care what his mental health status is. I'm just suggesting to anyone that is too emotionally invested in our development process, go take a break. We will be here when you get back. This project is too large. I have put too much of an investment. I care too much, and so does our team, about its success for it to fail. And so because of that, we are going to do what's necessary no matter the time it takes. Now, ultimately, I don't want to be in a 10, 12, 14-year-long development cycle. But another thing to keep in mind is that when people say, hey, it's been 8 years, that first year we were 12 people.
Yeah, sure.
We were 12 people. We were 25 people the next year. And then we were 40 people the year after that. We didn't start this development with 500 people on the side. I don't have $700 million that I've collected from crowdsourcing like Star Citizen. And again, it's no heat against Star Citizen. It is what it is. I'm just saying, like, this is a project built of passion. And by the way, Ashes isn't going to be for everybody. We are a PvX game. Probably half the market doesn't want PvP in their game. Half of the market share of MMORPG players probably do
no,
not
half might be a
like
little bit
this.
much to say they just
I
don't want it at
understand
all,
that.
but
And
there's
space in the
a
market
large
share
chunk for
a
sure. I'd
game
agree with
like
that
us,
statement.
Even if half of the people don't like our visuals, don't like our art, don't want our mechanics. Okay, do we want to gatekeep the other half of the market share that do want that?
Yeah.
Is it, if you don't like it, does it mean it shouldn't be made? Does it mean it's a scam? Does it mean that you should demean the character of the people who are putting their blood, lives, sweat, and tears into the project and make false statements that you yourself can be liable for like that, Nark? No.
Well, so
If you want to walk away, if that's truly your intent, then by all means, walk away. Don't drag us through the mud in an effort to get views and misrepresent the game when you do it. Like, come off of it.
So we could go back to this old desert situation, right? About it being an expansion to the desert. Now, whenever you were talking about the expansion to the desert that was going to happen on December 20th, what is that? What?
That's the nodes. That's the nodes.
Okay.
So these three
Yeah.
locations, you see this node that says Athenar, Sunhaven, and
Yeah.
Asmara. Like those were nodes that didn't exist before the 20th.
Okay, so
And
those
so-
all
and
got
so
added.
now they-
and can
now
you,
they have
can you go to
nodes
one of
and-
those? Like, because I think you went to one of
Yeah,
them.
yeah,
But yeah, okay.
Hold on 1 second.
What's in a node? What goes into a node? What do I get out of the node?
And how many people, by the way, are on the server? Like, do you have any idea of like how
We
many
have-
people there are?
We have over 110,000. I think it's like 112,000 people now that are participating in Alpha 2. And on our record for a server was 7,400, I think, on December 20th. We had 7,400 people on one round, which, by the way, for an Unreal Engine 5 game is, I don't know of any other UE5 games that have released that have been able to achieve that number. So if anybody else knows that, you know, that's, they can.
Yeah,
They can,
I don't think so.
Got him.
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't
sure.
think so. So this is the Sunhaven node.
Okay.
Right? And this.
So this is
now-
one of, and this was added in the December.
20th.
Okay, so this is
Correct.
so to say that like there was nothing that was added. This
Our
was
boy's
added.
close.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
there were 3 nodes that were.
And
there were
there's
3
two
nodes that
more
were
of
added.
them besides this.
Correct. Yeah, that's
Okay.
right. And they were encampments before this, and they were crossroads before that.
Yeah.
So anybody that played it, they can come and they can see this. There's building sections here that a mayor can, you know, construct.
Is one of them called
Um,
Asmarin? Because I think that's where a narc was in the video.
Aspen?
Yeah,
Let me
yeah.
see
Can you go to that? Because like I just, again, it's just about like this thing about it being on the edge of the map. To me, this might sound like some kind of like weird fixation, but like to me that matters a lot because it's like, was it or wasn't it? You know?
Yeah, that's fine. The other key takeaway is that, like, whoops, got stuck under the ground.
Yep.
Nobody look. You're not supposed to teleport. Hold on. There we go. This is Asmarin. Let's see, where would the edge be? So already you can see that Asmarin is kind of near the edge.
Okay.
This is
Yeah.
Asmarin.
Okay, and so it's at the edge down there at the bottom. Yeah, if I look at his map, it just, like, I don't know. I mean, I could, like,
This is the edge. This is Asmarin, and then this is the edge right here.
okay.
You can't go further.
So if you just go, okay, so you can't even, and this is the case all around the map, right? Like this is like if you
Yeah,
go,
you can see the map edge is here.
so
You can't go further than this.
okay, so this, okay,
I'm trying to like it won't let me.
okay. So
That's where Asmarin is. But again,
All right.
the key point isn't so much whether or not he was at the edge. That's fine.
Yeah,
Maybe
okay.
He was 100 meters off of the edge. But regardless, the point is he showed side-by-side comparisons of our showcase from 2 years ago, and he said none of this is in the game. That is what he said.
yeah,
He said none of this is in the game, and that's bullshit. I just released a video
and
that showed all
what
of
you're
all
looking
those
at
assets
right
in the
now,
game.
this is it. This was added into the game on December 20th.
Yes.
Okay.
This was added into the game on December 20th. Anybody who's been playing
Mm-hmm.
here, let me ask this dude. Here, let me just ask this guy. Hello, Mew.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Uh-huh.
Gotta make our boy some water,
And this is
apparently.
in the live version of the Alpha 2 that other players can
Oh,
regularly
yeah.
see.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Hold on.
Okay. So you're asking how
Okay,
long
so
you've been
I
playing.
just asked him. He says since Alpha 1.
Okay. Somebody else saying they were there. Yeah.
My mana is low.
May I ask a question? All right. Were these nodes present in phase 1?
That's what I want to know
He
too.
says no.
There you go.
All right. Well, he's gonna have to check his PayPal,
Hold
right?
on. Let's get him a hat. Let's get him a hat. We need to give him a hat.
Yeah.
Boom. We just gave him a Santa hat.
Great. Good for him.
Hold on. Let's ask him if he can put the Santa hat on. Look at him dancing. I guess I'm big dog.
I'm out of range.
So, and also like there's going to be more stuff I'm sure added to the desert as time goes on, right? I mean, it's not like it.
I mean, what are the questions that has when you
Okay.
know that? Come on, like
Yeah, well,
we're
I mean,
building the game.
well, it's just, well, yeah, but like I'm leading it because like that's like these are what the concerns are, right? And
yeah, that's true.
and so like that's really I'm not really like obvious. Like, let's be real. Fucking obviously, it's not like you're gonna have a bunch of random mobs out there doing nothing, right? 100%.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, come on. Why didn't this dude put his hat on?
Yeah. Maybe he doesn't know how.
I'm gonna say, put your hat on. Oh man. Yes, absolutely. I mean, that is the
Yeah.
whole point of. Oh, look, he did. He put his hat on.
There
So
it
that's
is.
a Santa hat. Boom.
That's nice.
Thank you. Thanks, brother. Appreciate that, man.
About a week late. It's okay.
Week late, $1 short.
So that's going on. You've got all the so this is the desert. They did add new stuff into the second phase with these 3 nodes and the desert being expanded, and with like the dungeon and all of that, I'm sure that'll probably get added into the future too. I feel like a lot
Which
of
dungeon?
um,
Which dungeon?
the one that had that I forgot the term that you used for it.
Oh, the Najosh dungeon. The
Yes,
Najosh
in the Josh dungeon.
Yeah. Absolutely. So we just added the Befallen Forge dungeon in,
Uh-huh.
which is like a bunch of undead dwarves that are
Okay.
governed by a Dracolich, basically.
Yeah.
This is. Hold on one second. Let me do this real quick here. This is the Befallen Forge dungeon, which just got added in December 20th as well. There's a little party here that's probably trying to do things.
So it's an outdoor dungeon.
No, this is an indoor dungeon.
Oh, so I mean a non-instanced.
Oh yeah, no, not the vast majority of all of our
Okay.
content in game is open world. Like
Okay.
the whole point of a PVX, game
Yeah,
that we're
sure.
trying to build is contested, zones and whatnot. So that there
Yeah,
are
like Black
good
Desert
spots
or whatever. Yeah, no,
yeah,
I get
there,
it.
there are good spots to XP. There's rare drops or whatever. Like, look at this dude.
Yeah.
That are available to another group.
Mhm.
Kind of down here. There's a little puzzle down here that you can succeed at to get to cross. But yeah, it's all open world. In the dungeon you're talking about, the Najosh dungeon that has that Essence Geyser, the Essence Geyser asset is complete, but the asset kit that's used to actually build the interior of that dungeon is obviously something that we're still working on.
Okay.
The Najosh monsters and whatnot have been worked on. Those models we've shown, and that's
Yeah.
the whole point of our development update that we do every single month, right? The whole part of us showing all of these assets getting created, all of the world being built and the monsters being constructed, like that's. Oh God, I'm gonna die. Hold on. The whole point of that is so that we can get player feedback before we move into mass production, which is an alien idea for many people, for many developers, for many publishers, because of course you can run into situations like the one we're currently in, which is where, hey, a lot of people who are witnessing the game that are very, we have millions of registered users that are interested in Ashes of Creation because for 8 years we've been very public about its development, which is a good thing. That's the good side of the sword, is that we don't have to spend any money on advertising. We don't have to spend any money on marketing. There is a cost.
We thought we had a buddy. We just said somebody was going to do one of the 3 quests, and it's the one you can get done outside without ever going in. Sucks for us.
cost that comes with us needing to each month kind of prepare something to be shown to the public. That's why we have a community team. That's why we have Margaret, who heads up that team, right, the communications team. And a lot of development teams don't like having to kind of, you know, to essentially having that exposure
to do
when
regular
something's
updates
undone.
because there's also like there's a degree of accountability with it. No, I can easily see that.
Absolutely. And the biggest concern is that like something changes and the community puts you on a flail for it.
Yeah, of course.
Right? Where it's
On a
like,
flail?
oh, you promised
I don't think
this
that's the
and
word you
now it's
actually
not
wanted.
a thing anymore. Well, the whole gambit, the whole gamble of this approach is that we can be open about the changes and we can foster some degree of understanding from our community when those changes happen for the game. Like, isn't that what we want to see rather than getting something we had no idea about on day one, hating it, and then the game fails, and now, boom, that game is gone.
Yeah.
Like, they can't go back and they can't fix it, right? Because they've already put $300 million into creating what it was.
Yeah.
And for them to go back and fix it, it's going to cost another $100 million or another $150 million in order to do it.
Right.
So, like, to that degree, you're mitigating risk on the side of the open development in exchange for the risk of landing something that people didn't ask for or don't want, right? Well, in my opinion, it's worth this risk that is now being realized in the communications department that's a problem, right? And instead, what we're mitigating is the risk that we land on day one without an audience that gives a fuck to play the game.
Yeah, sure, of course, right? Because like that, at that point, it's like you're gonna have people that.
At that point,
like,
you're
if you
screwed.
develop in the
At
wrong.
that point, every bit of money that you put into the game is a waste because you're not. If you make a game and nobody's interested when you release it, then you've just wasted your money. Like the chances that you're going to salvage that and turn that game that no one cares about into a game that people want to play is extremely slim odds, bro. Like you probably have just thrown all your money away. Whereas with this, like you can recover from bad PR if you're making a good game.
Direction, you go too far in that direction, you can't change course, and like then you're kind of stuck there.
Correct.
Like I've seen a lot of games that have ended up being in that position.
That's absolutely right. And let me tell you another big thing. One other thing that is really sets my bullshit radar off.
Okay.
He says, you know, that he doesn't agree with the pricing.
That was the big thing I wanted to talk about. Yeah.
No, absolutely, and that's totally fine. Like, this is specifically priced in part to restrict the number of people who are participating in this alpha because it's not for everybody. In addition, we have to pay for servers to host at a minimum 1 year's worth of time that our alpha is going to be live. And that $100 goes to pay for that 1 year's worth of what would normally be a subscription.
Sure.
1 year's worth of what must normally be a subscription. So how much, you know, what does that come out to? And then on top of that, we're giving 1 month subscription with it, and we're also giving access to all the betas. So I get it. People don't want to pay that money. That's fine. We literally tell people, do not buy the alpha. This is not a game. This is not for you. You will lose nothing by not participating in our alpha. The game will launch, and you cannot pay a box price for it. We don't even have a box price, which is, in my opinion, the best monetization model.
Well, that's the
we
biggest
are just
like
subscription.
injection. Yeah, of course.
Correct. So anybody that goes out there and says this is a scam, I am telling you that this game that I've sunk $55 million or more into over the course of the last 8 years,
So far.
myself personally, so far, and will have to put in another 50 probably.
Yeah.
That you should not buy the game, and we have a 90-day refund policy on these $100 alpha keys.
Yeah.
And we do not have a minimum time requirement if people want a refund. If you want a refund and you go in and you play this and you play our alpha and you test our alpha and you test it for 10 hours, 15 hours, we are granting those refunds because we don't want people to be upset about that. So it is total fucking bullshit that the statements that the way he represented us and the game in his video. And again, I don't want to pick on Narc. Like, okay, dude, go play another game. Go enjoy your content creator career. Go play Dark Souls. Do you? This is your life, brother. You go do you. But you left, you lit a match, and you threw it behind you, and you said, fuck you, Steven, fuck you, Ashes, and fuck you, developers. And that's fucked up.
Well, there it is. Well, I feel like there's a lot of development teams that feel that way, and just from like my own personal opinion, I wish that more development teams would communicate honestly, rather than, you know, go through like 8 layers of PR bullshit, because it's like you don't really know what somebody's thinking. You're not having an honest conversation. It's a bunch of fakery. For sure. No, I do really appreciate you coming on and talking about it and everything. Like, I really do. And, you know, I'm sure it puts you in a weird position, especially with like the people in your team, etc. But
I don't want to be in this position.
Yeah,
Like, this is not why I started. This is not why I've devoted 8 years of my life to building this game. I don't want to be here talking about drama. I don't like drama. You don't like drama. I don't like drama. The community probably loves the drama, but well, I do not. I'm sure it's entertaining, but it's not why we're doing what we're doing. I get it. I get it's entertaining. I get that it sells. And I know that it's some level of exposure, but I just want to make a great game. That's all I want to do. Oh, there's one other thing that was in our video here.
Yeah, no, if there's anything else you want to cover, like I'm ready to see it or hear it or whatever.
I just got a message that was like, hey, you should show the snail.
Okay.
Because that was in the
Yeah, it was.
We have to bail. It's too risky at this
That's
point.
the mount, right? The blue one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very rare snail.
Okay.
Its name is a wisp whelk.
That's still recharging.
And you can
I
walk
don't know why that
around
went so
Wisp
poorly,
Whelk.
but it went
I'm going
horribly.
fast.
Okay, so this is the one exactly from the video. Yeah.
Yep, and not only that, the snail, the little horse snail, we call it a snorse, right? It still has some textures that need to be added. It's missing some mats that I think unfortunately got stomped when we did a master material update on the saddle. But you can take the snail and you can press period here and it'll turn into a little snail.
Oh shit, okay. So it's like a mount, like special.
And then you can just, oh shit, no! Oh, I killed the fucking snail. God damn it.
Oh, wow, so it has like 2 different movement types.
Yeah, it has 2 different movement types.
Outside of that guy attacking you? Yeah.
Yeah, that's sad.
Okay, well yeah, that, no, that's cool.
There's one other thing, by the way, Pirate Software Thor, he's been playing the game a lot. I know that he's a big proponent of it. We definitely have a lot of systems that are mirrored off of the way that Eve's economy and like Zero Six Space and stuff have been architected. We have a lawless zone. We have a, we have a territory in the open
Messed
seas.
up the counter spell,
kinda
we're
similar
immediately
to
just
Zero
leaving.
Sec. And a lot of the things that Narc said about Pirate are just totally unfair and demeaning as well. And I think that it's important. The biggest takeaway that I have when it comes to these types of interactions is that we're all part of the same ecosystem and genre of player groups.
Yeah.
We have all been, I went on your show back in 2020 when I was driving to Vegas, and I made the statement that as an MMO player, we all feel like a bunch of beaten dogs.
Oh, yeah, I remember this. Yeah.
And that is still to this day very true, and we all know this because of some of the games that have recently released.
Yeah.
But what I will say is that there is some level of camaraderie that should be had within our community as MMORPG gamers, because the only way that we're going to get games that answer the calls of things that we want, which is not gotcha quality of life bullshit monetization, which is not pay to win, which is not undermining the player achievement in game and integrity, like those are the core tenets that I think are most important when it comes to actually bringing in an MMORPG to today's market, that I think a lot of developments and a lot of publishers are still getting wrong.
Oh yeah, of course.
And we can be supportive of each other. The tribalism doesn't need to exist. A game doesn't need to call to you aesthetically, visually, or mechanically in order for you to say, hey, I wish that game does well.
Yeah,
I
sure.
wish that game finds an audience.
I think a lot of people, well, the reason why I think a lot of people do it is that they, and this is especially true with gacha games, is like they're terrified of their gacha game going into service and like all of their waifus going into the void, right? And like it's the same thing with MMOs where it's like, well, I don't want to have this game die because this item that I spent 1,000 hours farming isn't going to matter anymore. I think that's the real reason.
Which, I mean,
why
it's very understandable.
Fallacy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yes. No, I mean, you're 100% correct. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to speak to the better part of humanity, which is different than that. Hey, look, you may have a sunk cost, but in order for that sunk cost to feel better, there can be something else on the horizon for you to move to. And those
Yeah.
things will be less if you shit on them.
Yeah, sure.
Like there will be less opportunity if you shit on it. The reason why people say the MMORPG genre is a dying genre is in part our own culpability. We as an audience have some level of responsibility to be supportive of the people who are trying to push the bounds. And I'm not saying
I actually got so close to pulling that fucking asshat guard over there, which would have been an instant death. He would have one-hit killed me. Fuck, I need to be more careful and pay more attention.
I will do this on my own. Okay, that is okay. You can watch, and when the game comes out, if it's for you, please come and join us.
Yeah.
But we can still be supportive of each other, and it doesn't need to be a light a match and stroke the fire because you get some views.
No, there it is. Well,
said stroke
hopefully,
the
I mean,
fire, says stroke
I
the
think
fire.
that I agree
Yeah,
with you
stroke it,
there.
pet
I
it
mean,
like
I
a
feel
cat.
like that's why I wanted to
get
have the
burned.
conversation with like you and also Narc, is because I feel like at the end of the day, almost everybody really does want the same thing. And so it's like, why is there this much animosity and hostility over people that effectively agree with each other? It's a very, very weird dynamic, right? And so I do hope that, like, you know, more honest conversations like this and everything do really kind of help people.
Let's see if we get Narc back on at any point.
I'm a bit worried, and within a month.
Well, we get Pirate Software apparently.
Watch out. Yeah, let him know. I don't want to talk for like a huge long period of time, but like I do want to get his take on things and like kind of get where he's coming from, etc. Let me just I'll DM him on Twitter, and I will. What the fuck? Is it not there? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I don't know why it didn't work. Okay. Okay, I just DM'd him. He said he just DM him on Discord. It's just Pirate Software. Oh, is it really? Okay. I'll add him real quick. Okay. Let's see here. Add friend. Software and got it. Okay. I sent him a friend request on Discord.
See if we can farm up a little bit of rule real quick.
The drama caught was hilarious. Hey, look, guys. Look, I try to bring it, I try to make the content. What can I say? You know, we try to have a show. We try to put on a show. That's the way it is. Replying on Twitter? Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, yeah, he's gonna add me. Alright, great. Yeah, just DM me. I like that you got both perspectives. Yeah, of course. I mean, like, yeah, 100%. Okay. And...
All right. Drop me some wool, boy.
Okay, he's good.
What are you doing?
We call Thor.
Get off from behind there.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I was just wiping to a world boss. And Ashes.
Oh boy, yeah, in that dungeon.
Oh yeah, so stupid, dude. I pulled extra mobs because I'm a dumbass. It was great.
How is it, dude? I've been seeing you playing this game like non-stop.
He's really been at it, yeah.
I've got, I think in Alpha
I haven't
2
watched
phase
hardly any of
1,
it, but-
I had about 400 hours. I think in phase 2, 100 hours now. So
Wow.
I've just been having a blast in it. I think the thing is I got back into hardcore classic World of Warcraft recently because I'm doing the OnlyFans stuff. And it really kind of got me into that mood of like, I want to play a game where you don't level to 60 instantly, where you don't get max level immediately, where you don't get everything handed to you. And I got into this and I was like, okay, it's going to be an alpha. It's probably going to suck. And the first like 2 weeks, it was a mess, man. Like, because it's an alpha. Like, it's
Well, you
gonna be
remember
bad.
I tried to log on. That was a bad day, man.
Oh yeah, no, it's wild. But like, the thing that got me was like, I was like, okay, I got my key back in 2021, like a while.
Yeah.
And I've been waiting for this, and they finally brought this thing
so
out. I was
you
like,
played
okay.
the first alpha too, right?
I actually didn't end up playing the first alpha because I got an alpha 2 key back then.
Okay.
Yeah, so I didn't end up getting to play the first alpha. And like,
Yeah.
I got into it and I was like, okay, this is really rough. I'm a bit worried. And within a month, everything in the game had changed.
Yeah.
They'd fixed all the server performance issues. Like, the game was actually playable. And we stopped worrying about, like, is the game playable? And started worrying about strategizing
Like playing the game.
to compete with other players.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is really good. And then once phase 2 started, we were like, okay, let's get into phase 2. I wonder what they've added. And they expanded the map into the desert, and those 3 new nodes are there, and
Yeah.
everybody got wiped. But the economic changes have been pretty massive because you have 3 whole new zones. You've got like 30% more of a map, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So, like, it's been
There's,
fun
like, more,
and
like,
interesting. And they added
resource
this
spread,
dungeon,
etc.
which Yeah, yeah.
And-
And they started adding his dungeons too. Like, we've got that dungeon that he showed you. And
Yeah.
then we've got Carson now and Grave Peak. So there's 3 like major end game areas right now
Yeah.
that are hard. They're like 16-man open world dungeons. is
Oh,
what
wow.
you have to do.
So you need to
Yeah.
bring in 16 people to even make it happen.
If you do it with 8, it's possible, but the bosses they're gonna beat you.
Do they scale?
Especially the final one. They don't scale. No,
oh,
they're just
wow.
really hard. Yeah, there's no scaling or anything like that, but if you're
Yeah, I
over
hate scaling, bro. I hate that
So
shit.
like, it's not gonna
I want to feel like I'm getting more powerful. How do I
back
feel
and
like I'm
just-
more powerful if I'm still struggling against the same things I was struggling against, 20 levels ago or whatever? The answer is I don't feel more powerful. And then therefore I'm not motivated to fucking grind. What's an MMO? I'm not motivated to fucking grind.
like farm that boss so you never get into it.
Yeah.
Like, it is good for the time that it's good.
So what did you think about, like, obviously I'm sure a lot of people had, were bringing up Narc's video and like this whole discourse of like what's going on, and I'm really curious like what your take on all of it is. Because like, I mean, you have way more experience than I do with like development, like software development especially, right? And so like, how do you feel like the way that Narc approached Ash is like, how much of that do you think is like accurate, is like a fan, or like kind of like where are you coming from?
I think the biggest thing is it looks like he felt like he got burned early on and has been upset for a while, and that's kind of snowballed, right?
Yeah.
If that makes sense. But this video didn't make a lot of sense to me as a player because I've been following all the communication, I've been seeing all the things that they're doing and seeing the throughput that they have for these updates.
Yeah.
And they've been really communicative. Like, here, I've sent you the roadmap that they sent out. Like,
Yeah.
they're really granular on this thing, man. Like, they show all the pictures of what they're going to do. They have breakdowns for all of it, videos for everything that they're doing, and they've kept to this. And if they have to push it, which they've done a couple times, they're like, hey, guys, we're pushing this. Or
Right.
like, one of the things they did recently is they're like, hey, we're pushing some of the content, but we're making it so the game is 24/7 playable until January 6th. So, like, all through Christmas break, we had no breaks in server uptime. We just been playing every day. And, like, that's stuff that's just completely unexpected, legitimately. Most of the time, when you interact with devs, especially for like AAA or anything like that, you don't get to have a conversation.
Well, you can see why.
just get
I
ignored.
think, and
Yeah.
I think the worst part about it is the fact that like you're totally right, and I think this is the reason why. It's because a lot of them are gun shy because they don't want to come out and have an opinion about something, and then somehow things change, the release doesn't happen when you think it should, and then before you know it, now you're a fucking liar.
Yeah, and that's the
Yeah.
other thing too is like people get so upset about that, and then the dev has to pull back because they've got investors or some shit.
Sure.
And they piss off the investors, and then they're afraid to say anything, and then the players think that they're being abandoned or being ignored.
Yeah.
But like, we have an opportunity finally to have an MMO where you don't have investors. Like he's bankrolling this shit himself.
Yeah.
Right? And you get to talk to the dev like he's the game director. You can just be like, I think this sucks. Let's have a talk about it.
Exactly.
He shows up in Reddit all the time,
Yeah.
and like actually responds. Like,
Well, you know who
this
else
is the
does
shit
that
that
is Chris Wilson.
everyone bitches.
I mean, look at
Oh.
in PoE. Like I know you played a little bit of PoE too, right?
Oh, I love PoE,
It's
dude.
so
Yeah.
good, right?
I've been playing
And so
hardcore
like,
rock.
I can't wait to get to play that. I just didn't
Chris
want to.
It's in the
go in on the,
trenches. He is on
Yeah.
Reddit writing
I don't care to
diatribes.
do the beta,
He's writing
or whatever it is.
manifestos on Reddit.
The early access. I didn't want to do the early access for PoE, but I am so stoked for an PoE 2 actually draws, bro. It's gonna be so good.
Arguing with people, and like that's real, genuine interaction, and I feel like that's why the game's so good. And so it's so weird to see people that are complaining about that.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing is like we've asked as players for ages
Yeah.
just to have a conversation,
Exactly.
and finally when you have a conversation, they're getting shit on. And I'm like,
Yeah.
dude, you have to be mad about something that's real,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like if you're gonna be angry, it's got to be real. It's got to make sense. And like
Mm-hmm.
in that video when he showed off the desert, I was like, I know exactly where that is on the map.
Yeah.
And I actually showed it off on stream. I was like, I know exactly where that is. He did it during phase 2 alpha, but during or alpha 2 phase 1.
Yeah.
Which is before they added everything to the desert.
Right.
That was a month ago. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Like all of the things that you saw in there, that whole zone, everything, that was added in a month, man.
Yeah.
And it wasn't the only thing too. Like there's tons of stuff they don't even put in the patch notes. Like we went to go farm in this area. Darrigal Estates. We went to go farm there,
Uh-huh.
and we had this room that was just like an empty wooden box that we were farming in during phase 1, and it looked like shit. And we went back in there during phase 2. It's like filled with set dressing. There's like mushrooms and stuff all over the walls. Like everything looks incredible. That's the different patch notes. So like
Yeah.
every environment got picked up with that. And I remember like when we first walked into Win and Sea, which is probably the next thing I'm unlocking for this, it was flat and green, and now it's like a tropical beachside with like plants and trees and all kinds of stuff.
So like there's things on the patch notes that are being added
Yeah.
in. It's not like every single thing that's stated is being added in. Or
Yeah,
like
no,
I
I
guess
mean,
vice
there's
versa.
things
Yeah.
yeah, there's things that aren't even in the patch notes that are being
Yeah.
added. If you move around, it sucks because like Narc was a mayor in the game, which means he had a flying mount. He could see all of this,
Yes.
and that video doesn't portray any of it. It shows the opposite. And that was so. To me, that was like, dude, like,
Uh-huh.
what are you doing? Like, you know better than that. You know what's going on. You can see it, right?
Uh-huh.
Recharging.
So what do you think about like, because obviously I think it's been really contentious. A lot of people, at least especially in like YouTube comments, have been really critical about the price tag of the game. And I think that that's where I think a lot of the criticism and the frustration comes from, is that people paid money to play the game and the game isn't what they wanted it to be, which is disappointing. I mean, it's understandable, right? I mean, you know, viewers, consumers are going to have the opinions they're going to have, but at the same time, like it's definitely a double-edged sword with charging that much money for a beta, because people are going to have that opinion.
Yeah, I think generally, like, especially as players, we're used
Yeah.
to an alpha or a beta that's like a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of days. You'll get this all the time from AAA where they're like, hey, you get early access for 3 days for $100 kind of a shit, right?
marketing.
And most of the people, most of the people that come to my chat have that kind of an opinion. They're like, oh, this is going to be like a couple of days, right? And I was like, no. Like, if you look at the roadmap, that key isn't just alpha. It's alpha 2, which we're on right now, all of beta 1, all of beta 2, a month of game time when it launches. That's the next 1.5 to 2 years on the roadmap.
Yeah.
So like when we're looking at that, if we try to compare that to other offers, right, inside of MMOs, you've got something like World of Warcraft. It's $15 a month. It's $180 a year.
Yeah.
And you're doing $110 for 2 years minimum.
So
and then a
you're
month of game
looking
time
at
before
it
comes
like
out.
you're prorating or amortizing the cost of a subscription over the year of content that the beta is going to have, and that's kind of like how you make sense out of it.
For me, that's how I made sense of it as
Sure.
a baseline. And then I got into it being like, okay, this makes sense for me from a purchase perspective, from a consumer perspective. And I got in, and it was more than what I expected. Because we have things where, like, in the beginning, you could do server performance tests. And the way that you would do that is you just restrict the environment. Just make all the players go to that area. The way that they did it is Steven Gottlieb turned into a god, flew around and PvP'd us while RPing it all out and directing all of the players to attack him through the world while they did performance testing. So you have things like this that are just so much more interesting and engaging with the player base in a way that still gets the objective done.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have had that experience had I not jumped in. And that was
That
really
is really
interesting to
cool.
me.
Well,
That
that's
does
one of the
sound
best
really
things
fucking
about
cool.
alphas. And like the early testing periods of games is you have like those weird like random moments, right?
Can I
I
get
remember I had a
another
moment where
role at
I was
all?
in like
Like,
the
holy
wrong
fuck.
place or a place I wasn't supposed to be in like a WoW alpha, and then a GM came and killed me, and it's like I always remember that because like those cool moments are they're totally worth it. They're amazing.
Yeah, I had this moment that was really hilarious. It's like he was actually doing wishes for players, and the way that they do that is like he puts out a riddle in global or something like that, and the first person to solve it, they tell him a wish of what they want to have, and then he adds that to the backlog for the game.
Yeah.
And the one for ours is he teleported me to the top of a tower and he gave me a riddle, and I got to solve it. I actually solved it, thankfully. It was it was the answer was Vera, which is the name of the world, and I wouldn't have gotten that unless I read the wiki. So I got into the lore and everything.
Okay.
And then he gave me a wish, and I said I want to add ferrets to the video game, and he said, "Okay, we're gonna do that." And he hands me a mount, and then killed me with lightning. And like that was the event. And it was just like, I'm always gonna remember that because that shit's hilarious.
Yeah.
Right? And you just have this crazy moment with this, and it was funny because it wasn't just streamers they were doing this with.
Yeah.
It was just random people in the world. They did it a whole bunch of times across the different servers, and I love that, man. And like,
Yeah.
I have not seen that since Vanilla WoW.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything like that. That's an interaction.
I think they're afraid to, and that's the thing. That's what's so disappointing. It's what you were talking about.
Well, not only
earlier.
are they afraid to, but I think a lot of them just aren't actually passionate about the game that way. Like they're not players. The people bankrolling, marketing, and developing the games aren't true players for the most part these days. That's the real sad truth.
It's like developers are gun shy to do stuff like this because people can take it out of context or turn it into something that it's not. But the reality is, I think a lot of people really enjoy and appreciate that kind of stuff because it reminds them of times when gaming wasn't as, you know, I don't want to do like this whole like, you know, counterculture, oh, it was corporate and everything, but it did feel like it was more relaxed. And I feel like it takes us back to a time like that. It's very reminiscent of that.
It is, and that's why I like WoW Classic Hardcore so much,
Yeah.
right? Like, we're all out there, like, role-playing our characters, surviving in the world, and when you lose someone in Hardcore, in WoW, it's devastating, right? You can have a dude with, like, 15 play days on a Hardcore character, and he just dies in the middle of
done.
Ubers or something like
Yeah.
that. Oh, God, dude. It's terrifying. And, like, that
It
kind
makes
of
it feel
experience is
real,
in
bro.
this, mostly because the time it took me to level. To go from level 1 to level 25 was about 100 hours.
Jesus.
And that was me optimizing that.
What's the
And
cap
the thing
now?
that was interesting,
Is it 25?
it's 25.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 25. So like the plan at launch, I guess, is 50, and they
Yeah.
were saying that should take months, if not a year, to do it. And
Wow.
it makes sense because most of what I realized was if you are only focusing on your character level, that's like your adventurer level, your power level, right, for fighting monsters, but professions are outside of that. So they're not restricted by your character levels. So
Yeah.
one of the things that I've been seeing a lot of is like we have this guy on the server, he just trained up all the things to make mounts, like do animal husbandry and go and hunt out mounts and like build those. And he's like the mount guy on the server. And what he did in phase 1 was he told everyone which towns he was going to be in throughout the day. And he was a traveling mount salesman and just sold them off to people. And it was freaking rad.
Oh my
and he was like
God.
level
That
11.
sounds
He was
sick,
the most
bro.
sought after player in the game.
Yes,
right?
exactly. It's like instead of this is the best thing, I used to love this about Classic
Damn,
WoW,
dude,
and
that
like
is
it was a big
inspiring,
Burning
bro.
Crusade too.
Oh.
Is that
I'm worried about the integrity of this game, but I'm hearing so many cool things, dude. Fuck, bro. Oh, dude, I'm about to look into Ash's Creation more. I'm gonna have to damn really do my research and find out, you know, whether or not I'm gonna be on this bandwagon. Cause I'm hearing a lot of the right fucking things, bro, in terms of like this being a great MMO. Fuck, dude, I hope it's good.
some people, instead of being a warrior or a mage, they could be a leather worker or a blacksmith. I love that so much because it expands the way that you can play the game, and it gives people more options and like progression paths. And yeah, I'm a huge supporter of like long form progression content, or sorry, profession content. 100%.
I'm super into the profession system. I think right now it's like
It's
a
emergent
hint
player
of what it's going
behavior.
to be. Yeah, exactly, and that's what you want, man. Like especially in a social sandbox game, because like I played Eve for 15 years. Like I'm a huge Eve nerd, right?
Yeah.
And I came from that kind of world that's brutal as shit. And when I get into this, I see a lot of the failures that Eve had in terms of like area ownership, because there's this thing in Eve called sovereignty.
Yeah.
You can take a section of the map of the galaxy, and you basically own it as your corporation or alliance, which is like a guild or an alliance of guilds.
Yeah,
right?
I've got like a
And
rough
you kill-
understanding, but okay, go ahead.
You kill basically everyone that comes in. It's not your guys, right?
Yeah, sure.
In this, you have these things called nodes. They're like towns, and those level up as anyone does anything in that zone of the game. So the town grows with you, and that already is really interesting. But unlike Sov and Eve, you can't exclude a small guild. You can't exclude a solo player. So
Well, you need
because
them
everyone
to
lives in
contribute
that
to
town
the
guild-
economy. Like that's my
Bingo.
understanding is the nodes is so you have to make the nodes appealing to other people by having them contribute to the economy and like having taxes be fair, etc.
Exactly. So now I'm the mayor of Halcyon on the Lynette server, and we dropped the taxes to minimum. We've focused our town on mount production. So we made all the facilities for people to be able to train and craft mounts. And now everybody goes in and they're like, oh, that's where you buy a Porsche. That's where you buy a Ferrari.
Yeah.
And it's cool because we have to spec into that, and we can't make our town do anything else in another direction.
Finally honored in
So
fucking
we have this like
Thunder
highly
City.
specialized system, and it has to rely on every other town's highly specialized systems in order for all of us to progress together. But we also have
That's
war
so
automation.
cool.
We go and fight. You can actually make siege weapons and go destroy other towns. That's all.
That's
the
so
thing that I'm
sick,
interested
dude.
most in this phase is the siege weapons coming out.
Oh,
because I
that's-
want to see how that works.
Did you
man.
see the big fight
That's
that they
so
did with like the
sick.
250 players thing, where they brought out like
It's
the
insane.
trebuchets and like the catapults and like all this stuff? Oh my god!
Yeah, I'm
It was
waiting.
That is
amazing.
actually
That's
so
why I'm
sick.
so excited for that.
We did like a caravan thing the other day, and I'm
What do I
waiting
wanna
for the
do here?
servers to be able to handle like super large scale PvP. Because right now you get kind of like distance limited vision,
bogged
right?
down,
It's just the render distance is just not very far. But we did about a 200. It's got to be like 150 people in that fight.
Yeah.
And it was fun. Like it was really cool, and like. We had some
There's
bugs and
still
system
20 more
problems where
minutes
it
of
was
this?
like we have a
Holy
caravan
fuck.
and the caravan makes a PvP zone around it, which is cool. And I invited everyone in the server to try and come kill me because we're the dominant force, right?
Yeah.
And they kind of formed up, and our guys formed up, and then they couldn't flag for PvP for the caravan because you have to get close to it. We're like,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
everyone hold back. They all came up and flagged, and then they went away, and then we actually had a real battle. And it was super
Right.
fun.
Speak
man. It was cool to do. And everybody was like
yeah,
cheering afterwards. We took photos. It was cool.
Well, that's what MMOs are supposed to be, right? And like you have like
That is
that's
what
the
MMOs are
emergent
supposed to
player
be.
behavior that systems like that are supposed to create happen, or like to like make happen. And if that's the way the game is going to be designed, I think that's what really keeps people engaged in it for a really long period of time. I think that classic WoW is like that. For example, like the Angoro, like the Angoro Crater Mafia, or like the way that people would farm Scarab Lord, or like all these other types of like emergent player behavior. That's the stuff that like really makes a game like Eve or any sandbox game. That's what keeps it alive, or also that's what kills it if it's not done properly.
I completely agree. And like
Yeah.
those types of systems that they add in here, like I'll give you an example. We're fighting in this raid right now. I've got 17 people in the raid. We're about to kill the boss. Near the boss, there's 2 crafting tables. Those crafting tables create items that can only be crafted here. So you need to get a guy that has dedicated himself to metallurgy. And that dude is really hard into metallurgy. Like he is trained for that. You bring him in here, you keep him alive, and then you get him to that so he can start his crafts. And then you have to bring him in to go and get the crafts back out later. And that kind of stuff is really cool. It reminded me of like in Skullomance, where you could go and make flasks inside of Skullomance. Yeah, or BRD, same thing. Like that shit is rad. And I miss that for crafting because it
Or how if you want to level up your enchanting, you have to go into fucking Uldaman. It's Uldaman, right? Yeah. I was confused Uldaman and Bard on. So I think about it for a second. Yeah, Uldaman is the one with the enchanter person in it. So you got to go in there just to advance your enchanting. Not only like to upgrade to the newer tier, to become artisan, but also then to learn, some of the enchants as you finish ranking up through artisan. It's sick. It got trivialized eventually, but it was a great concept, and that's kind of like a pioneer concept of what he's talking about now, or what's going on with Ashes of Creation, apparently.
makes a crafter into a utility piece.
It makes the game a world, right? And I feel like people say MMOs are dead now, but like if you think about how many of these shows have you watched? Have you watched like Overlord, Sword Art Online, any of that?
Yeah. I'm a huge weeb, dude.
Of course. Yeah, so I have too. I've watched Log Horizon, every single one of them.
Log Horizon's
It's
so
like,
good.
If
I'm gonna
these
read this
shows are
book.
so fucking popular, why is it that people can't make a game that follow the paradigms in these shows? And I feel like if you watch these shows, the old original MMO paradigms, like what you're talking about, the BRD, or like going down to the bottom and having like this like maxed out blacksmith that's able to create this insane weapon, like that is all a narrative that people love to see. And it's something that people remember for like 10 or 20 years. So like, I feel like these isekai animes are like a really good benchmark of like where people really want to see dynamics and narratives in MMOs go.
I actually have an item on the screen if you want to see this.
I do.
On my stream
I'm
real quick.
watching. Yeah, weaponsmithing.
Alright, I'm back. Let's get this video over with. And we're also, I think, going to go and find out...
quality experience rating, yeah.
so we're going to go find out just exactly how much more wool we're going to need. So we're going to head back to Undercity and use up all of our wool on tailoring and see how close we get to being able to, you know, not worry about wool anymore. Also, I think I'm going to take a moment and look up what the most efficient mob is to farm for wool.
Yeah. So these pants only drop in this dungeon. So you need to get these and then extract them back out to bring them to your crafters as well. They have all kinds of crazy items like this, and they can be upgraded with enchantments and all kinds of other stuff that you do. And they're not like they're not easy to get. Like this is, you bring a 16-man in to get a pair of pants for your guild weaponsmith, so you can gain advantage on the server because now you guys are the ones making the thing.
Oh, I
right?
remember. I remember hoping that New World would be this game.
Yeah. That's dude. That's
It
exactly.
definitely
I
wasn't.
remember when we first started playing this, and I was like, "Oh man, this is what New World was supposed to be." Because
Exactly. Yes, and it's like the alpha was like that. That's what it was. They changed it, and you even had the weaponsmithing stuff. It's like I was thinking. I remember there were specific weaponsmithing pants, but it's just it didn't turn out that way. And I feel like again, it's like the I feel like a lot of games are afraid to tell people no with certain things. And I think that's also a big. That's going to be a huge point of contention with Ashes, and I feel like it's going to be massive. And I don't even believe that, like, now you only have the people that are, like, extremely invested, right? Literally hundreds of dollars. But, like, when you bring in those more casual players, I'm expecting to see a huge amount of people that are frustrated about that.
I think it's going to be one of those games where, like, a lot of people join and many of them fall off because EVE Online, right? You've got a more PvP oriented environment. You've got a difficult game. It's got something that is probably not going to be very interesting for people that don't have like a super long interest in something, like low attention span on stuff, things like that, because it takes time. Like this isn't, you're not going to reach max level. You can't buy level 60. Like you have to go and fight this for a long time. Like getting 25 was a lot, man. Like that was a huge amount. That was with really good play and optimization too. So like if you're trying to do that, you're not doing that overnight. That's going to take a while. And even then, like if we look at my professions on this, I've really just done lumberjacking, carpentry, and
I'm seeing it.
a little bit of lumber milling. The rest of these I haven't even touched.
Yeah,
and
alchemy
probably
0.
140
Yeah,
hours.
weaving 0. I can see that. Yeah. I mean, that's a huge amount of investment. And you said you put in a collective total of 500 hours, right?
Total. Yeah.
Whoa, that's a lot.
It's about 140 on this playthrough on this character.
Okay. Yeah.
And like
still.
it's a shitload. And even then, that's also like you have to understand too. I have an advantage. I'm a mare, so I have a flying mount.
Like a stream,
the average
you got a
player
guild,
isn't going to have that.
100%.
And I've got a guild that can hand me items. This is with the streamer privilege that comes with that, right?
Yeah.
So you've got time invested in this. It's not a get there overnight thing. Which, to be real with you, every level that I've gained has felt really good and satisfying because of that in a way that I haven't felt since Classic WoW.
Well, you know what really also proves
that's
this
great.
is Path of Exile 2. That game doesn't give you shit. And if you look if you look at the level of retention that it's had, it has been absolutely incredible. Like it is a level of retention that a live service game almost never has. And I think that it's because it actually does make things take a long time, but it doesn't do so in a, hey, we've decided to arbitrarily make this take longer so we can extend your playtime metrics. And I think this is something that a lot of people want, is like a form of long form content that's not just basically do the exact same thing 400 times.
Yeah, we've made a lot of jokes about it too. Of like, it feels like you got Isekai when you play this game. It feels like
There it is.
You're in there. Your reputation matters. Like you're in this world, and the only thing that matters is your word and how people perceive
Like
you.
Classic WoW.
And we have enemies. Yeah, we have enemies on the server. We've got other rivals that that don't like us. We've got a guild that fights against us all the time. Like this is a pretty normal thing for us. And like, I love that, dude. I'm in it for that. In fact, we caused a lot of conflict on the server because the caravan system's fully in. And one of the things about caravans is you blow up a guy's caravan, he loses that caravan, man.
Yeah.
So what we do is we blow up caravans and then we sell the parts back to people.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Where the guys making
get
the
them
parts
coming and going.
they're buying them after we blow them up. You know, like that's kind of how it works, right? And I actually love that. I think that ends up allowing us to play a role on the server. We could be a villain. That's why our guild is named Actual Pirates. It's not a joke. We are, right? And that kind of stuff is really, really fun, and you can get into the role play of it and actually enjoy it. And I've seen that so many times in different ways. Like we've had people that play a town fool. We've had people that are like the mount salesman, guys who are like the giga fishermen on the server. And like it's neat to see that kind of diversity in play where it actually matters to your gameplay and you can have meaning inside of the game systems.
Of course, yeah. I mean, I feel like that's what people have been waiting for an MMO. And like people have hoped that, you know, Lost Ark would be that game. They hope that Throne of Liberty would be the game or New World.
Dude, I did too.
Well, I mean,
I've got 1,000 hours in New World. I've got almost 1,000 hours in Lost Ark. Like, I love those games.
Me
They just weren't,
Me too.
they just weren't what I wanted them to be at the end. And then I got into this and I was like, here we go again. And I was like, no, this is great. Like I'm in, right? And I've just been having a blast with it.
Well, that's awesome,
Cool.
man. Yeah, I'm.
Yeah, look at this. Tanks can do this, by the way.
Oh, so it's like in Final Fantasy. I think Warriors do the same thing. Limit Break 3.
Yeah, they throw. This is like one of their cooldowns, and we use it all the time when we're fighting caravans because the caravan's trying to escape.
Yeah,
and we
that's
just
so
like,
badass.
Nope. Just drop a wall in front of them.
Oh,
and that's
so
it.
like it's an interactable wall. It's not just like an animation.
Oh no, it's fully collision. Like
Oh,
you can't go through that. Yeah,
Okay.
it's hilarious, dude. You can climb on it and everything. It's awesome.
Oh god, I'm gonna have to start playing again. Yeah, I'm gonna have
You
to.
should.
Yeah, have to level up to 5 or 10 off stream, and then maybe try to get into it, man. Yeah, I mean,
As a
after,
mayor, this is kind of the stuff that I have to do here. By the way, if you haven't seen this UI, I don't know if you have yet.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know if I'd want to be a mayor. Like I've seen
It's-
some of the like I was
it's
a
a
guild
lot.
leader for many years, and it's like, oh man, it's great to have somebody else just do everything.
So one of the things I can do with this
Yeah.
is if you look at this, I'm the guy creating quests for people. So I can
Oh,
choose
right,
which
right,
ones
yeah.
we want them to do. And I'm like, hey, I want everybody
That's
to go kill
so
skeletons.
sick,
We
bro.
pay 5 gold from the node, and then they get this quest, and everyone gets that available to them.
Do they function?
What?
This functions the exact same way as the what was it, guild or like the town boards in New World, right? Okay, yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I'm going.
But as the mayor, I'm selecting which
Yeah.
quests they get. And then also you can do another one for the crafters. If you look over here, this is like we do a buyback order and then or a buy order. And it's like we need to produce quality weapons so we
Right.
can upgrade one of our buildings for the whole server. And in order to produce that, I need you guys to turn in these materials. So we put up a buy order, they go and send those items in and they get the material back out. They get node currency and they can buy upgrades and shit with that. And like this is pretty
Oh, I
bare
love it.
bones right now.
Yeah.
But the next upgrade we're doing is animal husbandry to do the next tier up of mounts.
Oh, the mounts.
And like, yeah,
That'd be
so then the server can
Lamborghinis?
produce them. Yep.
Yeah.
But since they're producing it in our town, we get the tax money, and I can't steal that as a mayor. So there's no like bullshit from a mayor stealing it. It goes into our node. Our node is very rich. We can apply, we can do things with it.
Right.
And we always have commissions running because of that, because they cost gold. So like these types of systems are really compelling, and that's the stuff you get to do
They
as a mayor.
absolutely
Yeah.
do sound so
In payment
compelling,
back,
bro.
you get the flying mount, and like that's basically how that goes.
So it's like
You
in a
have to be
way,
leader.
like I mean, that's part of like you have your own profession as being a mayor, right? That's like its own
Yes.
meta game in itself.
Oh yeah. And I have spreadsheets for everything. I have to sit down and figure out what resources are available on this server, where everybody else's progression is, what is even possible for us to do, and then we work out the plan for the week, and then I put all those buy orders and everything up, so they're all just kind of set up that way.
Oh jeez, yeah.
It is work, but I love that because I played Eve, right?
Yeah,
And,
right. No, I
used
mean,
to it.
I was a guild leader for many years. I don't know if I'd be willing to do it again, but man, it was a lot of work. But it's rewarding
Yeah.
too, because the flying mount does look really
is.
fucking cool.
I think the thing I'm looking forward to the most is
Yeah.
the node variety for mayors, because like right now everybody just votes for it.
Yeah.
Right? You just vote to see who's the biggest mayor or whatever. But they've got these other ones going in, like Scientific is how that works. But they've got one like divine nodes where you have to be like doing
Well-
pious quests, and whoever does
Yeah.
that is like the most divine. And then the martial
So
nodes
this
are like
was
you
11.
PvP for it. So whoever's the
It's
most
like an arena or
badass in
something,
PvP
yeah.
becomes the mayor. Yeah. And then the economic node is you buy it with gold. So whoever's like
20
the trade baron
20
becomes the mayor.
Two fine
And
thread.
I'm interested in seeing how those play out because it means that a streamer like me can't just win.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
'Cause to be real, in a scientific note, I'm just going to win. We vote. We have more people voting for me. That's how
Yeah.
that's always
Everybody,
gonna go.
everybody vote for me, and then okay, well,
Yeah,
I'm the mayor now.
Yep.
Great game.
And I love that there are other varieties of leadership that
Yeah.
stop streamer privilege from allowing that. Even though I have that, I
Oh,
love
yeah.
to see that is.
Well, it's good to have one with streamer privilege too, right? That's just a straight up vote because it's like every type of gameplay is valid, and that's what makes
Yeah,
MMO special.
I agree.
That's what I think people want is like a a living, breathing world that has texture and actual like variety to it, rather than everything being like this uniform theme park experience that's hyper defined. You're on rails, you can't go off them.
Yeah, I always feel like theme park MMOs, they start off kind of broad. You have a lot of options
Yeah.
available to you. And then as you get closer to the end game, it just thins out
Mhm.
until you have one lane of content left. And then
Yeah.
social sandbox MMOs work in exactly the reverse. You start off with not being able to do anything. Nobody knows you. You have no name to you.
Yeah.
And then by the end of the game, you're like, you could be very well known. You have a ton of options available to you, and it just keeps
BDO
expanding
was like
outwards,
that.
which makes it
Yeah.
it just makes it super compelling for
Mhm.
me. That's why I like those more. And I've just been a fan of them ever since. I think the only one I bounced off was Albion because I just couldn't get into it.
Yeah, that game
the only
was
one I
it
didn't
was
play. Yeah.
really it's still really popular. It's got like such a strong
is.
audience, but I never really played it myself either.
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
into it a little bit, and then I was like, I could just be playing Eve, and then now I've quit Eve. So
I think a lot of people have. I feel like that game's kind of fallen off just for different
It's-
various reasons.
it's just too much pay to win. I think that was the biggest thing for me when they introduced what are called skill injectors. You could just buy experience for your character with real money,
Oh,
and I was like, dude,
okay.
I'm out. Like, I just can't do
Yeah.
this anymore.
Yeah,
and
it's a
like
Weird game.
with this having the promise of no pay to win, I think if they ever introduced pay to win in this, they'd lose everything.
Yeah.
And they know that. And I think even things like WoW selling like the $90 mount and shit like that have been really a big turnoff for me.
It's
So
weird.
seeing the way that they're yeah, it's weird, and it sucks because it feels like you're buying status, you're buying power in that way, even if it's just a mount, right? Because everyone looks at the mount, they're like, look at that thing. And
Yeah.
with this, they're selling skins for the mount. So like mounts have speed on them,
Mhm.
and like you have to breed a good mount if you're gonna move. Like this one has 140% speed.
Sure.
But if you have a shitty mount, you're slow.
Yeah.
And you would be like, oh, I'll just buy a mount off the store, right? But no, they're selling a skin.
I need
so you can't even
36
buy
more
a
wool,
faster
boys.
Mount. You buy your mount, but looking different. Which I was like, okay, man, you got me with that. That's great.
It's
Because
just
you
like
can't even buy power that way.
I
you
mean,
know?
they've got to make money somehow, right? And like, I get it. And if they're going to do something like that, I would much rather that than a lot of the other alternatives.
Yep.
So yeah,
I agree.
I
And
totally agree.
I super agree. And I think that's the thing with me, man, is like I have felt, I guess the basic way to do it is as a developer, I understand where they're at.
Yeah.
As a player, I feel like my purchase was respected and that my time is respected. And I feel like the game is compelling for me systems wise. So like for me, it's a perfect storm of positivity here.
Yeah, I feel like that's the that's the dream, right? I just really hope it happens. And it's sad to see people that are skeptical or negative, but I think that's what's going to happen with any game. But I just hope
Oh, well,
that
yeah.
you know, I mean, again, take a break for a year or two if people feel that way and come back and it'll still be there.
Yeah, no, I really enjoy it, man.
Yeah.
And I hope you're able to get into it. I saw what happened to you when you first started. By the way,
That was a
you can't
really fun
you
time.
can't PvP people in that zone now. They've got the flags.
Steven
fixed.
told me, yeah. It's just like, yeah, he's like, yeah, this is a very big problem. Okay, yeah, no, I will probably try it out and maybe play a little bit myself. Because like after all this conversation and everything about it, and I've been watching you play and other people, it's like it actually looks pretty good. And so yeah, maybe
Yeah.
I'll have to try it out. But yeah, oh go ahead.
Have you seen the actual talent trees yet?
I'm looking at them right now. You're showing me.
All the weapons have a talent tree.
Oh yes, I did see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when they announced that, and I just went crazy. It's like, are you kidding me? It's amazing.
Yeah, dude. Like, I'm a mage wielding a spell bow,
Yeah.
which is already like I've never seen that with a mage. Like you're actually casting through a bow, which is
Like
wild.
Dragon's
That's
Dogma,
very weird.
kind of, yeah.
Yeah, like very much so, and it actually adds magical pens. So like the
Yeah.
enemy's MR is dropped based on me having a bow on, and it's just a weird iconic look.
Yeah.
It's pretty rad.
Yeah, no,
so
I
I've been
love
really
that.
liking that.
Especially
cool
the way
shit.
that people can make their own classes and like define the way that they're going to play. I think that's a
Dude, I can't
huge,
wait
huge
for that.
component.
Yeah, we don't have subclasses yet, and
Yeah.
I'm really waiting for that. And like, I just keep memeing about it because I'm like, mage is the best class, so
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go mage.
Mage, like Archmage or
Mage,
like
mage,
Wizard or something. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm excited for it. But there's the other one that I was really interested in is they got Summoner in May, like Phase 3 when they
Yeah.
start that, and they have Summoner Tank, which is like a Broodmancer or Brood Warden, and you cover yourself in beetles for armor, which is
Oh
insane.
yeah, I gotta do the things.
So like just weird shit.
Yeah.
Right?
Here you
So
go,
like
boys.
I'm interested to see how they play that out because so far the classes have been very compelling and they work
Just
well
didn't realize
together.
my
Not like
video has been way
I
too
guess
large.
in WoW retail you kind of have this isolated lane of you just do damage and your damage is what matters and your rotation is what matters and everything outside of that kind of doesn't. There's very few crossovers between other classes.
Well, you
Unless
saw
get,
what?
like-
Did you see what happened when they brought out augmentation of Ochre? and like how much drama that
Yeah.
caused. Because like this is exactly what you're talking about, right? How like you don't have support classes or ancillary classes. You just have each class kind of effectively being a, you know, a mage, like a warlock is a mage that shoots shadow balls, and you know, a shaman is a mage that shoots lightning balls. Is that basically kind of what you're saying? And there's like no real
Yeah,
actual
it's
dynamic difference. Yeah, 100%.
Exactly, and it's like it all comes out to just damage, and they don't play off each other.
Yeah.
And like one of the things that I noticed really early on is you have not enough talent points to be able to pull off all of the combos, and not enough cast speed to pull off a perfect combo either. So you have to work with others. So in this case, I can freeze an enemy using Frostbolt on it and then Cone of Cold, which advances chilled into frozen.
Yeah.
If an enemy is frozen and gets hit with your lightning, you shatter it and do bonus damage. So what we'll do is we'll rotate between the different mages of who's applying the
for two.
frost right now. I'll hit with my lightning, I'll hit with my frost, you hit with your lightning, and you're playing off of each other all the time. But also, fighters play off that. So when an enemy is frozen,
get
the
one out of
fighters can do an
three.
extra thing. When an enemy is burning, a cleric can actually combust them. So you play off of
Nice.
so many different classes that it's not even about your personal performance. It's about everyone working together and communicating, which I'm really liking that because it reminds me of Guild Wars 2.
It's
and
so-
Guild Wars 2 combat.
It's so weird for me because like coming from somebody who used to be like a massive like parsing, like I used to try to do like, oh, I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna get the highest parse in like this WoW fight or something. And I've kind of changed my stance on it to where now I'm actually kind of glad that they're not doing damage meters. Because like people can actually focus on like their input and the way that they enhance the experience of the group rather than trying to like assign a value to it and then say, well, because my number is bigger than yours, I'm a better player. Because like, I mean, you
Remember better
yeah,
person.
100%.
exactly. Yeah, it's like you've rated and like you know that the person who's sometimes
yeah.
doing that like the annoying job, this person is doing more work than everybody else. Like, you know, in classic WoW, like Razor Gore, like moving the boss around and killing all the eggs, like that's a separate job, but you're not going to be on the meter for it. And it like creates a level of gameplay. And once you have that meter, though, it totally
brain
contrives the way
enchanting.
that people value everything.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Like I'm playing a mage in Hardcore Classic, and I'm
Yeah.
gonna be the winner's chill mage. So my DPS is just gonna be less, but everyone else's is more because of me. You
Right.
know, and like I love those types of interactions, and this has probably the most that I've seen from a combat system in a while. And I actually have leveled up my mage to the max, and I started leveling a ranger today. I was just blown away by it. It's fun as hell. So yeah.
All right. I gotta play it. All right. You got me. Yeah, you got me.
Then reel them
And the
in.
thing is like for anybody on the fence about it, dude, maybe it sucks in the end. right?
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't suck in the end. But right now, this shit is really fun.
Oh,
And like,
I
I can't ask more than that.
Yeah,
right?
I hate the idea. Like, oh, what if it's bad in 3 years? I don't know. I'll deal with it in 3
Okay.
years. Yeah, I'll think about
Yeah, in
it
3
then.
years, if it sucks, then it'll suck in 3 years.
Yeah,
Right now,
wow,
it's great.
Imagine
Like,
only having
okay,
fun for 3 years.
Yeah, right.
But yeah,
Exactly,
man.
dude.
Anyway, I do really appreciate you coming on and talk about it. I
Yeah.
promised everybody I'd play Balatro today, so I'm gonna probably go do
Go
that
do
in
it,
just a
yeah.
little bit. Yeah,
That
yeah,
game
it'll be my
kicks
first
ass.
time. Yeah. But
You
yeah,
had a
thanks a lot for
weapon,
coming on
minor
and talking about it.
impact.
And if I do log in, I will absolutely let you know.
Rune Silver
All right,
on.
yeah, rock on, dude. And I hope you have fun in Balatro. That game kicks ass. It's rad.
All right,
What
awesome.
am I
man. I'll
supposed
see you
to be
later.
doing right now?
All right, see ya.
Peace. Oh, actually, this is probably one of the first times I talked to Thor. Yeah, Thor, what a good guy. I've always really liked Thor. He's been great, and yeah, huge shout out to Pirate Software. Great guy, absolute W guy. Yeah, dope stream. Yeah,
I should just make more
we've been
greater
cooking,
magic
man. We've been
wands.
playing a lot. I'll
All right.
watch like maybe one
me
thing, guys,
7 simple
and
wood, I
then
guess.
I want to move on, and we're gonna try and play the game, okay? Because I know a lot of you guys have been asking it for it, and you know, we'll get into it. Of all the things to mess up, this is probably, it's kind of embarrassing, right?
And then we want to do enchant, clerk, minor agility.
Did they do the tech support with AI?
Together we advance.
Together, there's the echo, and so it's both echoes together.
We're not trying to start a whole other video. Get out of here with that. Let's crank the tunes, boys.
That better be good.
Easy clap. I'm gonna grind through these motherfucking professions. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Fishing's the only thing I'm gonna be behind on. Ooh, I didn't save any strange dust. That's a problem, isn't it? This was like a disenchant. No, I can't. Fuck, dude. Also need a shadow gem. Fuck.
Quick about your business.
What is it?
Oh, I gotta do the silk. What does it take to make a woolen bag? Yeah. I don't want to have to do that.
What now?
Where do I get a shadow gem from? Riding through the 772. Feelings that I got for you is true. We found love in 772. Gotta go farm up some wool. Alright, we got somebody else's Shadow Gem. Thank God, bro. 'Cause I forgot to save one for the fucking William Silver Rod. Got to run all the way back over here, unfortunately, but I need that shadow gem, son. Only 3 wool so far. Oh, Jesus, you're not blessing me right now. You're bored with me a little bit, I think. You showed me love before, but for a good minute. A good hot, good little long second, I was getting some love from RNGs, but not for pretty much any of today. Today, he's busy with other people, I guess. Drop me silk, bro. Come on now. And I'm gonna need lots of silk, so I'm not like mad about it. But like, I need the wool right now, bro. I'm so sick of being stuck on wool. Still only 3 wool. Holy shit. You guys have had a good drop weight, but they are not dropping for me right now. It'd be a 24% chance. It means slightly worse than 1 in every 4 to be dropping me. It does not feel like that's the rate I'm getting right now at all. Oh, another wool. Oh, the grind is real, boys. The grind is real. Ooh, 2. Nice. Wait, I'm going the wrong direction. I was autopiloting towards down the road when I need to be going to Durnholt Keep. I ain't raised no bitch. I killed them motherfuckers. Yeah, these are where you get your wool, bro. War Spirit 3 stamp. I mean, not really shit, but enchant and maybe get that fucking dust we need since I used it all, unfortunately. Oh yeah, we got 5. I think it's actually as much as we need. Where's it at? Runes of a Rod 6. We need one more. Fuck. Which one do I need for the true silver rod?
Loktar! Go with honor.
That worked out. All right. Bitch.
What do you
All right, we tried. We're gonna have to damn farm that shit up the old-fashioned way. I'm not going out in front of the moon.
Goodbye.
Let's see.
Greetings. Be careful.
All right, back to the grind. What the fuck? Which chain, bro? Gaia Dors's Claw. The Seeker's Domain. Gotta find turtle. It's definitely a turtle wow thing. Turtle wow quests. All right, we're gonna get us a crazy good fucking wine later. All right, back to the hole. All right, we figured it out. Just in case, we're gonna do that. Look at that little bit scary there for a second. I did not take that quite seriously enough.
It's not ready yet.
We have 14 roll, we need 36, so we're 22 off. Those are actually one of my shittiest gear pieces. Shittiest gear pieces. We grinding, we grinding, we grinding. What do we do? We grind, we grind. We grinding, 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 and grind, and grind, and grinding, 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 grind. And what do we do? We grind. I might be a tad bit bored. Not gonna lie. We're gonna get this wool and be done with this shit. God damn, I can't wait for it, cause I'm so sick of this grinding on shit that's not giving me experience. Experience.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Fuck off.
I can't use that weapon yet.
You save that last hit so he'll come back to you. You don't have to run over to him. Dude, curse. That man is crazy for running ley lines. Not a single wall. I'm being gypped. This man's really trying to sell me on icicles. Come on, bro. I'm here for the wool. Jesus, got one wool. Finally. We do not need to downrank my frostbolt. We have the goddamn kite. Holy shit, we're at 22. 14 more wool to go. Well, that's not the limit we need to get the rest of our strange dust. We should be Gucci. Nothing but copper, Jesus. Come on, let's get a fat wool haul this time around, shall we? Not a single wool drop. Not any single anything except copper. Jesus. What the fuck, bro? 24. You just need 12 more, man. Or Jesus, you could make this be over so fast right now. Hey, your asshole damn sure will, Pucker. You get fucking chunked for half your health in one hit. Seven. We're down to 9. We need 9 more wool. Oh, dude. I want this to be over with. Eat more. Seven more. There's the green. And there's the freaking dust I needed. Six more to go. 6 fucking wool to go. Oh, I see what you're doing here. You're gonna be a prick. Holy hell, bro. The amount of mobs I've killed that have just dropped none of what I'm farming for. When they're supposed to have a 24% drop rate is crazy, dude. RNGesus is definitely making me pay for the fucking goddamn kindness it showed me fucking a couple days back, bro. Holy fuck. End my suffering. There's 2. Okay, come on, boys. There's 3. We're almost done, bro. 3 more fucking wool. This has been a long grind, boys. A long grind that's rewarded me exactly 0 fucking experience. I would give somebody all of my gold right now. Every fucking last penny to my name. If they would just give me all the wool that I'm gonna need. Because this is just getting us through tailoring. We haven't even fucking touched on the fucking first aid yet. That's gonna suck so much dick, dude. I'll tell you what though, I'm not gonna worry about it today. Today, we hitting 32. We getting our goddamn tailoring and enchanting and cooking where we want it to be, which cooking's actually pretty much there now. But yeah, we're doing those things and then fucking calling it a night, boys.
I need to get closer.
Yeah. Girlfriend aggro. Hey, and that's the last bit of what we needed. Who? Had nothing to do with you. A dude I'm fucking damn talking to in game that I've made friends with is talking about fucking hold on, like, gotta step away because you caught some girlfriend aggro. My roommate thought that somebody in chat was saying girlfriend aggro and thought it was because he'd walked over. You're going to get a whole lot better at computers if you're going to knock somebody out that's in my chat, because first you'd have to figure out how to goddamn find the bitch. It wouldn't cost you that much money if you're willing to damn, you know, drive, and assuming they're in America, which good chances they are. Well, then it's not you doing it anymore. You said that you were going to do it. It's not the same thing. Hiring somebody to smack someone and smacking them are not the same thing. They might be close enough for you, but they're far enough away from being the same thing that I can call you out on a technicality. As a friend of mine once said, being technically correct is the best kind of correct. Well, it's hard to argue against, true. That is one of the good factors about it. But also, the other great thing about being technically correct is that it allows you to fucking annoy somebody. Because nobody wants to be fucking damn nitpicked. Some people are okay with being wrong, but almost no one is okay with being nitpicked. And agitating other people for no fucking reason is one of the fucking damn great joys of life. You clearly enjoy it too, because you do it to me. I'd actually even venture to argue to say that you do it to me more often than I do it to you. Disagree. I'm easier to get to argue. Like you'll get me to argue with you a lot easier than I'll get you to argue with me. But I don't think you're any more difficult to get to annoy than I am to annoy. Yeah, but see, that's actually being an asshole. I don't want to actually be an asshole. I just want to be a little annoying. Yeah, most people are definitely going to be annoyed by their shit being stolen. Speaking of fucking damn cooking food, though, you gotta cook spaghetti. You gotta cook spaghetti at some point, so that we can prove that your ass fucking cannot goddamn accurately predict how long your spaghetti is gonna take.
What do you require?
He says, knowing he'll go to eat fast food again at some point, and it will cost him way more than the bottle of ragu that it would take to goddamn be able to make the spaghetti. That would be the real reason we're avoiding doing it right now. Now we're being honest. It has nothing to do with money and everything to do with the fact that you're a lazy bum. It was fucking damn, even if you are broke right now, it was fucking goddamn laziness that stopped it from happening 2 weeks ago when we first talked about it. Because like I said, you've been in fast food several times since then. It's 3 times where you could have saved yourself a fuck ton of money and had a better meal. I don't know if your version of spaghetti is going to be better. I've never had your spaghetti, so I might be jumping the gun by saying it's better. This is the man that literally doesn't salt his ground beef before he fucking cooks it. Craziness. Absolute insanity. Salting the meat at the end does not fucking help. Okay, it kind of helps, but it does not do nearly the same thing. The only reason I sometimes or often don't end up mixing the shit all together in one pot is because I make so much of the shit that we don't have a pot big enough that'll hold it all together. Because I like having it all mixed together as well, but I don't fucking damn like having to goddamn mix it in 2 different pots at the same fucking time. Fuck all that noise. Just fucking damn put it together yourself in the fucking bowl. I'm not going to that extra effort at that point. Time to finish out this tailoring bullshit. To see if our fucking buddy boy's about to be ready to run Dunmore too, because we run that, I'm pretty sure it'll pop us to 32. And then I just have to do a tiny bit of work to fucking finish out enchanting, and this fucking night is done, son.
And you
Sucks to suck.
farewell.
Ah, I had 2 copies of the same enchantment. That's stupid of me.
I haven't
Throw that one away. That's just straight loser behavior. Wasting space in your inventory on duplicates. Let's go ahead and make this rune silver rod while we can. If Tyler 1 beats Soda Poppin' in a 1v1, I need somebody, and probably Tyler 1 will do it for me, but I need somebody to make sure he never lives that down. This man grew up on WoW. He is a fucking actual legit WoW veteran, and if you fucking lose in a 1v1 to a guy who's playing it for the first fucking time, he's just got his first character level 60 recently, you are a sad sack of shit at that point. Wait, if they're gonna fight and they're playing on a hardcore, does that mean somebody's re-leveling again after this? That must be a new thing they did for the new server then, because previously, in previous iterations of hardcore grind, a duel is a Mach Garah. Headhunting.
Victory for Sylvanas.
Who? What? That starts with an L. Lucari? Yeah, Lucari's a mage. What, a priest? You couldn't break a fucking ice barrier? What a fucking sorry sack of shit. Get fucking wrecked, noob. How the hell do you fuck up that bad? You're in a 1v1 with anywhere nearly relevantly same gear, same level. You can't even break the enemy mage's fucking goddamn ice barrier, dude. You need to just... You either need to get some coaching, you need to like really like reassess how you're playing mage. You need to do something major in terms of fucking goddamn correcting yourself, because holy fuck.
Speak quickly.
Motherfucker's stupid, bro. Wait. Overrider is 4. 4 times 2 is 8. Got it. See, my brain's so fried I can't even do basic math without fucking talking it out. Fuck. This night needs to end. I mean, if he didn't risk anything, it doesn't really matter, but... Oh, I have to look that up. We'll have to test that information here shortly. If Lucari Makarad against the fucking goddamn guy he should have known he had no hope or prayer of ever beating, then he's actually retarded. Or he's a masochist. Or both.
Trust no one.
That better be good.
Victory for Sylvanas.
I'm listening. Goodbye.
To sadism is actually extremely common. It's just not that common for people to like go like deep into it, but sadism is actually very common. So is masochism. They're both actually very common. Like most people have engaged at least to some minor level with either sadism or masochism or both. That motherfucker's talking out his ass. I'm gonna pretend like I'm a fucking psychologist and talk about some shit that I have no actual understanding of. You sound like a fucking idiot. Dude, we're gonna hit 150, boy. I only needed to hit 125. We're going all the way to 150. Because I have gotten so much silk while I was trying to get the wool I needed. Ooh, buddy, feels good. Profession goals are easily met today. Well, other than fishing, but I really don't give a fuck about fishing. I'll be with that at any point in time. That's just really boring to just... You just have to sit there with a fishing pole and click the button every few seconds. It's literally nothing burger task. Yeah, fishing needs to be revamped in the next MMO. Speaking of which, dude, I did fucking damn 4-hour video today fucking learning about some Ashes of Creation and drama, and in the process have now been sold that Ashes of Creation is going to be an actual insanely awesome fucking MMO if they actually fucking damn deliver on half of what they're trying to. Now that bitch hasn't been in alpha for like a couple of years now, but yeah, at no point has it even been have they even given a date for the beta, much less a fucking damn official launch. No, that's what's the other one? So there was New World and another big one that came out that was sort of similar to New World. Whatever that one was, that was the one that fucking man fell off hard as shit. New World also fell off hard as shit, but New World fell off because it's a fucking goddamn scam. Like it's just a money-making scam. Might have to be doing down the road with this guy tomorrow because he says he was talking about wanting to goddamn do this shit and he hasn't even fucking goddamn started one of the fucking long chain so he has to do before we can actually finish, actually do the quest in this fucking damn elite area. I have a guild that I am not going to be in permanently, but while I'm doing this hardcore leveling, it's useful to be in, and I am in it, and I've been in it for most of the life of this character. I am forsaken. Yes, you are. Iron Hill is the elixir of agony last quest in chain. Wait. No. No, might be. It's worse. It's the last quest in the Battle of Hillsbrad chain, which is the longest one. I wonder if we'll actually find any use for this linen. I'm actually wearing the Hammersmith linen breeches. Still on this shit, damn me. I think I'm gonna save this till tomorrow, this linen, and then I'll do like a thorough check to make sure there's nothing I can do with it, and then I'll sell it most likely because there probably won't be anything I can do with it. He's gonna be on tomorrow.
What is it?
A lesser wizard's robe, that's what we want. Ooh, the Azure silk pants too. The gloves of meditation are not any good.
Do not seek death.
Two stamina, 2 in boots. Yeah, we have better than that.
Dark Lady, watch over you.
I think I'm about all right. So we have the Azure Silk Pant, with 6 int and frost spell power. And with 2 spider silk, we can make the lesser wizard's robe. Fuck yeah, son. And I have 3 spider
What
silk.
is it? Goodbye.
Let's leave this party. Double check which thread I needed. The fine thread. We also make this. We just need blue dye. So
I
yeah,
am
you can
forsaken.
send me the blue dye. I need 3 fine thread. And +2 for the robe.
Victory for Sylvanas.
We're about to be getting a major gear up. Finally, catering about to pay off for us for the first time in a long time. But those pants are actually sick, bro. That's 10 frost power, dude. Alright, so we need 2 of our 3 spider silk. Make sure we have enough of our silk. And then that was it. Fuck yeah, dude. I feel so happy. My efforts are being rewarded finally. All this tailoring grinding. And we're gonna get some actual sweet gear out of it finally. This payoff's been a long time coming, motherfuckers. Boom. Pants on. Robe on. Let's see how our new robe looks. Ooh, it even looks good, bro. Check that out. It's my favorite color, by the way. You ain't know. See that purple right there? That's my favorite fucking color, dude. It's actually the exact right shade and everything. This shit is sick. I love it when a fucking good item actually looks good, dude. That shit. Just tickles my brain. And then we can disenchant our old gear. Not bad. Alright, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna tap out. I might stay up late enough to goddamn finish this out, but if I do it, I'll do it off stream. I'm gonna damn chill for a little bit, and then again, maybe go to sleep, maybe log back on and finish the last bit of shit up. If I don't finish up tonight, though, I will finish it up tomorrow. So by the time you guys see me again, I will be level 32. And I'll probably have already made my trip to Dust Wallow to grab the skill books for cooking and fishing. So, have a good night, or good afternoon, or good morning, whatever time in the world it is for you. Until next time, I'm out.